normal.
RCP chamber pressure looks good. Toggling up. Roger, Atlantis.
Water towers can fly! Yes!
Tango Delta nominal.
Flight downside, SCE off. Bring in, SCE off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
Good morning, everyone, from Boca Chica, Texas. We're here to bring you live stream coverage of the third rollout of Booster 7 to the Orbital launch site down in Boca Chica, Texas. Now, if all goes according to plan, this should be the rollout before static fire testing, and if everything goes well, maybe the rollout before launch. So it looks to be a very exciting afternoon here. Before we dive into what else we're going to be seeing today, let me go through everyone who's joining me today. So first off, we have Alex. How's it going, Alex?
Well, I'm back here. Yesterday we had another live stream, but hey, I couldn't miss this. Booster 7 rolling back to the launch site, and now it has 33 Raptors in it.
Absolutely. And yeah, Alex mentioned we had a live stream last night. I was there, Alex was there, Chris G was there, Michael was operating. We hope a lot of you people were there. And for that was not from Boca Chica. That was at Kennedy Space Center, but it was Starship related. SpaceX rolled out the second tower segment of the Launch Complex 39A tower. And we could talk a little bit more about that later. But speaking of, I'm also joined by Chris Gebhardt, who was in the field last night. How's it going, Chris?
I was going to say, we basically just got the gang back together again.
Yeah, really. I didn't even realize that till Alex mentioned it.
Yeah. I'm doing good. I've slept a little, so
this
good. Will be fun.
Oh boy. We also have Michael in the studio operating for us today. And to everyone who's new here or to everyone who's been here before, this is an interactive live stream, like all of our live streams. So if you have a question related to SpaceX, Boca Chica, Starship, the launch pad, Booster 7, whatever, toss it in chat, hit us with @NASASpaceflight, and we will go through a bunch of your questions today. But first off, Alex, what are we looking at here? What's Booster 7 rollout mean? What is Booster 7?
Well, Booster 7 is the next booster, super heavy booster in the fleet, of prototype boosters that SpaceX has. And we're seeing it right now. It was tested first in April. We know it had a little bit of a crunchy transfer tube, so we went back to the high bay for repairs. Then it went out again to the orbital launch site for cryo testing. It passed cryo testing, so I went back this time to the Mega Bay, the newly built Mega Bay, to get all of the Raptor engines and also all the other bits like the grid fins and the chines. We're seeing a lot of the all the chines installed this time around. So, this is like the vehicle that is supposed to be the vehicle that is going to do the orbital launch. So we'll see how the test campaign will go, but we're expecting static fire next because this time it has Raptors. I said it already like 3 or 4 times, but it has Raptors this time around, so it's exciting.
Yeah, Booster 7.
I just can't hide it.
It's very exciting, and it's going to be amazing to see the first booster static fire test campaign on the orbital launch mount. We've only ever seen one booster do any sort of static fire, and that was Booster 3 doing a 3-engine static fire on the suborbital pad. So this is going to be quite a lot larger. And also, speaking of boosters, it looks like Booster 7 is now rolling towards the road. So from this point of view, it'll be rolling to the left. As it is leaving the Mega Bay. And also, speaking of orbital flights, if you look inside the high bay, which doesn't look that high anymore, Ship 24 is
that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, it's so weird how at first the windbreak, which you can see in front of the Mega Bay on the right, that was deemed a very tall building, but look in the background, it's not that tall anymore. But yeah, inside the high bay is Ship 24, which will be flying atop Booster 7, if all goes well, on the first orbital test flight in the next amount of time, we could say.
No, I'm sure that question's going to come up, so we'll have time to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean,
we had it yesterday a lot of times, remember?
We did. And I mean, it's not a wrong question to ask. It's the big question: when are they going orbital? And
indeed,
When do we think it's going orbital? Maybe next month, maybe August. And that, again, that is if all things go well. There is a laundry list of items that need to happen before then. First off, Booster 7 needs to roll to the pad for testing. So that'll be hopefully something we see ticked off today. It needs to undergo static fire testing. We don't know exactly what they're going to be doing, whether it'll be 1 engine, then 2 engine, then 3 engine, or maybe they'll do like 10 engines, then all engines. There's a lot of things that have to happen there, as well as Ship 24's test campaign. So we're probably a month away from even knowing when we'll be able to fly. So
Yeah.
hopefully we see some good progress in the coming weeks. And if all goes well, maybe we could see a launch in late July, early August at best. But again, that depends on a lot of things. But let's go through first off some super chats. We have from Musical Wolves here, $2 saying, "What is that large moving tower, side off style?" I don't know what side off style means, but the large moving tower, that's Booster 7. That will hopefully be reaching the pad today to begin a static fire test campaign in the future. But thank you, Musical Wolves, as always. And another regular here, Moldy Space Industries, saying, "Now for something they usually don't do. When can we expect to see the chopsticks lift a booster? Any chance it'll be Booster 7? That's a good question. Chris, do you have any idea when we could see chopsticks lift a booster? Any chance it'll be Booster 7?
Well, it could be Booster 7, I guess. We will definitely have to wait and I mean we'll have to wait and see. That has been an interesting that has been interesting, right? The last times it's gone to the pad, they definitely exercised the chopstick systems on the ship, but then we didn't see it do the booster, but it's definitely got to catch the booster, so it's got to handle the weight and the mass of the booster and everything like that. So yeah, chopstick lift for a booster. I mean, could be Booster 7, could be later today. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah,
And
they've
also,
worked on the chopsticks. Oh,
I
well,
was going to say, I'm being told in the back channel, little birdie
yeah.
here saying, there is no crane right now at the orbital pad.
Right.
Um,
So that's
so
yes, that's what
there is
I
the
was
pad.
yes, and I was gonna wait till we switched to this. No crane. So my hint, maybe later today. Was supposed to be that hint, but yeah, I didn't necessarily want us to take our eyes off of the booster, but yeah, that is its destination, and as you can see, no crane to lift it there. And as it gets back to the orbital launch site, I think I see something else that I want to talk about on that orbital launch tower, but we'll wait until the booster is back in frame for that because we've got a lot to talk about today. So
Another
yes, stay tuned because
another
probably today.
thing, yeah, another thing that I wanted to point out is that they have been working on the chopsticks for a long time. Like they seem to be sort of like not really paying attention to them, at least between March, sort of April timeframe, and then starting in May, they were working on it almost every single day. Working on the like we seeing, even they have put cameras on the things that stabilizers the so you see the arms, and then they have little things to the bottom that stabilize the vehicle that they are lifting, and they seem to have installed cameras there also. So they have done a lot of improvements to the chopstick systems, it seems, and a lot of work that tends like makes me believe that they are probably gonna do a lift with the chopsticks. But hey, if they don't, at least we've seen a lot of work. So perhaps not this time, but maybe next time. So who knows?
Gotcha, and very cool. And a question here from Samuel. I actually had a question pulled up in the queue about this. This is perfect. Saying, do we have all 4 chines installed? Do we have all 4 installed, Alex?
It looks like this time they are installed. We've
Yeah.
seen multiple views, and from multiple views you can see multiple chines, not just 2. So yeah, like you can see 2 here, and then I think if we switch to the other one, there's another one there.
Uh-huh.
So there's more than 2, at
Yeah, it looks
least.
like at least 3.
Yeah, I think the
Um,
other one is probably on the other side, so we cannot see it properly. But yeah,
Gotcha. And
you can
actually, that
also
dives
see.
right in. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that you could also see the hydraulic power unit on this view, and it's covered too on with one of the arrow covers. So that's another thing too. So it just seems like it's almost fully outfitted until we see it completely. We cannot say for sure that it's fully, but it's as close as one can see.
Gotcha. And that actually transitions into the next question I have in the queue from Brady here, saying, "What are the chines?" So we talk a lot about the chines. Those are the sort of, I don't know really how to describe them. The sort of streaks on the side, little fins staking out. But Chris, what are the chines on Booster 7? Why are they there? What are they for?
Yeah. So in short, basically so basically what these are they're basically like they're aerodynamic surfaces, right? And they are there to protect some of the stuff that is on the outside of the vehicle. They are there to provide stability and support to the vehicle, just like the grid fins do, and basically just make it and help it be a bit more maneuverable and aerodynamic when you're coming back. So that's basically what they are doing here for Starship.
Gotcha. Very cool. And hopping into the next question, which engines do we think on Booster 7 will fire first? Eric here is thinking the inner ring of engines will fire first. Do we have any indication of any engines that will be fired?
I have no idea, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the same boat there. I remember Elon on Twitter was saying something along the lines of fire one at a time, and it wasn't entirely clear if that meant one ring at a time or if that meant one engine at a time. So hopefully we'll find out in the coming days, coming weeks, what they do with static fire testing. So of course, stay tuned for that, and that should be very exciting to see. And also from Christ Resonance here saying they remember that BFR, if we remember back in 2017, actually that was ITS, Interplanetary Transport System, had
Oh,
42
wow.
Raptor engines on the base. Talk about a throwback, right? Like,
Wow,
Oh,
one of its original names.
yeah, whenever I see
yeah.
a render of that, I'm like, wow, I remember that. But this is what we have now is radically different. Oh boy, but they're saying that it had 42 Raptor engines, and do we think that we'll ever see that on Super Heavy anytime soon? Alex, can we fit 42 Raptor engines, do you think, on the base?
Well, as of right now, I don't think they can fit 42 engines. Even from a geometry standpoint, I don't think they can even fit that many, even if they didn't move at all. But I think it's probably going the other way.
Yeah.
We've seen comments by Elon that they are going to improve the performance of the engines, and you could think that maybe with higher thrust they can actually reduce the number of engines if you think about it. And a few engines less might mean less complexity on the engine section, which has a ton of plumbing. It's chaos down there, and still I think it's probably not even near the complexity of some other engine sections of some certain other rockets. Let's say.
I wonder what you're
But
referencing.
yeah, but it is still very complex, right? And it seems to be sort of the pacing item. These few last boosters, the last thing that they roll out is the engine section, and it's a very complicated piece of the booster. So if they can simplify that, I think that's probably going to be the path forward rather than adding more engines. Now, obviously, if you have a powerful engine and you keep the number of engines, you can also stretch the booster or stretch the ship, or just put more mass into the whole system as a whole, right? So hey, maybe those thrust improvements go towards more payload in the sense of more propellant rather than just pure thrust for the sake of thrust.
Very cool. And you were actually, this actually segues right into another question I had here from Sergeant Snippy asking, do we think the 39A tower will be taller to accommodate a taller ship in the future, like Elon's been talking about? And we do believe that the Tower 39A will be a bit taller, is that correct?
Um, I
I
think I think we expect it to be a little bit taller, but I'm not sure if it is because of that or just because they want a little bit more of room. Like it's complicated to know because we think that it is going to be a little bit taller, but it's hard to tell without an actual explanation by Elon. I don't think
Gotcha.
he has actually talked about it, to be honest.
Okay, gotcha. That makes sense to me.
And also, I've seen some comment before. I think some people missed out on the previous question. We were talking about 42 engines. It's 42 engines on the first iteration of this, which was in 2016, by the way. In case you
Yeah.
didn't hear that, yeah, I've seen some people confused because we were talking about 42 engines. They were like, 42? This has 33 engines. So yeah, we were talking about previous iterations.
Right.
A little bit of clarification there.
Yeah. And actually, I want to go back to a question because I'm seeing a lot of other people asking us and tagging us in chat about this. I gave a very basic answer for chines, so we can dive into
Let's
this
dive.
a lot more. So basically, chines are aerodynamic elements that you put on the outside of vehicles. They are used on planes to help affect lift and drag. They're used the same on rocketry. And depending on where you place them and depending on how many there are, can be significant effects on pitch and drag and things like that. If you look at these boosters and what Elon has talked about for the Giants on this one is they actually provide a little bit of aerodynamic lift for the booster as it's coming back in. They are center lined with the grid fins. So the airflow that's coming off of the grid fins can be a bit more efficient on that. But the chines are basically helping in some way with pitch, drag, and all of that with the vehicle, and they help with the aerodynamics, especially for large objects that are falling and need that type of stability. So that's a bit more of a like deep dive into what can the chines do, what do they do specifically on this particular booster, and why are they
One
at the bottom? Because that's where they provide the most support and lift for the for the booster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm a bit proud of because we released a video with all the design changes of the booster for Booster 7 and Ship 24 compared to previous boosters and ships. And one of the things that we talked about was that the chines could potentially be used to create drag on the way down so that you don't need to spend a lot of fuel. And actually Elon confirmed that in the interview with Team Dot. So actually, that was a good guess on our part, and I'm seeing people also pointing out again with the 42 engines that it's 33 engines on the booster, but also potentially 9 on the ship. I'm gonna say we've seen up until ship 27 already, and I don't see any sort of potential 9 engines on the ship yet. So if it's gonna come up, it's not near at least in the next 3 or 4 ships. Just gonna point that out.
Gotcha. And it looks like Booster 7 is approaching the highway now. It's always a very slow stroll out of the build site because it is a very busy site. There's a lot of traffic, there's a lot of things in the way. You have to navigate around things. So when it hits the highway, it should go a lot faster. So very good sign there. And look at that. It looks so clean. That's one of the things that I love about more recent build ships and boosters. It looks so clean and so, I guess, professional, I guess you could say.
Right. Well, and this is something Elon sort of talked about, right, with the earlier models. Like they didn't need them shiny and perfect on their exteriors, right? Like they just needed test articles. And he had always sort of said like that sort of aesthetic will come later when when they're more designed and everything versus the rapid iteration that we were seeing. Well, that we're still seeing. Let's not fool ourselves here. That we're still seeing with the system. But you're right, Ian. I mean, it does look much more polished, and I mean polished in terms of like a finished look in this regard.
Yeah, I don't think they have anyone in there with angle grinders polishing it out like how they did back in the Mark 1 days.
Although
Oh
that would be
boy.
funny, right? Like, hold still, I'm polishing you.
We can't roll out yet.
Is it me, or does the chine on the left look thinner than the one on the right? I think those are the new ones. Yeah, because that's the one
Yeah,
next to the cutie plate.
Yeah.
So yeah, you see the one next to
interesting.
the boxy thing there. That's the hydraulic power unit, and then there's a chine to the right, and the one to the left is next to the cutie of the booster, and it looks thinner than the one on the right. So I guess it's because that doesn't need to catch the flow of the air because it's on the backside. I
Yeah, that's
guess.
very
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
It
I'm
must be
wondering
there
if
for a reason, but I have no idea.
Yeah, I was about to say, I wonder if that's like, say, a propellant transfer line or something. But also, it's strange because it's not going all the way up to the what is it on top? The methane tank on top. So that's
Yeah,
interesting.
one could
What's that
think.
for?
Yeah, one could think it could be for covering the pressure lines, but actually the pressure line is there to the all the
Yeah.
way to the right in this view. You can see one pipe going up. That's one of the pressure lines. So
Gotcha.
yeah, it's weird.
And actually, on the far left side of the booster, you'll see some what are they called? Hoses sticking out. Those are the umbilical lines. So that is where the pad umbilical will hook into the booster to load it with methane, oxygen, a little bit of helium, maybe nitrogen, whatever else they use, as well as electrical and data connections. So that maybe we'll see it after the lift if there is a lift today. But the pad umbilical sort of swing into place and grab the base of the booster.
And then you might be
Uh,
wondering, so if it's not at the pad, why are there umbilicals coming out of it now? It's because these things have partial pressure in them. And you still want to be monitoring the status of your booster as you're rolling it down the highway, and making sure that certain things are still within parameters and it's safe for the workers and everything like that. So that's one of the reasons why you see the umbilicals attached there right now.
yeah, and some people get confused as to the use of the pressure, thinking that that's because the booster cannot sustain itself without the pressure, but it's actually stable structurally. The problem is, well, not the problem, like the reason why they're actually pressurized is to better support the load. So once you pressurize the tanks, the structure itself is more sort of like more stronger, and it
Rigid?
can more rigid. That's the word. Yeah, thank you. And it can support loads better. So, for example, for a transport to the pad, that is good because you can then put it through the road, and all the road, all the loads, moving it and everything. So yeah, and even for display, we've seen the ones at the Rocket Garden are also hooked up to pressure lines. That is good because it can tolerate better weather and things like that. And I think something similar happens to Falcon 9, where it is always transported with partial pressure, but it can, like, you can access the vehicle, the tanks and everything without needing pressure on it. So it's a structural stable with the pressures
Gotcha. Very cool.
without
Nice.
the pressure.
And it looks like Booster 7 is about to reach the highway right now. They're going to be turning it actually probably towards us, kind
We're
of
gonna
backing
see
it
all of
towards
the
us.
engines.
And yeah, look at these. I was just about to mention the engines on this. It looks like it has an engine cover similar to what we saw in Booster 4. So
Yep.
this is a great indication that Booster 7 not only has engines installed, but given that it has the cover installed on the back, it may be finished. Like it may be flight ready. Now, the only other booster we've seen something like this on was Booster 4, which obviously has not and will not fly. But Booster 7 has a very good shot, if all things go well, of flying on the orbital test flight of Starship. So, very cool to see the finished engine shroud there. And let's see. Let's hop through some super chats here. We have a queue building up before we hit the highway here. From Christopher, someone I remember seeing last night saying, "Yeehaw!" Definitely, I agree, and that fits because Texas, that's probably the joke and it's going over my head. But anyway, Rough Rider Show here with the 9.99 super chat saying, "Will SpaceX ever have a chance to close the road at KSC to roll things during the day, or only at night due to Kennedy Space Center being busy with traffic during the day?"
Mhm.
And thanks to Nick and Mary.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
a great question, Rough Rider Show. Uh, they tend to move at night at Kennedy to minimize disruptions to the 1,000+ strong KSC and Cape workforce, right? There are thousands of people who work out there. And SpaceX is not the only provider, unlike Boca Chica, where if they close the road, they're only inconveniencing themselves, but they know that and they can plan around that. Versus moving during the middle of the day, and now NASA's affected, the DoD's affected, ULA is affected, SpaceX is affected. It's just easier to move things at night at KSC. That doesn't mean they only move at night, and this is where I hedge to say that it doesn't mean that like tower segment rolls or booster rolls like this, like when the ships are actually being built there, won't occur during the day. It just means they try to do it at night to minimize disruptions to the workforce. But from a safety perspective, it might be that they have to roll the boosters in the ships during the day. So it's all going to be that combination of minimizing the disruption to the KSC workforce and what is going to be mandated for worker safety as these things move. And I know some people are going to say, what do you mean it has to move? It might have to move during the day. SLS rolls at night on a crawlerway that isn't a road. So when you roll on roads, you might have different safety considerations that come into play at Kennedy. So all of those things will sort of wrap into it. But I mean, and yes, traffic is much lighter at night because there is really only one main north-south road in and out of Kennedy, and they have to be on that road for a portion of time to move from their production site out toward 39A. There's no way around that road. So it is a major thoroughfare at the Space Center that they have to work with.
Gotcha. And excuse me, like we were saying last night, they have to do it between shift changes because the last thing you want is to have your tower segment or your booster rolling down the crawlerway. People at 39B or 39A are like, all right, I can't wait to go home. They're like, well, now we have to wait 2 hours for this this booster to go by. So
and
you have to do
anyone and anyone who spent an appreciable amount of time has the story of having to text a friend, a significant other, a spouse, and go, well, I'm stuck behind X. I'll be home when I'm home.
Yep. But yeah, so there's a lot of considerations to go into play, like Chris was saying there. But thank you, Rough Riders. We appreciate that. And from Jimmy J, a direct question to Chris here saying, is there a list of the proper way to watch all shuttle missions in order?
Oh, yes. It's on, it's just called List of Space Shuttle Launches on Wikipedia and go in that order. Go in the order that they launched in. That's what I would do. Go in the order that they launched in. That's really cool to track to see how, if you're a nerd like me, which, come on, all of us have to be, how commentary changed, how they used to talk about things. One thing that was really fascinating to me early in the program, the commentators would give a lot more technical detail on what was happening, like closing valves on the tank, closing valves in the orbiter. That totally went away as the program went on. So they are worth going back and watching some of the earlier flights, but watch them in order. Definitely watch them in order.
Gotcha, very cool. And it looks like Booster 7 is now rolling down the highway, and it looks like the SPMT operator is blocking our view of Booster 7.
No. We have an up-close view of the SPMT operator. That's what you mean to say.
Wave to the camera. No. But yeah, Booster 7 is now making its way down the highway. They sort of reversed out of the build site and now are moving forward. I don't think there's really a forward or backward on SPMTs, but now it's making its way down the highway.
I think it's like the crawler. It just has 2 directions, and it goes that way.
Yep, and there it goes, heading out of the build site. So this move, how long does this move take usually, Alex? Is it about like an hour, half hour?
Yeah, it usually takes an hour to an hour and a half. I think the SPMT goes about a mile and a half an hour, I think. So yeah, and it's a mile and a half from here to the launch site. So yeah, about an hour plus probably 10-20 minutes. Yeah, it sort of depends, but about an hour. It's sort of the approximate time. It used to take a long time at first. I remember some of the early,
like 2 hours or something at first.
Some of the early rollouts, it was like 2 or 3 hours. It was crazy. Now I can see there's another small chine there. You can see the one on the left. So this is the other side, I think.
Interesting.
Yep.
Because this time you can see the cutie on the right, if I'm not mistaken. So this is there are 4 chines this time around, 2 small ones and 2 big ones.
So I'm wondering if that'll sort of act like a tail fin kind of to keep the booster stable in the yaw direction, because if those big chines there are going to be kind of used as wings, similar to New Glenn, to sort of glide the vehicle into the launch site. I wonder if those 2 maybe will be for, I guess, stability in the yaw direction, or maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe those will actually be used for lift as well. Again, we're going to have to wait and see at the orbital flight test. And speaking of the orbital flight test, we have a question here that's come up a lot, but we want to kind of answer it a few times because people will be coming in and out of the stream here. Arctic Warrior saying, when is the launch supposed to happen? Because it was supposed to be last year. If any of you remember, if you've been following for like at least a year or two, you'll remember the July 1st, 2021 goal for the orbital test flight. Elon set that last year, I think back in like April or March or so. July 1st, we need to get a vehicle to orbit. And it's almost July 1st, 2022, and yeah, so I don't think we're going to make it by July 1st, 2022 either.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think we're gonna make it by then. Yeah, when will it? You know, we obviously are aware that Elon's goal is July, right? But let's talk about a few things that are, and by a few we mean quite a bit. I believe you refer to it as a laundry list, Ian, which isn't necessarily wrong on that. There are elements of the mitigated FONSI, the finding of no significant impact, that still need to be implemented. And on top of those, there are the static fire campaigns for the ship and the booster. There's the fueling tests. There's the lift operations onto the pad. There's the combined tests that they'll probably want to do on them as well. Your static fires have to go well for you to proceed into the next round of testing. You know, there's a lot, but now we can also talk about some things that are in the right direction for, you know, timing of this. Oxygen and methane are at the launch site now to support fueling operations. So that's big, right? You know, you have to have the fuel at the fueling site to pump into your vehicle in order to launch it. So that's a good trek in the right direction with the fuel farm that they've rebuilt over the last year. There as well. There is also the pesky little thing of they don't have a launch license. Yes, the FAA cleared them with a mitigated FONSI. Yes, the FCC the Federal Communications Commission has given them the communication licenses for the test flight, but the FAA has not given them a launch license. And there is also every possibility that SpaceX might want to alter the first flight plan, like the actual flight path plan of Starship, because under the one that is still with the FAA, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Alex, we have not seen an updated flight plan just yet from the FAA. So all that we sort of know is the last filing SpaceX did that became public was that they plan to ditch the booster about 20 kilometers offshore from Brownsville, basically have it simulate a tower catch. And then the ship would come down about 100 kilometers north of Hawaii in the Pacific Ocean. And it is entirely possible that SpaceX is seeking to change parts of that, which would also lead into the launch license considerations from the FAA. So there's a lot of testing that still needs to happen. There's a lot of regulatory stuff that still needs to happen. So is June optimistic or a reality? To me personally, I would say it's optimistic. Probably a better reality is August or September, if things go very, very well across the board.
I'll say to that actually the plans that we know of were filed with the FCC. I don't think they actually had any
Sorry, yes, FCC,
firm
yes,
plans
sorry. Yeah.
with the FAA, and it's a little bit still up in the air. I think the way that they're going to do the whole trajectory. I actually had a conversation this morning on the Starbase live chat. Shout out to everyone out there. About what potential trajectory they might have this time around, because we knew from that FCC file, but that was like a year, actually over a year ago.
It was over a year ago, yeah.
Yeah, it was sort of April 2021, where they said that they will basically be launching into sort of ballistic trajectory that will go into space almost orbital velocity, and then return to Hawaii. But this time around, we actually know that the ship is going to be carrying Starlink satellites on it.
Right.
So will it be the same this time around? I don't know, but I dug a few weeks ago. I actually went through the FCC files to see if there was any sort of update or anything, and apparently SpaceX sent an email to the FCC around February talking about updated launch plans.
Okay.
But it said to withhold them from public record. So it's a little bit yeah. Hush still, probably.
Yeah, and this is interesting, and thank you, Alex, as you picked up exactly where what I was putting down there of what the original plan was versus what it might now be, because the Starlinks are the big factor here, right? you don't want to just Pez dispenser dump out Starlink version 2s on a purposeful suborbital trajectory,
Yep.
Yeah.
right? You want them orbital, but the other sort of interesting element with this is that, this is very much this is a vehicle that can almost on its own without a heat shield survive atmospheric reentry, right? Now, we know that under the current design, it would not survive atmospheric reentry on the ship part if it just had if it didn't have the tiles on the side that will encounter the atmosphere. So you have this interesting consideration here where this is a vehicle that can largely survive atmospheric reentry. Inserting it into a full orbit on its very first attempt, you better have some confidence in there that you've got a way to control where that reentry impact point is going to be. Right. And obviously part of the system is these things are going to have to come in over land. They're going to have to, do that sort of reentry profile. So this is not me being all doom and gloom and it can't happen. Just pointing out a reality that an operational license when a system is proven is very different than, oh boy, first time out, what if the Raptors don't reignite in orbit? Right. And that's part of what, this ground testing, the reliability of the Raptors, that's all part of what this is, because when you put something like a ship into orbit, you got to make sure you know where it's coming down on a test flight. When that part of that test flight is, let's see what it does during atmospheric reentry as compared to what the models are telling us it will do during atmospheric reentry. And we know we've talked about Elon, or we know we've heard Elon talk about how they're going to monitor the heat shield and where they might need cameras inside the vehicle to find heat shield failure points and things like that. So that is something that SpaceX has been thinking about and working on. So it will be interesting to see from the regulatory standpoint where that ends up falling for the very first orbital attempt. That was long, but I hope I got the point across.
I was just about to say, that was a long explanation. I mean, you kind of need it because there's a lot of stuff that still has to be done.
Right.
But yeah, thanks for the explanation. And hop back to some super chats here from Gary Molesky, $20 with no message, but we still appreciate that, Gary. Thank you very much for the support. And same from Plutonium239. Love that username. $10 super chat with no question as well. But again, thank you very much. And from Daniel Floyd with a $5 super chat saying, just a small contribution to y'all's lunch fund. Can't wait to see this thing fly. Thank you, Daniel, and we can't wait to see it fly either. And from Caleb saying, when did they place the COPVs on the inside? So I think they mean on the inside of the chines. Is that new to Booster 7, Alex?
Yep, that's a new feature. I think they're probably thinking maybe perhaps inside the tanks, because we don't see them outside, but they are actually inside the chines, in case there was some confusion there. They're actually inside the chines. But judging by how thin the other ones are, I don't think they actually have any COPVs inside those. Because there's two thin ones, the two thicker ones. I think they are only on the thicker ones, because I don't think a COPV fits in the smaller ones.
Yeah, they're
Gotcha.
rather long, aren't they, the COPVs?
No,
Yeah.
it's because of
And
of how wide they are.
Yeah.
It's a very thin chine. I don't think they fit in there. But in the case of the other two chines, the big ones, they actually hold 5 COPVs per chine, so it's a total of 10. And we saw booster 4 they had 8. They had four pairs, so that's 8 COPVs. So it seems like they have gone up by 2 more this time around.
Gotcha. And yeah, Booster, it's going fast now. I don't think it's going as fast as the tower segment we saw last night. That thing was hauling it down the crawler way. But this thing's going pretty quick down the road.
It is. It's hard to tell, right? Because the larger the object, the quicker it's going to appear that it's moving to your eye versus reality. But yeah, it's definitely booking it. Yeah. All we need is like a tumbleweed. Like that would be perfect, right?
Yeah. Honestly, really, with things like this, what you need is a car or a human for scale. Because
Yeah, actually.
when you're looking at a thing like this, you can't tell, besides maybe the high bay in the background, but you really can't tell the size. You might think, oh, maybe it's like a 2-story tall building. That is a 70-meter tall booster, which is a lot of stories tall. I could give you that. These things are ginormous. Go ahead, Chris.
And I think the thing that you just said is the key to understand how fast it's actually moving. People walk with this thing. So they're not like running, jogging, marathoning behind it, you know?
Yep.
They do walk with it. So that's a good indication of like how quick it's actually moving. It's about walking speed, which is not slow when you're talking about, as you just said, Ian, a 70-meter tall object that
Yep.
weighs how many metric tons empty?
Almost
With
200.
yeah. So a 200 metric ton, 70-meter tall thing. Yeah, moving at a mile and a half, 2 miles an hour. Yeah, that's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah. And yeah, it's Holland. It'll be at this camera here, which we can hopefully get some close-ups with in a few minutes. But until
Yeah.
then, I saw someone in chat mentioning earlier. I love the sort of lookout of the layout of the bays there. You could see mid bay left, high bay center, mega bay, I guess true center. So it's just neat to see the sort of increase into what was the largest building at Boca Chica. Because I remember when they were building the mid bay, I was
Yes.
like, this thing is huge. They're going to build starships in here. This is huge. And then they built the high bay. I'm like, whoa. And then the mega bay, whoa. So it's crazy to see like
Yep.
how big of facilities they have down here.
Oh, and what was even better is like the first time I was there was when they had Mark One, Starship Mark One,
Ah,
there for the presentation. And I was looking at that going, my word, that's tall and huge. And then COVID hit, so I couldn't go for a long time. And then the first time I went back after that, they had the boosters around. And the first time I saw the booster, I was just like, yeah, okay. No one can actually have a conception of how big this thing is until they see it in person.
yep.
Seven, 70 meters seems like you'd have some type of an idea. You don't when you're standing under it, knowing that that is a rocket that is going to go skyward and then come back for reuse. Like it's just the size is mind-boggling.
Yeah, and even with Falcon 9 too, which this rocket here, this single booster here is as tall as an entire Falcon 9 rocket. But Falcon 9 is
Right.
still not a small vehicle either. When you're looking at landing pictures, you may be like, okay, maybe that's like a 2-story, 4-story tall booster. That is a 10-story tall building that is 3 meters wide. You can walk under the engines when it is landed. They are ginormous to stand next to, and it's rockets in general. If anyone has a chance, I would highly, highly recommend either going to Johnson Space Center in Houston, Kennedy Space Center, or the United Space and Rocket Center in Alabama, because there you can see several rockets up close and personal, and the size of, say, like the Atlas rocket, let alone the Saturn V rocket, the largest rocket that's ever flown. Your brain kind of shuts down as to
Well,
how does this building fly?
the largest rocket that ever flew successfully, because technically
Yeah.
the N1 got off the ground. All 4 times it tried. Poor dear. Sorry, I just had useless N1 trivia. Sorry. And the N1 was the Soviet Union's answer to the Apollo Saturn V and the Moon program, for those of you who have not heard of it. Anyway, moving on to Booster 7.
And actually, I have a question here in the queue related to the Saturn V that I could really
Yes.
quickly take here, saying, including the chines, is Booster 7 now wider than the
Ah,
Saturn V first stage?
I looked this
And
up too.
that's an interesting question. Yeah, I knew it off the top of my head, but I was double checking on Google. The Saturn V first and second stages were 10 meters in diameter. Now, the tanks on Booster 7 are 9 meters in diameter. I do not know the size of the chines, but judging by how big they look,
Yeah,
if you include the chines in the diameter, I think this may be as big, if not maybe a hint bigger in diameter than the Saturn V first stage.
almost
Which,
certainly those chines are a meter wide
yeah,
at least.
yep.
Yeah, so yeah. We thought the same thing. We thought we did the same thing, and we have good minds. Like,
Woohoo. But another metric here is this booster is significantly taller than the Saturn V first stage.
oh God, yeah.
Yeah, this what SpaceX seems to be doing with their rockets is not a super wide sort of construction, but a super tall kind of construction, which sort of seems to be the pattern now in the launch business. But again, very neat comparison to see past versus future, or I guess past versus present now. But
Yeah, present.
yeah,
Yes, yeah.
And
I mean, yeah, it's not the future; it's right in front of us.
yeah,
Like,
what am I saying? Future? We're looking right at it.
Yeah.
I think the other metric that I would add to that, Ian, aside from the size, is also think of the thrust. The Saturn V did approximately 8 million pounds of thrust at liftoff, and the Starship will do double that at roughly 16, if not more, depending on exactly what thrust they get out of these engines. So that's also another way to sort of think about that comparison between those two vehicles.
Yeah, and SpaceX is kind of going, I guess you could say the Russian route with rocket engines instead of the American route in terms of moon rockets, because the Saturn V, as we all know, had the 5 F1 engines in the first stage, which were the Americans kind of went with the let's build a few gigantic rocket engines, whereas the Russians were, okay, let's build a ton of small but very efficient rocket engines. SpaceX has chosen to do the latter because Raptor engines are extremely powerful, very efficient, very complex, but also kind of simple. It's a weird kind of paradox there, but yeah, SpaceX has chosen the multiple engines route. And speaking of the engines, hopefully as the ship goes by, there we go. Okay, Michael was reading my thoughts. Look at those Raptor engines. Now those are Raptor
Also,
2
look at that heat
engines.
distortion. That's how hot it is out there right now.
Ooh, I wish we had a temperature display, but also I kind of don't want to know how hot it is down there. But yeah, those are the 33 Raptor 2 engines installed on the base of the booster. Now, Booster 7 and Ship 24 will be the first Starship vehicles to have Raptor 2 engines installed. Now, Raptor 2 is SpaceX's, as you can guess, second major iteration of the Raptor engine. These engines are more powerful, a little bit less efficient, but they are much more powerful, much easier to produce, in theory, maybe easier to maintain and a lot cheaper to produce. So these are a dramatic improvement over the Raptor 1 engines. So yeah, very cool to see Raptor 2 engines finally on a vehicle. And I believe, Alex, you had something you wanted to mention?
Yeah, there's a feature a little bit higher up. I don't know if Michael can show that via this camera. There we go. They're guiding the guiding pins on the stand are seem to be against the hydraulic power unit. So those are pins that we think are going to be helping with both the stacking of the booster on the launch mount and removal of it from the stand with the chopsticks. So it seems like they they are not installed. Jeez, I thought they were, but the previous times it seemed to be like they were not even fully installed. This time they are installed on the mount. I think the last one actually only had one on the mount. So it is surprising to see both of them, and we see all the engines here. Something
Ooh.
that really surprised me now that I remember from Elon's tweet of the 33 engines on Super Heavy was that it seemed to be all of the engines were at the same height, but now we see them actually the center ones are lower.
Yep.
People were
And the
asking
center ones are
why
the
do
ones
they
that
look
gimbal, right?
yeah, people were like asking why do they look like they are all at the same height? Don't they, the center ones aren't supposed to be lower? And yeah, they're lower. That was probably some feature of the angle of the photo or something. But you can see them; they're hanging lower.
And as we're driving by here, I wonder who owns those SPMTs. If you look at the logos on the bottom, there are about 14 SpaceX logos on them. But yeah,
And look at the bottom below the engine bell when it starts to move a little. You see the plus Z indicator. If you were with us for the tower rollout live streams the last couple of nights, we were noting that the transports have markers and indicators so that the crews are always aware of how to position the booster and the tower segments for lift and stack operations. And that's one of them, just indicating what the plus Z side of the vehicle is so that they know they've got it aligned properly when, in this case, what we are now assuming is the chopsticks come to pick it up and put it on the launch stand.
That's actually the
very
side
cool.
that faces the tower.
There you go.
Yeah.
And a great shot there of the Raptor engines. You see the outer ring is sort of fixed in place, but the inner ring, you can actually see they're kind of, I think, facing inward, unless maybe that's a bit of a visual, what's that called, an illusion?
I think it's an optical illusion. Yeah.
But yeah, the inner engines, like we said, those are the gimbaling
Main
engines. Those engines will physically move to steer the vehicle. The outer engines are fixed in place, so they're kind of more just there to produce thrust at liftoff. But again, beautiful shots of the Raptor engines on Booster 7 as it rolls by. And anything that I saw mentioned in chat, and I also saw on the booster, there is a wide variety of engine numbers on there. I believe I saw
Yeah.
engine number 22 all the way up to engine number 70. So
Yeah.
it seems like either
I
there
see
were a
there
lot
one
of...
that is 62.
Yeah. So there were a lot of development engines or a lot of engines that had a little trouble on the test stand, we could say. If anyone wants to see the testing operations of Raptor engines, head over to our McGregor live stream, where you could see a 24/7 live
Ooh.
stream of SpaceX's test site, as well as a video that Doss, who's one of our other live stream hosts and producers here, he made a video showcasing some Raptor oopsies that we caught. So very cool footage to see there. But Booster 7 is now rolling down the highway on the way to the launch pad, and I think this is around the halfway mark. Is that correct? I think it's about halfway
Just
there
about.
now.
Yeah.
Very cool. And to see
Yeah.
how quick it's going, people have to kind of fast walk to keep up with it.
Yeah.
But as we were saying before, too, in terms of scale, ooh,
there's that disconnect. Look at that. That connection point. Look at this.
Yeah, one of the guiding pins. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Nice,
And you see
nice,
the base of
nice.
the chines there, kind of a little triangular end there to be more aerodynamic on the way down. Very cool to see. And as we're zooming out here, we might be able to see some people towards the bottom, or we're going up the booster, I guess. But important to note the scale here. This thing is 70 meters tall, which, at least in my mind, once I get past about 10 meters, my brain kind of short circuits on what the actual scale is. But beautiful just to see this.
Right.
And those
Yeah.
stringers there that you could see there in the center, those are the common dome separating the methane tank, which we're now looking at, with the liquid oxygen tank at the bottom.
And the lifting
stringers,
point.
in case you've never heard that term before, they're basically just stiffeners that are put on the outside of tank structures, especially intertank structures and where tanks connect, just to give a little bit more rigidity and support to those interstage areas of vehicles.
Very
Grit
cool.
fins.
And speaking of stringers, if you look towards the bottom left of your screen, you can see some kind of slanted stringers underneath the lifting pin, which you can see there in the left center. We actually had a bit of discussion about that, I believe, a day or two ago when we first noticed this. And we believe it may either be for enhanced strength underneath the lifting pins, because you need to have some strength near where you're lifting the booster, because you don't want it to kind of rip in half when either it's being lifted or being caught. But those also may be a sort of guide to sort of guide the chopsticks into the lifting pin. So again, interesting to see there. That is new. We've never seen that on a booster before.
Yeah.
But some beautiful shots there of Booster 7 rolling off into the distance.
And it almost looks like sunset there, but it's not.
Yeah.
I assure you, it's just before noon.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, it looks very yellow on the horizon. I was like, oh, it's sunset, but I'm like, it is 11:38 here.
I'm looking out my window, going like, what is the sun doing? Like,
yeah, like I'm on the East Coast. It should be dark here now if it's sunset there.
Oh yeah, this is okay. I was about to make the joke that because we're close to Mexico, it has the Mexico filter. You know, on the films that they usually use.
Oh.
Yeah.
But now Booster 7...
It looks like yellowish kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, I getcha. But yeah, Booster 7 now making its way on the final leg of the trek towards the orbital launch pad. And if you see, there looks like there may be a booster at the launch site. Alex, what is that booster at the launch site? Is that another booster, or is that not even a booster at all?
Well, that's Booster 4. That's the previous one. So we're gonna see a very good comparison side to side. Yeah.
I love that. I love when they leave one there so we can get a comparison as the next one goes by. Like, all right, everyone, cameras, how are they different? You know?
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, as the booster keeps rolling down, just wanted to run through a couple of others real quickly here. Andre, we did get you the close-up of that engine that you were looking for as it rolled on by. That's always my favorite shot, as it comes by that camera, and we can see all the wonderful Raptor engines underneath and all the details. Aerospace 101, thanks for the membership at Padrat level. And Renee, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. And Paul at Padrat, thank you very much for that support, as well as David Miller. Thank you so much for that continued and monthly support. That really means a lot to us and helps us continue to do what we love, which is to bring all of this exciting stuff to you. If you missed the start of our stream, myself, Ian, Alex, and Michael, who is producing this stream, were the same exact crew who did the tower segment rollout for Starship
Yep.
out at Kennedy last night, and we are here with you now again for booster rollout. So thank you. Those recurring memberships really do mean a lot to us. Thank you.
Indeed. Yeah.
And then Xavier, thanks so much for the support, saying that there's a Merlin 1D engine on display at the Mayborn Museum in Waco, Texas, and I've seen it, and it's hard to believe how huge that is. And yeah, any piece of rocket technology is honestly hard to believe how big it is, because you have this idea in your head, and then you see it up close, and you're just like, was wrong.
Yep.
You know. And one last super chat in the queue right now. And we've got a lot of other questions we're going to get to too here. But Chris with a 10 curly L's, as Das would say, but I'm going to say Chris with a 10-pound support. Thank you very much. Saying, I thought their launch license to Static Fire had expired. Alex, what do we know about their current licenses that they have for testing at Boca Chica?
Yes, so the license that they had for operating Starship at Boca Chica, it was from May 2020. I think it was May 27th, if I remember correctly. I don't fully remember the actual day, but it was May 2020, and it lasted for 2 years. But in May of this year, they actually extended that by another extra year. So we have all the way to 2023.
Good. So static fires can continue. So there you go. From a regulatory standpoint, they do have the licenses to continue static firing through May of 2023. So that is definitely good to know. And Mr. X, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you much.
I see you were talking before about the membership program, and
Yeah.
actually that person now, they are Capcom member. They can join our Discord channel.
Indeed.
So if
Come
you
hang out
have
with us.
Discord, just come hang out with us. We have a lot of crazy theories, a lot of crazy channels. We have Chris posting horse gifs and all of that. So
Yep.
just join us and have a fun time with us.
It's a lot of fun, and I want to geek out about something in this view before we switch to one closer to the production site, because I want to draw your eyes to the launch tower, specifically to the top of the launch tower and what very much looks like a lightning mast mount that is on top of that now. And Outdoorsman, you sort of picked up on this a bit earlier, with a question about that too, and I totally just lost it in the queue. I meant to put it on screen, but totally just lost it there. But you had picked up on this, and I picked up on this too, and this is what I wanted to come back to, because on the stream last night, we got a question about lightning protection at the tower that's being installed at 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. And we were talking about the fact that the Boca Tower didn't have one yet, but that plans had called for one. And now there appears to be a structure on the top of that. So good eye there on that very well, that could have something to do with the lightning protection system that we've been waiting for. And of course, next week, SpaceX will probably put a crane on top of it and prove me wrong. But that definitely looks like, if you look at pad 39A, that definitely, and the lightning rods at other launch pads, that definitely looks like a support beam for a lightning mast of some kind. But we will see what it ends up becoming. But anyway, just wanted to point that out, because yes, it is a missing part of the tower that hasn't appeared yet at Boca.
Very cool. And a nice wide shot here from the beach.
The progress bar.
Yes, the progress bar. Yes.
This is the progress bar view.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I didn't even see the booster there for a second. Oh, I guess that's a proper progress bar.
Yeah, there's an even better progress bar.
That's
yes.
better.
Yeah. Wow. That's crazy.
The only
And it's
view that can make it look small.
Yeah, and it's neat to notice the huge distance that's actually between the production site and launch site. On some camera angles, say by the production site or by the launch site, it looks like they're maybe like a quarter mile, half mile away, but it's about like a mile and a
2.
half, right?
Mile and a half to 2. Is about how far they are from each other. Yeah.
Look at that
Gotcha.
shiny chine.
I know,
Yeah.
like catching that sunlight glint, like it's winking as it goes by.
Yep. And a question here, actually, an interesting question from Everyday Space Nerd. Alex, you want to take this one? Do they need to put Ship 24 on top of Booster 7 in order to do the full 33 engine static fire? Do we know if they need to do a requirement like that, or can they static fire just without the ship?
I'm not fully sure, to be honest. Uh, probably they have to if perhaps the GSC doesn't support the full booster, with all the engines, even if fully fueled. But we'll see. I'm not even sure how the whole static fire testing campaign will go, or even if they're going to do countdown tests, just fuel the thing and hope that it doesn't trigger any aborts, like Elon said. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Gotcha.
We'll definitely
That
be keeping an eye out.
yeah,
For the record.
that's very interesting that you mentioned that, Alex, about fueling it and taking it down to like a non-engine, but taking it down to a non-engine start, like basically doing wet dress rehearsals with this vehicle. And that's exactly what they are. If they opt to do a fueling test that has no intent of igniting the engines, it's a wet dress rehearsal. And technically, all of the static fires they do with the Falcon 9s and Falcon Heavies are wet dress rehearsals until the engine's light. In that regard, the only difference being static, they just get a name change when you go to light the engines. So yeah, I mean, like what SLS just went through on Pad B is now sort of what the booster needs to go through at Boca Chica. What are we calling this? Orbital Launch Site 1, I think, because there's technically potentially a second out there.
Maybe.
But yeah, like it's now got to go through this at the orbital launch site, and all of these systems have to be exercised. And you know what? There's a distinct possibility that issues could come up and be found that they need to stop and fix as part of this. So yeah, a very similar potential wet dress campaign here coming up.
And
Very
just like
cool.
with SLS, there could be, like, they already probably have a countdown in mind, how they're gonna load the propellants, how they're gonna load software and things like that. But once they actually do it for real with the actual vehicle, they might say, okay, well, let's change this and this procedure and this other thing. So there might be tweaks here and there on the countdown that they might find out once they actually have a vehicle on the pad. So that's sort of why of all the things here where we're like, is it really going to launch in July? Because things can happen where they're like, let's tweak this. Obviously, SpaceX is not the company where we'll tweak these and we'll stop while we're tweaking it. No, they go ahead. So it could totally be true that they find things that they can tweak, but they say let's launch it as is and we'll tweak it on the next vehicle. That can also be a possibility, for example.
Yes. Oh,
So
there's a
we'll probably
historical
see a
precedent for
change
this.
with Booster 8.
Wait. Shuttle alert.
Oh
dear.
boy, what's this?
Run,
40
everyone,
minutes?
run.
No, Alex, very true. And I want to hit the historical precedent for this because what you just said, that there are things that they might find in testing for launch attempt orbital flight 1 that they opt not to change in the countdown, but for that first one, but opt to change later, right? The shuttle went through this. If you go back and watch STS-1, I know. Chris is on his shuttle rant again. You will notice that they hand off to the shuttle's onboard computers at 27 seconds, not 31, which they did for the entire program from STS-2 onwards. The engines ignited at 3.3 seconds before ignition, and the vehicle actually lifted off 3.3 seconds into the plus count on STS-1. And all of that had to do with stuff that they found during the static fire of Columbia on February 20th, 1981, that they were just so close to the launch that they said, okay, we'll fix this after and we'll just adjust the STS-1 countdown accordingly, but then actually change all the software for 2 and beyond. So there's historical precedent for exactly what you said, and I just wanted to throw that out there.
Very cool. And also another thing to point out, there will probably be several dress rehearsals, whether it be a dry dress rehearsal, which is where they basically just do a countdown without propellant loading, wet dress rehearsals, maybe some cryogenic proof tests in there, as well as probably several attempts at a static fire, including several static fires. So it is going to be a ride for sure with Booster 7. And again, we'll be with you guys right along the way. I'm excited to see everything coming up here. And Booster 7 is still hauling it down to the launch pad. We can see it easing its way into view here. Very cool camera angle there. And Chris, while you're talking about the wet dress rehearsal, Johan in chat here was saying, please, no more mentions of a wet dress rehearsal for a while. I'm a bit tired of those.
Well, get ready for a
Oh.
lot more.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
we've
boy.
seen a lot with SLS. We're gonna see a lot more with Starship Super Heavy.
Also, chat, I just gotta say, I love you all because I love that you go with me down the historical shuttle rabbit hole. So thank you.
That is a lot of fun, yeah. And another question here related to engines. is what I'm-
Sure, the 34 instead of, you heard it here first, but no, I'm kidding.
Oh, but yeah, so have we spotted any Raptor 2 vacuum engines, or all the vacuum engines still Raptor 1? That's a good question. Do we know that maybe
Ooh.
Alex or Chris? Do we know if there's Raptor 2 vacuum engines?
I think we've seen some pictures from NASA. I think it was. There was some pictures that they released of a tour that they were given at a Starbase, and there was one picture of a guy looking up to a Raptor engine, and behind him there were like 3 Raptor vacuum engines. So yeah, we've already seen those, and they didn't look that like the ones that we saw for Ship 20. So they're probably Raptor 2 vacuum variants of the engine, yeah.
Very cool. And I'm going to run through the super chat queue real quick. We have some piling up here. From Gravelly Dawn, $50 super chat saying, coffee fund for everyone who was up late last night. Well, coffee fund for all of us then. So
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. That means a lot. That's a lot of support there. So thank you, Don. As well as Astral Knucklehead saying, with $10 Canadian saying, GSE methane tanks obviously missed a couple days here. What happened that needed new methane tanks? So we never got true confirmation, say from SpaceX, as to anything that happened, but it seemed that something was wrong or something was damaged or just something weird happened with the Starship derived methane tanks that they built. And now if you look at the launch site in the upcoming views, you'll see 8 very tall, very wide white tanks in a 2x4 configuration. Those are Starship derived tanks, basically Starship tank segments, that they were using to store liquid oxygen and liquid methane. Now, after they installed those, we never saw methane deliveries to those tanks. And it was only a few months later that they began to install new kind of off-the-shelf tanks, horizontal tanks, next to those to supplement them. Now, those tanks have been filled with methane, and we haven't seen anything done with the original tanks. So it seems like something was wrong with those Starship-derived tanks, or they're not finished yet, or something like that. But they do have off-the-shelf, quote-unquote, tanks that they have purchased for methane use. But thank you for the support there. And actually, yeah, you can see the tanks there right in the center of the screen, just to the right of Booster 4. Some of those are to store liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen, and liquid methane. But like I said, we have not seen any methane deliveries to those tanks. And from Brenton here saying, good question here.
Yeah.
Saying, has the stabilizing claws on the QD arm been abandoned in favor of the mounting pins on the base of the booster? So that's actually a good question. I had a question here in the queue regarding the claw arm. So yeah, they removed the claw arm a few months ago. And what that did during stacking operations of Booster 4 and Ship 20, that would wrap around the top of the booster to sort of stabilize it. And then from there, they'd stack the ship on top. That has been uninstalled and taken away from the launch site. So it seems like they're either doing a major revamp work on that, or like Brendan is saying, maybe they've abandoned that concept. Chris, you were about to talk. What were you going to say about that?
Yeah. You hit it all, so I'll just give context here for why I'm sort of agreeing with you that maybe they're still just working on it. And we need to talk about the other mega moon rocket that's on pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center right now, because SLS also does not have hold downs, right? It just has guide pins in the solid rockets to keep alignment on the launch pad during engine start and things like that. There's nothing that actually holds SLS down. But even SLS has this gigantic vertical vehicle stabilizing arm that comes out from the mobile launch tower and grabs the top of the core stage, and to keep it steady during propellant load, because those quick disconnect arms, all the fueling arms, have to maintain perfect alignment so they don't leak. And large structures like that, even with guide pins down at the base, are still really susceptible to bending back and forth in the wind. So we'll see if they got rid of them or if they're still just being worked on and are coming back. But I don't know. We'll wait and see. It would surprise me if guide pins are enough to hold the entire stack in place like that for the fueling arm for ship, but maybe they found a way. But we'll see.
Gotcha. And yeah, I'm personally in the camp of I could see it coming back. Maybe they're just doing work because there has been some, as we described in our ship and booster changes video, which you should check that out. Any changes between Booster 4, Booster 7, Ship 20, and Ship 24. They may have made some changes on the top of the booster that required a redesign of the claw, or maybe even during testing, they saw something on the claw that they either didn't like or that they could improve, so they've taken it down to improve it. We don't know exactly what happened there. There's still plenty of time. What do you say,
And
Chris?
also, oh yeah, I was also going to say, totally possible too that the reason they took it down is because they found a way to make it simpler.
Yep, exactly. This is all a prototype. This entire site here, be it the production site, the launch site, the vehicles, all of it is prototype. None of this has been done before by SpaceX or anyone else. So they are learning as they go along as well. This isn't something where they're like, okay, we have the best idea ever. We're going to implement it right here. They're just implementing ideas they think could work and then seeing what happens and then maybe improving them, scrapping them, changing them, things like that. But yeah, a lot of prototyping, a lot of simple design changes here. But thank you, Brendan, for the question. That was a great question to dive into there. And Smooth the Juice here with the $8.99 squiggly L's, as Das said, but no, £8.99, saying they can't think of a question because they're a geek, but would just like to thank us for keeping them entertained. Also like to wish Booster 7 good luck in all its testing and can't wait to see you fly high. And couldn't agree more, Smooth Juice. Really looking forward to see what Booster 7 does, and hopefully we'll see it fly if everything goes very well during its test campaign. But thank you for the support. We really appreciate it. And from Thomas Tate here with $4.99 US, saying they're so excited to see this booster rolling out. They think the dress rehearsals for Starship will not be as problematic for SLS. Fingers crossed, of course. And yeah, that's all we can do. Fingers crossed, because again, this has not been done before.
Right.
They have done cryogenic loading tests on a full stack before, but now we're getting to the point where they're going to be starting to doing static fire tests, full stack wet dress rehearsals. It's going to get into a lot more complicated tests that are required for flight. So it's going to be a busy couple of weeks, hopefully a very exciting couple of weeks, and hopefully a very successful couple of weeks.
And right, and like methane's gonna be loaded onto this thing, right?
Yes.
For the first time through this system, right? Yeah, they've done cryogenic testing, but not with the, but not with the methane that they've got to use here as well. So yeah, I mean, like, never say never. And I will point out that with how many Falcon 9 launches and static fires and test firings and all those campaigns that they had, took Falcon Heavy 3 times to get through its static fire, and they had issues that they had to stop and work through. So I get what you're saying. SpaceX moves faster, but never say never in terms of what might pop up here with first-time tests.
Yep, exactly. And Booster 7 is now coming down the highway. We're getting another close-up look at the base of the vehicle here, as well as the quick disconnect umbilical there on the right. Now, I think it will it make a sort of direct turn, or will it make kind of a K turn and back into the launch site? That's one thing I'm not too certain on here, but again, we'll find out alongside all you guys, and will be fun to see more close-ups of the vehicle.
It's interesting they have that cameraman there.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Like,
Yeah.
huh? They're probably shooting some videos for their webcasts and things like that, probably. Or
Yeah, or
maybe we
maybe
will
some
see a picture
engineering
later.
views.
Yeah.
Very cool. And also you can see in the background there the support trucks, everything that has to follow along behind. But yeah, Booster 7 is now approaching the launch site. It'll turn into there, and hopefully soon, maybe in the next few days or something, it'll be lifted by the chopsticks onto the orbital launch mount, from where it'll be prepared for its testing campaign. But it looks like they are slowing down a little bit here, probably as they inch their way into the launch site. And get some beautiful shots here. I love seeing, I still can't get over just the complexity, but also kind of the simplicity of the booster base, because there's so much going on down there, but it kind of looks very clean and shiny. I don't know, maybe that's just me, but I just love seeing that strange combination of design choices there. And a question here regarding the booster setup. Do we know if the avionics are at the top of the booster still, or have they been moved into the chines? And I don't think we really know that. Do we? We don't really get
I
great shots into the forward dome section, so we can't really
yeah,
see what's
I
happening.
haven't seen anything, so I cannot say for sure.
Yeah. And now the booster is slowly making its way and turning into the launch site. It is slowing down because this is a very delicate operation. You don't want to kind of, if anyone's ever been around a curve a little too tight, you might feel like you could flip. You don't want to flip something like this, especially when it's sent high off the ground.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to note too is that the SPMTs are also going to be trying to keep it level as well.
Yes.
As it now encounters different terrain heights that it has to navigate around.
Yeah, and you can see on the far right there, some of the tires are hanging off the road, but they are still on the ground and balancing it. So this is very complex machinery here. SPMT is not just a little dummy with a few wheels attached. These are self-leveling, self-propelled modular transporters, really. So it's cool to see them in operation, and interesting to watch as how it all works.
Seems like a Star Hopper approved the entrance of Booster 7.
Yes, yeah, Starhopper, who is the
Just a running joke.
the gate guard there, has allowed Booster 7 graciously to enter the pad. Very nice to see that.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Look at how it turns into the launch site. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's amazing how each axle can individually translate and individually turn, which is very cool.
Yeah, it really is.
Someone here asking in chat, someone saying, remember when we thought SN4 going down the highway was very tall? You remember those? Just the simple tank sections of ships, we thought those were so tall. And then with the nose cone, they were super tall. But now you have a 70-meter tall booster going down the highway. Ridiculous.
Right? Yeah. Oh. Like I said, the scale is mind-boggling until you see it yourself.
It really is. And then I see, yeah, it's kind of rotating itself, or sorry, leveling itself as it goes into the launch site. Now it's going to be sort of off-roading a little bit. It's going to be going on dirt roads and gravel roads that heads into the orbital launch site. And we have a super chat here from Happy Cappy saying, does the trip to the launch site go so much quicker now because they've repaired the road between the manufacturing site and launch site? That's a good question. I don't know exactly if it's been like timed faster, but it wouldn't surprise me because we have seen them over the past few months doing repairs to the road, because you have not only super heavy vehicles like this, but also all the construction trucks, the trains, the cranes, all the fueling trucks, everything coming in puts a lot of stress on the road and does a lot of damage to it. So they've been doing a lot of repairs over the past few months, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it go a little bit faster, but also I'm not too sure exactly on how that would affect the timing of it. But thank you, Happy Cappy, for the super chat. We really appreciate the support. And also from Zen Dragons with 1999 saying, look at that booster go. Thanks, y'all. And thank you, Zen Dragons. We appreciate the support. And yeah, look at it. It's not going as fast right now, but it's still moving. And it's still a very, very cool sight to see here. And look, Booster 4 overlooking its successor. It's a grandchild, I guess.
Oh, see, I was gonna go for little brother, big brother.
I guess that too, yeah. Yeah, the big brother who paved all the way for Booster 7 to be here now, because Booster 4 did perform a lot of cryogenic proofing and a lot of the early proofing on the orbital launch pad. So although it did not get used for any engine testing or for flight, Booster 4 was still a very, very useful test article. But yeah, Booster 7 is now making its way in, and we actually saw some comments regarding the Starship fuel or tank section you can see on the left there. That, if I am correct, is the E-dome. We don't know exactly what E-dome means, E-D-O-M-E. We don't really know what that means, but that is a test tank for the new flat bulkheads that we've seen going around. So that is a tank section, or a small ring segment of Starship with 2 of those flat bulkheads on there, and it's likely that they'll do nitrogen proofing to pressure test them, make sure that they're all up to spec before putting them into use on boosters and ships down the road.
Yeah, I think E-dome stands for elliptical dome, I believe.
Ah, cool.
Which is a weird way to write it, but I mean, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it's shorter than elliptical dome.
Yeah, like not F-dome for flat dome or something?
No, I don't think so. Also, F-dome will be a little bit weird.
True. But yeah, Booster 7 is now inside the perimeter of the launch site. It'll be making its way towards the orbital launch pad, which you can see there in the left center with the chopsticks there ready to lift sometime soon? Question mark?
Yeah, I mean, they could go. I mean, there's no particular reason why this couldn't happen very quickly if they're ready for it, right? I mean, like, and by quickly I mean like 2 days sometime, not like 40 minutes.
Oh yeah,
Watch,
that'd be
it'll
great
now
if
be 40 minutes.
If like in 15 minutes they roll it right up and then it's lifted, and in a half hour we're done. But
yeah,
they do have to clear the pad, if I'm correct, right? Or at least the orbital area?
They do at least have to clear portions of the pad, yeah.
Yeah, because you don't want that thing to, God forbid, if it drops, you don't want to be near that.
Well, right, and that's sort of the reason why you would clear the pad, right? Is it's not that you expect it to, but in case something were to happen, right? Keep as many people safe as possible, aside from those who have to be there for the critical operation, right?
Exactly.
NASA does the same thing in the VAB. Yeah.
Yep, and same during the cryogenic proofs, during the static fires. They have road closures very far back from the launch site, which shouldn't really be needed for just that test, but just in case something goes wrong, you don't want to have people nearby in case there's, say, an explosion, or if there is a collapse of the vehicle on the pad. You don't want to risk anything, so it's better safe than sorry. And also a neat thing to point out, in the center bottom of the screen, it looks like a tank section draped with some cables on there. That is B7.1, or Booster 7.1. That is, hooray, another test tank. We've been missing the test tanks, everyone, right?
Yeah,
we all love the test tanks.
In its Dazzle livery, right?
Ooh, yeah, the Dazzle camouflage.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, that is Booster 7.1, and the weird-looking device on top of it is sort of the can crusher, as we've lovingly nicknamed it. So that is basically a very heavy thing on top to sort of simulate the weight of a ship, as well as some cables that you can see draping on the side. Now, when they go to test that section, they're going to connect the cables to the bottom and stress the cables. They will put tension on the cables, and that will simulate the weight of likely not just a ship, but also aerodynamic forces during flight. And now, why are they doing that on a test tank? They are doing that to simulate the loads on a simulated booster. They don't want to wreck a whole booster, build a whole booster, and then destroy it during testing. So they make a very small test tank that has the forward dome as well as the aft dome of a booster. And from there, they can get a lot of great data on how the booster will perform during flight to make sure everything's up to spec and that it won't be crushed during flight, which is very important if you want to, fly successfully. And now we have the 2 boosters at the launch site, which is beautiful to see. They don't look very different from this far away, but at a close-up, you can see a lot of differences between Booster 4 and Booster 7. And
yes, exactly. No, exactly. No, sorry, I was just sort of marveling at like what the area looks like, and just like you know, we're so used to seeing construction, and not saying there isn't, but like it's starting to look a bit cleaner out there, and that could
Yeah,
just be me looking at it, but it's starting. It's all starting to come together. The look and the feel of it, right, as well as what the readiness is in some of those tanks that we know of, and at the site in general. So yeah,
absolutely, yeah, and
So
it's like you're saying, it's strange to see everything almost done. The pad is ready, or at least almost ready, to support static fire testing, which has kind of been the big question for now. It's been, when can the pad support static fire testing? When is the tank farm going to be complete? Can the tower support all of this? But it looks like everything is, like you said, about in place to do testing like that. And now the last piece of the puzzle, the booster that is ready to be tested, has arrived at the launch site. So going to be a very exciting couple of weeks coming up here. Hopefully, even a couple of days. Maybe if they can lift it onto the pad, maybe within like a week or two, they could do some testing. But again, everything is very fluid down at Starbase, and we'll have to see in terms of road closures, as well as the famed overpressure notices that Mary will get. Mary, who's one of our
oh,
photographers, lives in Boca Chica Village down the road, and whenever they have to do static fire testing, they have to give out so-called overpressure notices, basically fancy sheets of paper saying there may be an explosion, your windows may break. And when she gets that notice, we'll know static fire testing is imminent. So be sure to follow her on Twitter at Boca Chica Gal, and keep up to date on what the schedule is down at Boca Chica.
and one thing that I wanted to point out real quick here, you can see the berm to the orbital tank farm there. You can see like a patch of sort of to the lower right of the berm. You can see some of it is a little bit clearer. That appears to be some concrete that they're pouring on the on the berm. So they they seem to be putting some more protection there this time around. I think we also saw that on the suborbital side of the launch site with the berm that they have there too. So hey, we might be able to see an actual proper protection for at least not for the tanks perhaps, but for all the other smaller bits like the bunker, all of the valves and everything that is in there. That's the tanks are they are large, but I feel like they're probably easier to replace if they were to lose them. The other smaller stuff, I think that's more complicated.
Yep, all the plumbing and everything, all the small tanks, you don't really want to damage those. But also, like you said, the big tanks there, the white shell, the white portion, that is not the tank. That is an outer protective and insulating shell. The actual tank is inside of there. So those white tanks will provide a bit of protection as well as a bit of insulation to those tanks. And like we said before, some people may have missed this. Those tanks are Starship derived. They are using the same barrel sections and the same domes that are used on Starship vehicles. Now, those were built over between 2020 and 2021, but there seems to have been problems with them, or maybe they're not completed yet because we never saw them get loaded with liquid methane. We did see liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen be delivered to them, but we never saw methane delivery. So that points to either there being an issue with them, or maybe they need to do repairs, or they're not quite done yet. But the usage of those tanks is kind of in question right now. But definitely still in use for oxygen and nitrogen, though. And
And
Alex was saying in the back. Oh, go ahead, Alex. You're probably saying
yeah,
what I
I
was about to say.
believe Chad was saying that
yes,
uh, the QD arm swung out. It's basically away from the tower.
yes,
So you
it
know what?
did.
That's another sign that we're gonna see
Chopsticks!
chopsticks.
Yes!
You can see there.
Yeah, and if we see the chopstick lift maybe today, that will be the first time a booster was ever lifted with the chopsticks. Because
It will.
previously they used cranes. I think the crane at the pad was actually used before for some of these lifts. But there is no lifting jig. That crane is nowhere near the orbital launch pad. So that points to one thing and one thing only. We're going to see the first chopstick lift of a booster, which will be very, very fun to see.
And I think that's a good indication they may be planning to lift this today because the last time they were stacking, they moved that arm the same day that they did the stack. And if they weren't
Ah,
planning to stack right now, there would have been no reason to move that arm right now.
good point.
So we might have an exciting day at Starbase. Ha ha ha
Yeah.
ha.
And
Oh,
Chris,
and man, I'm looking at the top of that tower, and every time I look at that, I'm just like, yeah, that's a lightning mast
that's
mount.
gonna be great to see because that's gonna be basically be a large, a very tall fixed surface structure
Mhm.
with that lightning mast on top.
And this makes sense because it might not be that the vehicle necessarily needs the protection, but that the fuel farm would be protected by this as well, given where if they put catenary
Yes,
wires down there, exactly where it would be, and depending on exactly what system they've gone with, there are a couple different ways lightning systems can work. Um, but but yeah, this will provide some protection to the fuel farm too, just in case. Because you know
definitely.
what everyone's saying, but there's a big tower there, it would strike the tower. Yeah, lightning's tricky sometimes. It takes the path of least resistance, which is not necessarily the tallest thing around when the charges align there to trigger the strike. But anyway, yeah, a lightning mass would definitely provide protection to the orbital farm as well, most likely.
Yeah, definitely. And also a question for anyone here in chat who may be new to this. Chris, what is the QD arm? What is that thing sticking off the side?
Oh, yes, thank you, thank you. Ooh, someone is following along and following my thing of always ask us to explain the acronyms we just gloss right over.
Yeah.
The QD arm is the quick disconnect arm. So if you look at the tower, it is the arm about halfway up that's hanging off the right side, if you're looking at it on the screen right now. And what that arm provides is the data, electrical, and umbilical connections to ship. So the ship part that gets stacked on top of the booster. And this is the arm through which they'll get all that data and electrical connections, but also the arm through which ship will be fueled with its liquid oxygen and liquid methane for flight. Um, so that is why that arm is there. It's a very important arm, and it's also the one that, for the first full stack back in February, had the claw, the stabilization claw that would come out and grab the base of, would grab the top of the booster to stabilize it as ship was stacked, and then during the whole test campaign. Those claws are what are not on the QD, quick disconnect arm, right now, which is what Ian and I were talking about a little earlier in terms of would they be coming back or not. But that is what the QD arm, quick disconnect arm, is. Great question.
Awesome.
And
And
and just in case, the chopsticks are the name that was given to the arms that grab the boosters and ships and stack them. They are the ones on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen right now, sticking out from the tower.
very cool. And before we move on to some questions, I'm going to run through some super chats here really quickly as some piling up. From Thomas Tate, 999 US, saying a follow-up question. Do we think they'll do a sort of launch hop for all upcoming boosters? And do we think that Elon Musk's Starship launch predictions will actually be met? So to answer your first question there, will they do a launch hop? Probably not.
I think they pretty much ruled that out. Yeah.
Yeah, the issue with that would be how do you land the boosters? And I guess you can lift it off from the orbital pad and then just bring it back in to be caught by the chopsticks, but that's not a huge amount of data to gather there. Instead, SpaceX is choosing to go do the all-up route, the all-up testing, where they do ship on top of booster, launch both of those, and then try to do all the milestones along the way there. So that's likely when they'll do the first flight of a booster as well as the first catch attempt of the chopsticks.
I
And
think
in
I've
terms,
seen. Speaking of the chopsticks, I think I've seen them moving just a little bit. At least doing an
Oh,
A/B check, I think they have moved just a little bit up.
they
So
have,
that
you're
might
right.
be,
they
yeah.
have, yeah.
Yep,
In
about like
fact,
maybe like a half meter.
yeah.
That might be like when you're starting the car and it's like vroom. Just
In
like that.
fact, they're
They
moving
have
right
started.
now, I think. Unless my eyes are playing tricks on me, I think they might very slowly be moving right now.
Doesn't seem like it to me.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
it's
they moved earlier, but now they stopped.
okay.
Yeah, I'm
Gotcha.
doing A/B checks, every now and then just to
You
see
gotta,
what's
yeah.
moving.
More
Yep.
good indications that this is planning to happen quite soon.
Hopefully, yeah. Very cool shot of the launch site there. But also the second part of Thomas's question here, do we think Elon's launch predictions will actually be met? And I'm not sure exactly what they mean, maybe in terms of rapid launch, but I'm thinking they may be discussing the timelines. So do we think a July launch, we talked about this a little bit before, but do we think a July launch is really a possibility, Alex or Chris?
Well, Elon time, right?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the answer to that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those never say never, but
Yeah.
I realistically, oh boy, I mean, realistically, everything would have to go right, and they still need the launch license from the FAA.
Yep.
Uh,
And
never
even
say
then,
never, but I think August is a more realistic outlook for when that they might be ready to make that attempt.
Gotcha. And yeah, I
yeah,
agree with that.
I think Elon had on Team's interview he had a phrase saying that SpaceX is specialized of making the impossible late. So
Yep.
yeah,
Interesting.
things are mind blowing that you will think it's impossible that they can happen, and they're like, "We'll do it. We're not gonna do it on time, most likely, but hey, we're gonna do it, right?"
Yep.
That's the whole deal.
But thank you, Thomas, for the support. We really appreciate that. Again, we really appreciate all support, whether it's through memberships or through super chats, because live streams like this and equipment like this, such as this remote
And now,
robotic
Look
camera.
at look at them moving right now.
now
Oh,
they're moving up.
that's a
They're
great sign.
moving.
And I think that segues into the another question I had from Kaltenstein, 10 euros, saying, "Poll if the lift is going to happen with super or with chopsticks or with the crane." And I think we have our answer right here that we're looking at. Probably chopsticks. So should be interesting. Maybe later today, maybe in a few days. But signs seem to be pointing to a lift later today if all goes well.
Indeed, it does with these arms moving here.
Definitely. Now, if they're going to be lifting today, they're going to need to move the chopsticks not only up into the height required for a booster, but also they need to rotate them. So kind of rotate them towards our camera from this point of view. Then from there, they'll roll the booster in between the chopsticks, and then the chopsticks will lift it from there. But definitely a bit of time before we'll see a lift, but still a good indication it may happen today.
And we were talking about this a little bit at the beginning of the stream, but it took it took basically just over an hour from the time the booster got to the road and got onto the highway there to the moment it got to the orbital launch site. So it's about an hour to roll it now.
Very cool.
Yes.
And
indeed.
going again off of all our lift discussions, HWM Hellmonkey here with the $5 saying, "Please lift, please lift, please lift."
And I think that's what we were all saying, right?
I think that's what we're all thinking internally. Yeah, if we're not saying it on stream, that's what's going through our heads. But thank you, HWM. And Todd the Wraith here with $5 saying, "Oh, here's a great idea. Booster 4 on top of the launch tower as a lightning rod." That'd be a very interesting lightning rod. I guess it would work pretty well because that's a very tall steel object.
I mean,
But
it
I guess.
yeah. Oh man, the visual. Sorry, I'm laughing at the visual, not the question. The visual of that would be absolutely impressive, which I know is what you were going for.
Yeah,
That would be incredible. Yeah,
that would
they
look
don't need to be that
ridiculous.
big, but yes.
They should put a
Um,
transfer tube on top of it. That'd be a good lightning tower.
they should, shouldn't they? Yes.
Right?
They might have a
I
crunchy one. It's spare.
Oh boy.
yeah, yeah. Ah.
Oh boy. And Max here actually with an interesting comment that I agree on. I was thinking about this yesterday. It's crazy how they can lift the booster, second stage, and catch the booster all using the same system. It's mind-blowing that SpaceX, I was thinking about this yesterday, SpaceX designed their own type of crane from scratch and they built it themselves to do all of these tasks, which is remarkable. And it's really impressive too how it all just works. There's not been any major problems with it. It's worked. So that is remarkable to see, like how much this how much this single system can do. And from Justin Wayne here, $5 super chat saying the orange wrap has been removed from the cameras on the chopsticks. There's cameras on the chopsticks. I mean, that makes sense because you need to line them up, but that's good to see. That's another indication that the chopsticks will be used sometime very soon. But thank you for the support, Justin. And yeah, the chopsticks keep on moving up the tower. They're probably almost around the height that you'll need to get a booster, so that's a great indication right there.
Right? Well, it's like Scott Manley always says, right? Always check your staging, right? Do a practice run of the
Yep.
chopsticks first, you know, at
Yeah.
the tower. Yeah.
And we've seen them doing practice runs of simulated lifts over the past couple of weeks, where they would have the chopsticks in a sort of a position where they could pick up a booster, but obviously no booster in place. Then they would lift the chopsticks up, rotate them over, and bring them down over the pad, probably doing a simulated lift. So there's definitely been a lot of practice runs here with the chopsticks. So they definitely have their practice in. And Jerry Wagner in chat has a good question. Where are the operators of the chopsticks located? That's a good question, and I've wondered where they have them. I would assume over in the Stargate building, which is kind of their mission control. Do you guys think so?
That's where I would assume too. I wouldn't assume it would be at the site itself, but
Yeah.
I'm with you, Ian. Like my assumption would be that it would be at the Stargate building. And Alex, I know you stepped away. The question that we're answering here is where is the operator for the chopsticks located? And what Ian and I are saying is we assume it's at the Stargate building, but we don't know for certain.
Yeah, it's hard to. Yeah, it must be at a Stargate. It has to be somewhere else like that, and I mean, it should be able to be remotely controlled because this thing is gonna be coming down. Obviously, for the catching, I do not expect anyone to be on the controls for that. Probably gonna be sort of, I think like the fairing catchers. Bad analogy, by the way, but it's almost like that. The fairing catchers for Falcon 9, they were automated when they were doing the catch, but once they were not during the catch, they were just controlled by the pilot. So I think it's similar analogy here, and obviously for safety concerns, you gotta keep the operator a safe distance away from the booster and ship. You don't want to be right beneath the booster if something were to happen.
Yep, and also people are noticing in chat, not only have the chopsticks stopped moving upwards, but also they've opened a little bit. So if you look at the bottom of the right chopstick, it's kind of misaligned with the other one. So they've opened it a little bit, which is about the position you'd want to get them in place to accept a booster.
I mean, to maybe go down and pick it up. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And we have a good question here, Ian, if you don't mind for a second.
Absolutely.
So the question, the question is, what is the difference? So the question is, Starship is using methane, but Vulcan and New Glenn are using liquefied natural gas. What's the difference? Which is a great question, because the BE4 engine is a methane oxygen engine, and there are two different terminologies that are being used here: methane and liquid natural gas. So methane is just methane, right? It's pure methane that's just condensed down into its liquid form. Whereas liquefied natural gas is at least 90% methane, but has other things in it like propane, ethane, things like that. But there is another part of this answer that was not part of this question that Alex and I were talking about in our back channel here, prepping to answer this. So Alex, take it away, because there was something interesting in the environmental assessment, was there not?
Yes. So one thing I should point out, Bruno actually said that Vulcan runs on methane. They just call it LNG, liquid natural gas, just because it's easier to like, he said something along the lines that it's just easier to communicate that it is using a derived version of LNG, which is methane, basically. But it's a weird way for me, but it's okay. I respect that. he's the boss of that company, so yeah. But going back to Raptor, actually with Raptor 2, it seems like they are foregoing purification of LNG, which was one of the items on the PEA. They were looking at having a purification plant for the liquid natural gas, and it appears that Raptor 2 is now at a state where they can run it with the LNG already without it having been full on methane. And they said something along the lines of it being probably a little bit less optimal than they wanted, but it's high performance, right? It's like this rocket engine is is like it's a beast, 230 tons of thrust, and probably not a lot of ISP loss just because it's using LNG rather than pure methane. So, yeah, I don't think they have a concern there. Another rocket that I'm thinking about right now that does indeed use LNG instead of pure methane is the Terran 1 rocket by Relativity. So that's another rocket that uses LNG instead of methane. But at the end of the day, actually, the differences for in terms of performance are not that big. I think probably the issue could be once you get into reusability, when there are other compounds that might leave a little bit of residue on the engine that you don't want to have inside the engine. But right now, I don't think SpaceX is going to be too concerned about reusability, given that these boosters are going to be going to the drink. So for now, the engines being a little bit not entirely pure might not be that bad of an issue.
Gotcha. Very cool. We have a question here, a super chat actually, an interesting question. This gives Chris a little chance to talk here, but for $10 Canadian from Astro Knucklehead, saying this may split the room. Who are our favorite astronauts? They'd like to hear the panel's response.
Interesting.
They're saying that Alan Shepard and Chris Hadfield are their favorites. Alan Shepard was the first American in space, as well as golfed on the moon, famously. And Chris Hadfield played David Bowie in space. So I guess first off, Chris, who are your favorite astronaut or favorite astronauts?
Okay, two sprang to mind instantly before I actually heard the names that this person gave as an answer. The two that sprang to my mind were Chris Hadfield, because he has an incredible ability to connect with people and explain this stuff, and explain the complexities of spaceflight in ways that are instantly accessible to so many. I mean, a true educator, an astronaut as well. For that, and for that, he sprang to mind, and right equal with his name was John Young. I mean, that man was fearless. Flew the first crewed Gemini flight, and obviously strapped in as the commander of STS-1 when that vehicle had not been flown together. I mean, a lot of courage and a lot to be admired in that man.
Definitely. And yeah, I agree with you on John Young. John Young is definitely one of my favorite astronauts. I'd say him and Gene Cernan. Gene Cernan, him and Gene Cernan are some of my favorites. I like Gene Cernan's humility. He just seemed like a great person in general, as well as walking on the moon. That is not a simple feat. As well as being the last person to walk on the moon, trying to maximize as much work that your mission can accomplish,
and
knowing
the
no one will be
humility of
back.
that, and that humility of, like you were saying, his humility of that final statement that he made before stepping off
Yes.
the lunar surface, right? I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, John Young definitely. He just, if I was ever flying on a space mission, I would want him to be my commander. He'd be first on list. If I'm flying with him, I feel safe. But
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah, I don't care what it is I'm flying, but yeah, definitely. And Alex, do you have any ideas on favorite astronauts?
Oh boy. To me, more of the recent ones. I think, for example, I really like Peggy Whitson. I think she's probably one of the coolest ones that I can think about in the recent years. Uh, Commander of the ISS 2 times. She's gonna command a Crew Dragon next year. And she's done the most spacewalks of any female astronaut I think that's like super cool to me. It was also the most time in space by any U.S. astronaut, actually by any non-Russian astronaut. So yeah, I think that she's probably my favorite among. I have a few other favorites, but I think she's a very cool person.
Yep, agreed. Very cool. But thank you, Astro Knucklehead, for the support. We appreciate that. And actually, kind of going back on to a question we were discussing before, liquid methane versus liquid natural gas. Would using different ones change the exhaust color? It's an interesting question, a bit difficult. I mean, it seems like Raptor and BE4 have very similar exhaust plume colors. So
Yeah, no, because the primary constituents are all going to be the same. You might
yeah.
get a little more like, oh, how to describe this? There are sometimes like if there are small impurities, like you can get streaks in engine exhaust plumes or
Hmm.
like little sparks, but in the plume, not in the engine, in the plume. I want to
Yes.
stress that. So maybe you'd get a few more of those, but yeah, it's still a primarily methalox engine, so the plume's going to look very similar in color.
And two, it could be a little more opaque because of the
Right.
impurities in the exhaust. Um,
Right, and I think where this question might be, so there's something else because I was about to say yeah, because Hydrolox engines would generally look the same, and then I went, oh right, the Delta IV.
yep, I was about to say.
Yes. The thing that really affects the engine exhaust color, aside from the chemical makeup of the propellant itself that's being burned, is what type of cooling system the engine nozzles have. So if you look for hydrogen, right, if you look at the RS-25, which will be on the SLS rocket, and you look at the RS-68A, which is what the Delta IV Heavy uses, those are both Hydrolox engines. The ratio of hydrogen to oxygen is different for each of them, so that affects it a little bit. But then the RS-25s have internal cooling. So they actually run hydrogen through the engine nozzle bells to cool the engine nozzles to keep them from melting, whereas the Delta IV uses an ablative technique for that. And the difference in that internal cooling versus something is burning to cool itself gives those two Hydrolox engines their very different color. But on the basic side, they're orange, right? So, you know,
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. And an interesting question here from Daniel as well. We were discussing a bit before launch operations and launch control. Will the top of the mega bay or the high bay be used for launch control ops? And if I had to guess right now, we don't really have any answer on what's going to be on top of the mega bay, but the high bay is the high bar, which is really just a
right.
bar, I guess like a lounge kind of thing up there. On top of the mega bay, we really don't know. There's definitely space for something. Something is going up there, whether that's office space, a bigger restaurant, maybe the high ballroom or something. But
Well, or
Discotheque.
I mean, or I mean, maybe that's a viewing area for some
yeah,
people. You
that could be a
know,
very VIP viewing area. So you have that in the high bay, but also it may be offices, maybe launch control. But they currently do have the launch control center in the very, very bottom left of your screen. There, you'll see a little, uh, really small-looking gray building with this shiny silver roof. That's the Stargate building that was originally built for the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley, but has since been essentially handed over to SpaceX for launch operations to kind of be their administration building. So that is likely where there will be launch operations from for the flight. Again, that could change. Maybe they'll move it to the top of the mega bay. Maybe they'll move it a few miles away to Brownsville or something, but we don't exactly know what's happening.
and I remember when the Stargate building was the tallest building.
I remember when the Stargate building just had its foundation done. I've been
That
Oh
too.
following this
yeah.
since
Yes.
2015. Throwback to when it was going to be a Falcon 9 launch site. Anyone remember that? Anyone here from then? Oh,
What do you
I
mean,
still remember
youngin?
those
Is
days.
anyone here from that era?
hey. Oh, I'll be quiet now, but yeah. Anyway, that's we
That
likely
era
think it'll
a
be the
decade
Stargate building.
ago.
That was 7 years ago.
Yeah.
But yeesh. anyway. And also in the previous view, we saw a bit of the Star Factory. A question here from Aerospace001 saying, when do we think the Star Factory will be done? There's really no word on when it's done, right? They're just kind of going to get it done when it's done. Is that what we're thinking?
At this point, yes. I mean, there's obviously somewhat of a time element to it, right? Because that's most likely where the lunar versions of these ships are going to be built, right? Like right there, easy access to NASA and the programs that they need. So there obviously is some type of a sorry, Star Factory is the one in Florida, right? Or am I totally misremembering our nomenclature here?
Well, Star Factory is in Boca Chica
It's-
as well as Florida.
yeah.
There are two being built. We're discussing the one in Texas.
Cool. I started talking about the one in Kennedy. So, Alex, take it away for Boca Chica.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna say it's done when it's done. We'll get there when we'll get there. That's sort of the philosophy here. I think the first part of the factory. So, in case Chris, just because you were like, oh, you were talking about the one at Boca Chica, yeah. So
yeah,
the
I
Star
totally went to the one
Factory
at Kennedy. Yeah,
is the building for those that don't know. Is the building that is gonna take over the tent area, and right now they are making the first phase. It is called, and that's going to be on the on the um on the side next to the tent with the nose cones. Excuse me, it's a little bit hard to think about right now with this heat. Yeah, and so once they're building that side, they're gonna be taking over all the tents and they're gonna be building all the factory all the way. We expect it to cover all the way to the road. Elon actually shared a render of how it will look like, and it seemed to be with two different heights and all of that. Yeah, we're gonna see some huge building for factory as factory building for this.
Gotcha. Very cool. And for anyone just joining in here, wondering what we're looking at, we just saw about 45 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, Booster 7 arriving at the orbital launch pad. Now, if you look on the right, Booster 7 is the booster on the right. There are actually two boosters at the launch site right now. On the left, you can see Booster 7 just by Starhopper, and on the left, you can see Booster 4 just by Starhopper. That was originally intended to be on the orbital flight test, but has since been kind of mothballed and will not be flying. Booster 7 is on the right. That will be heading to the orbital launch pad maybe as soon as today. If you see on the left view, the chopsticks have been raised and opened a little bit, which is indicating they may be preparing for a lift of the booster. This would be the first lift that has been done by the chopsticks on a booster, so it would be very cool to see if that is done today. But again, we're sitting down, we're watching beside you guys, just to see what happens here. And an interesting question here from Philip asking, do we think SpaceX will put cladding on the tower to help with the engines burning the tower propellant lines? With a $5 super chat as well. Alex, do we think they're going to clad the tower? Is there any signs that they could be cladding the tower in the future, maybe?
Perhaps. I'm not fully sure, to be honest with you, because we actually, at least I haven't even seen any sort of hardware for cladding. We usually see some pieces of hardware and equipment coming by. That is just it comes and you look at the shape and how it looks like, and you're like, oh well, this might be for this, right? There hasn't been any sort of kind of hardware that looked to be any close to being cladding. But hey, if we find that out sometime in the next few weeks, we might see it. But they might just launch it without cladding, because I don't know why would you spend time to put the tower like that, if you can probably launch it without it, right? That could be sort of the thinking here, where they don't put any cladding on it and they see how it behaves for the launches, and if they don't need it, they just skip it.
Gotcha, very cool. And thank you, Philip, for the support with the super chats. And again, thanks to everyone so far today who has supported us through super chats or memberships. And a question here that actually I might throw to Chris.
Yeah.
So, Chris, do we think that we'll ever see Starship return to carbon composite construction when the design is finished? And it was Nick's understanding that they switched to stainless steel because it's easier to prototype. So, do you think they're going to stick with stainless for now, then shift to carbon, or stick with stainless for the foreseeable future?
I think they might stick with stainless for the foreseeable future because stainless gets you a very high. I mean, there's benefit to it, and SpaceX seems to really have moved away from carbon composite, and the mass and stuff that was going on there. I've seen no indication that they plan to go back.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I agree with that. It would be a major design change. Major as in they would literally have to scrap almost all of the equipment they have made so far, as well as change how they mount the tiles, mount the flaps. Everything would have to be changed in order to switch to carbon composite. So probably not going to happen. If it does happen, it would be in the distant future. But good question there, Nick. We appreciate that. And Arnaud Hubach here saying in chat that the tower at the Cape also has studs for cladding, meaning the Starship launch tower we saw in segment 4 rollout last night. So it's likely a feature that they keep, but may not choose to do so far. So interesting point there from Arnaud. And yeah, we'll be neat to see if they ever clad these towers, because we've seen the tower at 39A be cladded, and it looks very cool in my opinion. But yeah, again, very
One
cool to see.
thing to point out about that one is only cladded on 2 of the 4 sides. So, who knows?
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And you can see there on the right, Booster 7 is awaiting a lift. Again, we don't know exactly when the lift is going to happen. The chopsticks have been raised and opened up a bit. But again, we don't know if the lift will be, say, in 30 minutes or in 3 days. It's really all up to SpaceX on this one, and we don't know their exact schedule for this.
There's a black thing on top of the booster. I was thinking whether it was the camera or a drone, and I think it's the camera.
Oh yeah, that black dot. Yeah, maybe it's a drone. Maybe it's the piece of dust on the camera or something. But yeah. Oh, interesting. But Alex, do you want to kind of guide through, for anyone who's near here, what's Booster 7 going to be doing in the coming days? Is it just going to be sitting here? Will it be moved to the pad? Will it be doing some testing? What's on the agenda for Booster 7 coming up?
Well, we're happily expecting it to go up to the orbital launch mount with the chopsticks. They seem to be ready for that. The QD army swung out from the tower, which allows them to move the chopsticks higher, and also the chopsticks are up and open. So we'll see. We might see a lift with the chopsticks. And now, once it is on the pad, on the launch mount, it has all 33 engines, so we're expecting a static fire test campaign. I have no idea how it's gonna happen. I have no idea what's this sequence gonna be like. We're probably gonna see some fueling tests first, then static fires, or maybe they'll just go all the way in. They'll probably go for a static fire, and hey, if there's any aboard in the countdown, that's okay. At least they went through. That could be also a possibility that they go here, that they just fuel the rocket, they stop fueling the booster, and with the intent of going for a static fire, and something crops up, and it's like, okay, well, we'll stop the count, we'll do whatever it takes, to be able to be back in a position to static fire, and then they'll go back again and static fire. That could be another reason, another thing that we could see. And as to the number of static fires or what engines are they gonna be firing, I have no idea. But we're expecting static fires. That's definitely for sure. Now it has engines, so that's the big item here.
Nice. And a question here from from Redacted, saying, do they plan to do a gimbal test while static firing? So do they? I guess during the engine firing, they're asking, do they gimbal the engines? And I don't think they do it while they're actively firing. Is that correct? Do we know on that one? I don't think we know on that one exactly, but they will do gimbal testing. So when they put the booster onto the mount, they will do gimbal testing of the engines while they're not operating. Maybe they'll do some gimbal testing while they're doing a static fire, but again, the static fires are about like that like 1 to 3 seconds. They're not super long ignitions of the engine, so you don't have much time to do a gimbal test. And
Oh,
again, the point of the static fire is really just to do are your engines working properly? There's not really enough time to do anything else, like can you gimbal your engines, things like that. Those are things that you would do outside of the static fire test.
I
And
was just looking through the chat, and it was a good point. Someone made that the QD is open, but I think it was already open this morning
yes, it was
for
open at
booster.
least like an hour ago.
Like I'm scrolling through Starbase Live, and it was even open this morning, like at sunrise.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah.
Interesting. And again, if anyone has a question about Booster 7, about Starship, the launch site, SpaceX in general, hit us up in chat with @NASASpaceflight, followed by your question. And that makes it kind of appear in this fancy software Michael has written for us, and it allows us to answer your questions. And an interesting question here from Neil, saying they imagine the chopsticks will have to move quite quickly when catching a booster, as they surely won't want the booster hovering for too long. So far, they've only seen it move really slow. And if I'm correct, from the animation SpaceX has released, the chopsticks won't be moving up and down, but they will be closing around the booster. Is that right, Alex? Is that what we think, that they're going to be sort of closing in to grab the booster?
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit interesting to see that, because on the animation that Elon showed a few months ago, the chopsticks didn't seem to move at all. It just was like they were open, and as soon as the booster was in between them, they just closed. So I'm not sure how it's gonna look like in reality, or whether that render was sort of like a prototype of how they think it should go, and maybe once they actually do it, they have to move up and down. But we'll see. We'll see. I think the view that we saw on the render is actually the smartest thing in my opinion. I don't have any idea about this. I don't have all the data, but I think it is better if you remove the moving the chopsticks kind of part of the equation, because if you have something that is just standing there in place, and it just opens and closes, I think that eliminates one of the problems of the catching of the booster. You don't
Gotcha.
have to deal with another step, which is moving up and down the tower.
Interesting. Okay. And a question here. Oh, whoops! I just lost the question here. From Bob here, saying, do you think they'll remove the safety rails on top of the chopsticks for a lift? And yeah, if you look on the chopsticks right now, there's some safety rails along the side. They might be temporary. I think they are temporary railings, but I would assume not, because if they've already moved the chopsticks into, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, they might not be, because if workers are walking along them, then they would be safety rails for the workers.
Yes. Yep. Exactly. And Owen here with an interesting question. Oh, actually, before I answer that, Booster 7 is now moving again. Booster 7 is moving towards the orbital launch pad.
There we go.
Interesting, moving quite quickly, actually. Now, that may be to get it into position for a lift. Maybe it's just to get it a little bit closer and out of the way for any vehicles coming to the pad. But again, very cool to see some additional progress right there. It's the first time the boosters moved in about a half hour, I believe, so maybe that's indicative of an upcoming lift. Maybe they're just moving it out of the way onto the side of the road. But very nice to see there. And an interesting question here from Jaden. Chris, maybe you could take this one. Could SpaceX use a shorter version of the Falcon 9 second stage, or maybe just a Falcon 9 second stage itself, as a kick stage for Starship? Sounds like an interesting idea. Do you think that's really feasible to be done?
Well, it's an interesting idea. What I would say to that is it's rendered moot by the refueling capability that they seek to demonstrate with this, and that will have to be demonstrated for part of the Artemis lunar program. Basically, Starship is capable of taking 100 metric tons to any location throughout the solar system, and that's because of the on-orbit refueling. So that actually eliminates the need for a kick stage in that regard.
Gotcha, very cool. And yeah, refueling is not only going to be very helpful to Starship, that would be revolutionary in terms of rocketry and spaceflight in general. So that's going to be very cool to see what applications will be used for that, what mission proposals will be made. But yeah, and also following off that question, this one might be good for Alex. Will Starship be cheaper to operate once fully developed than Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy? Will it replace the Falcon launches altogether and become the workhorse? So, Alex, do you think it'll be cheaper to launch Starship than Falcon 9 because
Oh
Falcon
boy.
9's already been proven?
Well, I think it all comes down to reusability, right? I think that's the sort of thinking here where you can reuse the booster and the ship, and you only are left with like the fixed cost. So the prop land, the personnel, all the power and all of that stuff, that it's always the same between launches, right? Whereas the manufacturing of the booster and the ship, you can spread that out over many, many launches. And at the end of the day, every launch doesn't really count that much. Like, I don't know, just to put some numbers as an example, like if the booster is, I don't know, $100 million and it flies 100 times, you can sort of think of it as being spread out as 1 million per launch just of the manufacturing of the booster. Obviously, you have to take into account things like potential refurbishment, inspections, people that had to be paid for that too, just not the equipment. So we're talking here about a system, as Elon said, that needs to be rapidly reusable in order to eliminate all of those factors. Because if it's rapidly reusable, you don't need as much inspection, you don't need as much refurbishment, so it actually costs less every time you launch it. In that sense, you can cut that launch more and more. I'm not an economist, but this is sort of the common sense, day-to-day economy that you can play with at home. When it, whoever lives alone or something has to go through bills and things like that. There's always a fixed cost somewhere else. Insurance and those sort of things are usually always the same, monthly or yearly. But then there are costs that are vary every now and then. So this is sort of the same thing where you're trying to fit those varying costs into sort of like the smallest possible, and keep the fixed costs, those that you cannot move away from, uh, be constant. And also, one of the other things, as Elon pointed out, if you have manufacturing, I said before $100 million for the booster, but they are trying to make a booster. I don't know. I think that he said something along the lines of one a month. So we're talking about a production cadence that, because of economies of scale, it can actually allow the manufacturing to be cheaper. So you can cut the numbers there even more. So even those numbers can be cut more just by making a production that is cheaper and faster. So yeah, I think I hit all the points, I think, but uh, is it gonna be cheaper? We'll see. But they're banking a lot on reuse. I think reuse is gonna be the huge point here. Whereas Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy have expendable second stages, and the first stages, the boosters, um, take a little bit of time, take a little bit of refurbishment. This is gonna be the game changer if they actually pull it through. Now, in my opinion, at least, even if they don't actually do full and rapidly reusable, like, well, full reusability, I think they're probably gonna get there. The problem will be most likely rapid reusability. That's gonna be the hardest thing in my opinion, where it's gonna be very hard to actually reuse a ship within a day or two, or even within the same day. And the booster, with all the complexity on the engines and all these systems and everything, it's gonna be a little bit hard. But even if it takes a few days to reuse a booster, even, I think that's still quite amazing for a rocket of this size. A rocket that can launch so frequent, and it's of the size of a Saturn V rocket. So yeah.
Gotcha, very cool. And while you're talking, Booster 7 is still very slowly inching towards the chopsticks, moving to the left in this camera view. And I think as I was just saying that, the booster stopped moving, of course. But of course, it's still moving. Well, it was moving closer to the chopsticks, signifying maybe a lift later today, and maybe a lift in the coming days. We'll have to wait and see. But good question there from Derek. And a question from Owen here. Alex, you were talking about the booster changes and the chines. So what are the small arrow covers at the bottom of B7, the rectangular looking arrow covers? If all the
Oh,
COPVs are in the chines.
yeah, those are the hydraulic power units. Those are the the things that actually control all the hydraulics on the vehicle, and I think also the part of the pneumatics of the vehicle. I'm not fully sure about that, but I think at least the hydraulic power unit controls obviously part of the hydraulics. Um, Actually, if I remember correctly, it's the hydraulic power unit because it actually powers the pneumatics. I'm sorry about that because they have a hydraulic system that powers the pneumatics. That's sort of the whole deal. I'm sorry. I was thinking of a whole different thing, which is ironically the SLS also has the auxiliary power units, which also control some of the hydraulics and all that stuff. But yeah.
Gotcha. And people in chat are saying, and I'm noticing as well, and they're sort of rotating the booster, rotating it counterclockwise from our perspective, and also they're leaning it a bit, so they're, I guess, angling it. Now they're beginning to rotate it a lot quicker. So very cool to see there. Again, they'll probably have to kind of slide it in and then rotate it again once it's inside the chopsticks, but interesting moves there that could signify, again, a lift in the coming rest of the day, maybe. And a question from James here. So the ships have all recently been very, shiny with stainless steel, but are they planning on painting any ships? Any boosters or any ships planning on getting painted, Chris? Maybe any certain lunar lander ships?
So yeah, so the ships in sort of the NASA renders definitely have some kind of thermal coating on the outside of them, which would make some sense. White is very reflective, so it would help reduce the amount of heat transfer, as well as any thermal blankets that would be over could help prevent heat transfer and thermal transfer into the tanks, which would warm your methane and oxygen and all of that stuff, and everything as well. So entirely possible that some of them will, also possible some of them won't, because if there are ones that are just designed for orbital duty, they won't really have that, or might not have that type of a consideration based on the length of their missions until they be able to re-enter and come back home.
Gotcha. And someone in chat, while we have a nice close-up at the top of the booster, let's see who was that? Josh Lowe saying, the copper-colored vent on the top, they've never seen that before. Is that new? And I think that's just a covering for it, right? To kind of protect it against the elements. Is that right, Alex? Do we think that orange thing is a covering?
Yeah, it's probably covered on. I mean, the resolution right now of the camera is not really that high up to actually look at all the features that good.
Oh,
Oh, and it's moving
yeah,
again.
it's
That was
leaning
swinging.
actually. So they're leveling it with the SPMTs. If you skip back a few seconds, it just kind of lurched forward towards us.
Yeah. So I'd say it's probably Captain, but it could be also just rusted, and it wouldn't matter that all because I think it's just like the surface when you see rust, you know.
Gotcha. Yeah, so it could be people in chat. Some people in chat saying it might actually be color of the material around that. It may not be a covering.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'd have to get a kind of more of a close up on that. But again, interesting to see that. I don't think we've ever seen that before. Um, and Sergeant Snipey here saying, do we think the Star Factory will have solar panels on the roof? That's an interesting question. I mean, the factory, both in Florida and in Boca Chica, both of them are very large footprint rectangular buildings, which is sort of ideal for solar panels. And I would not be surprised to see that in the future. They were also saying, why do the mid, high, and wide bay not have them on the roofs? And I think that comes down to both lack of accessibility. You need to have a crane to get on top of any of the mid, high, or wide bays. So it's tough to put solar panels on there in the first place, as well as the roofs aren't that big, so you don't get that much of a benefit after all of that work of lifting the solar panels on top of there.
That reminds me of Hawthorne Factory having the X painted on top. Well, it's not painted, it's just like the silhouette
Yeah,
made by the solar panels.
yep, exactly. I wonder if we'll see that on their roof, or maybe the updated X logo or something. I don't know, because we know if anyone's following Tesla, their Gigafactory in Austin, Texas, has a large Tesla cutout on the roof where the solar panels are. So maybe we'll see something like that for the Star Factory. But interesting question, Sergeant Snipey. Thank you. And again, it looks like the booster has moved a little bit. Maybe it's leaned a little bit, but there's now a bit of, we can see a bit of the sky between the booster and the tower. So interesting to see what they're doing out there right now. But anyways, we continue the stream. If anyone has a question, hit us up in chat with @NASASpaceflight, followed by your question, and we'll try to go through as many as we can. Again, for anyone just coming in, we saw a successful, or obviously successful, rollout of Booster 7 from the production site to the launch pad about an hour ago. And since then, the booster has moved around the pad a little bit. The chopsticks have moved up and opened a bit. And both of those are signifying that we may be seeing a lift of the booster in the near future. So again, very neat to see, and we're watching the booster closely as they've been doing little moves here and there to see what the future plan may be. And from ZTGB in chat here asking, which ship, Alex, might be good for you, which ship do you think will carry Starlink V2 satellites on their flight? So which ship do you think will be the first? Maybe ship 24?
I think we saw Elon say that it's gonna be on the ship 24. Yeah.
Gotcha. Very cool. And a nice question here from Brady asking, they know that this live stream is related to Starship, but how are we doing today? I'd say I'm doing really well. I appreciate asking, Brady. That does mean a lot. How are you guys doing? How's it going, Alex, right now?
Well, it's coming up a little bit hot here in Spain, but yeah, man, after the live stream yesterday, it's a little bit I don't know. I'm okay. It's just that everything happening at the same time, and crossing my brain. It's like I have to cross all of this information between things in A, B, and C, and D, and like
Yep.
all of these things happening at the same time. And well, knock on wood, there's not any launch happening this week, so we'll see. At least that we can live stream. I think.
Yep. And Booster is moving away, or at least it was moving while Alex was talking there.
Yeah.
Moved away from the chopsticks a little bit. So again, we're watching alongside all you guys, seeing what's happening. Are they going to lift today? Are they just going to plop it down and leave it there for today? We don't really know. But anyway, Chris, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, and I'm going to start this answer very much the same way Alex did by saying I am very happy to be indoors and in air conditioning because it is 35 degrees C outside, or like 95, and our predicted high today is 98 or 36.5. I'm just like, I'm so happy to be inside. My poor air conditioning is. Well, let me put it this way. I'm inside in a well-insulated house, and my air conditioning can keep it to 27 degrees, or basically like 85.
Wow. See, now you have the luxury of air conditioning. I do not, but I am in my basement, so it is nice and cool down here. Which
You're
you
also
have.
nowhere close to Florida and much farther north, dude.
And yeah, it is 62 degrees right now outside. So
Yeah.
Which is Anyway, but yeah, thanks for asking, Brady. That means a lot. So yeah, and a question here that was actually really interesting. Let me try to find that again. I kind of lost it in the queue there. I think I might have lost. Oh, nope, there it is. From Benjamin asking, when Pad 39A is ready for Starship, will the Saturn V Center be too close to view launches? And that kind of brought up into my mind, is the press site even too close to view launches? Chris, you're down there a lot. Do you think that might be a cause of concern, or do you think the press site is like, and the Saturn V Center are a safe distance away?
No, they're a safe distance away. So they are the Saturn V Center and the press site are 5 kilometers or 3 miles from Pad 39A, and the pads are the distance that they are from the vehicle assembly building sized for the Saturn V era. And even with Starship's size, the sort of if it had an accident on the pad footprint isn't Like it isn't like okay, and those buildings are going to be gone, or anything like that,
Yep.
type of situation. And actually, we kind of know from the environmental assessment that the exclusion zone for a Starship launch is also roughly 3 miles or just there under. So the press site and 39A would be, sorry, the press site and the VAB complex from 39A would be a safe distance away. And there's also no way from a Kennedy Space Center regulatory element that they would have allowed construction to begin if it was a threat to the VAB area.
Very cool. And yeah, that will be very fun to see. And I'm sure Chris will be down there for the first Starship orbital flight. That is going to be very loud. It'll be very cool to have a, Saturn V class rocket lifting off from Complex 39 again. And speaking of that rocket, Booster 7 is
Ah,
now moving toward the chopsticks. It's rotated a bit, um, inching slowly but surely to the left side of the screen. Very cool to see. And that kind of goes into a question here from Ivan saying, they just got here. Are the chopsticks going to be used today? Well, the first part of your question, are the chopsticks going to be used? Yes. Today, maybe. It seems like the chopsticks are in a lifting position, and the booster is actively rolling towards them. So that may be signifying maybe. But also, again, we don't know what time it could be. Maybe it'll be in 10 minutes. Maybe it'll be in 10 hours. Maybe tomorrow. So, again, we're finding out alongside all you guys. But we're going to be sitting around, hanging around. If you guys have any questions, again, related to Starship Booster 7, anything that we saw today, hit us up in chat at NASASpaceflight, followed by your question. We're going to be going through a bunch of your questions because this is a very, very interactive, very chill live stream. Very fun live stream, at least according to me. But yeah, again, we're all watching alongside you guys. But yeah, Booster 7 moving towards the chopsticks. And again, this will be the first chopstick lift of a booster. We've previously seen them lift Ship 20 on top of Booster 4, but that was a ship, and this is a booster. They previously used cranes in order to lift boosters, but now they're using the chopsticks, it seems. So very cool to see there.
mm-hmm.
And a question here in the chat from Keanu saying, is there a caterpillar track on the arms for movement now, or was that just a crazy Elon idea? So yeah, the caterpillar system, that was sort of going to be a, I guess, kind of conveyor belt sort of design that would sort of
Mm-hmm.
translate the booster back and forth. Chris, do you want to kind of take that one?
Yeah, it's there. Um, it does exist, and it's basically so that when the boosters are caught, right, mid-air, right, you can't guarantee absolute perfect alignment on those arms. So you have to have a way to sort of translate the booster up and down to be able to orient it dead center where it needs to be on its mount, right, for all of those connections that then need to happen with the quick disconnects and all of that. So there are tracks up there that can move it up and down if needed.
Very cool. And also, we have some super chats building up here. Again, super chats are a very, very much appreciated way to help the stream. Again, like we say, all these views are not cheap. The camera, the equipment, everything. So we really appreciate all the support that we get to bring live streams like these to all you great people out there. But from McB here, we have £10 saying, could they save time when crew rating Starship by using Crew Dragon to get crew to it when Starship's already in space? That's an interesting point. We've heard a lot of speculation about that, especially related to the Polaris missions. The Polaris missions, which are a series of sort of test and development flights being funded by Jared Isaacman, who funded Inspiration 4, using Crew Dragon as well as Starship. So yeah, Alex, do you think that they could use Crew Dragon to get people up to Starship? Do you think it'd be feasible?
I mean, as long as you put a, a docking port on Starship and some crew cabin spaces inside, it could be doable, but it appears to be not the main point of like, for example, you mentioned the Polaris missions. The third launch of the Polaris mission, so the third mission, it's actually going to be a full-up launch on Starship and landing on Starship. So they don't seem to be much of the, hey, let's go on Dragon, and let's cheat a little bit by not launching on Starship itself, and then coming back also on Dragon. they seem to be looking for an actual launch and landing on Starship. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, definitely at some point that's gonna be a thing, right? And there's always gonna be someone or some people that are gonna be the first ones to go through that. And so it appears that they want to be the first ones, or not the crew that we know, but like the Polaris missions, the third one, they want that to be the actual first one. So hey, people just sign up for crazy things. I wouldn't do it, but hey, they actually want to tempt that, and hats off to them for
Awesome.
doing that.
Very cool. And thank you for support, Mick B, for the great question there. And Henry Beck is a new member, the Red Team member. Thank you very much for the support, Henry. And like we said before, memberships are a great way to support the work that we do here. And we really appreciate all of our members, super chatters, and even everyone just watching the stream. Watching and liking the stream does a lot to support us. So thank you very much to everyone watching. And Astro Knucklehead, another regular on the stream, with $10 Canadian, saying, purely hypothetical, which would we choose to watch? A VIP launch view of Artemis 1, Starship Super Heavy, or Falcon Heavy, but only one? They're all launching on the same time at the same day. And first off, before we answer that question, might I just add that sounds like the perfect day? That sounds like an amazing day. Can I just have that? That sounds great.
It would be, except technically Falcon Heavy and Artemis 1 can't launch on the same day.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Yeah,
But yes, spirit of the question. Yes.
Yeah, so first off to Chris, because I mean, you're down in Florida, you'd be seeing these, I guess.
Man, this is going to be controversial.
Uh-oh.
If I could only pick one, because they end up happening at the exact same time, I would honestly take Artemis 1 because I want to feel the solid rocket boosters more than anything else.
Interesting. Alex, do you have an input on this? Which one you'd prefer to watch?
Oh well, both. Since I cannot watch any right now, I will watch both. But well, yeah, between Artemis 1, Starship, or Falcon Heavy, also, I'd say Falcon Heavy, at least right now, has a little bit of an extra bit there where you can actually watch the side boosters coming back. Now, obviously, once the Starship has flown a few times, seeing one booster or one ship or both coming back, that's gonna be, that's gonna be a little bit of a kicker. And also, especially for the sonic booms, I'm a little bit, I don't know, like, yeah, it's gonna be curious how it's gonna be the sonic boom pattern for Super Heavy and also for Starship. How's that gonna be once they come back? Because for Falcon 9, the boosters produce 3 sonic booms, 2 that are very close together, and then another one. And it tends to be because of the features outside of the booster. So now that Super Heavy obviously has the grid fins too, but doesn't have landing legs, for example, but it has the chines. So it's a little bit so in that sense. Like, is it gonna be also 3 sonic booms? And what about the ship, right? So all of this to say that I have no idea. I think I will prefer to just go to every launch, but sadly I cannot go to any launch right now. I wish I could go. I was planning to go to Psyche, but obviously got delayed. Thankfully, I didn't book any flights or any hotels or anything. But I know of people that actually booked those, and yeah, that was a little bit of a kicker. Very very sad, but there's many launches out of Cape Canaveral these days. So if life gives you lemons, make lemonade, something like that. So these people are gonna be going up to a launch anyways. Not a Falcon Heavy with RTLS, but still a launch. So yeah.
Yep.
And hey, maybe they see SLS. Who knows?
Yep, and I was on that train to go see Psyche. I was I had my hotel rooms booked. Thankfully, was refunded, but yeah, that was sad to see. But yeah, for me, I guess I guess I would do Starship Super Heavy. I mean, Artemis 1 would be phenomenal to watch launch. But in my head, seeing the booster come back down, hearing the sonic booms, which probably would be, at least if I had to guess, louder with Super Heavy, and seeing that thing come down and be caught by the launch tower would be spectacular. That would be amazing to see. Falcon Heavy would be cool as well to see the dual RTLS, but I think Starship would be very, very cool.
Oh, dual RTLS is cool. Yes.
That's what I was really hoping to see for Psyche.
Yeah.
But thank you, Asterisk Knucklehead, for the support. And new member coming in here too during that answer. Coces, Cocese, Cookies. I don't know. Sorry, but thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. We really appreciate all that support.
And Ben, I see your question that just came through about timescales for today, asking from UK, so might have to leave, but I don't want to if it's going to static fire soon. No static fire today. This is the first lift of the booster with the chopsticks onto the orbital launch mount, but it is not going to be fueled or static fired today. Just a lift is what we're expecting now. Despite the fact that one of the angles makes it look like it's venting. Is it venting?
The
or
booster?
Is that just yeah? Look at how it looks like it's venting on the right-hand view.
No, actually from the.
But that's the tank, right? Yeah, go ahead, Ian. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the nitrogen boil off at the, or maybe oxygen too. But that is the boil off line at the tank farm. So that's just venting excess gases out of the tank farm. Totally normal. No sign that a cryo test is happening anytime soon. That's happened every day now. So again, very cool. And CSLR here with another interesting question while we're waiting to see what happens with Booster 7. With all the coffee funds they've given yesterday, what is our preferred types of coffee? First off, I don't drink coffee. I'm a hot chocolate guy. How about you, Chris?
Coffee.
Nice. Alex, do you have a preferred type of coffee, or are you a tea or hot chocolate kind of person?
Well, I used to like coffee. Yeah, I used to like coffee until I found out it was making me too nervous about things, and I'm already a very nervous person. So I cannot drink coffee. But I think I think my preferred kind of drink is usually some kind of juice, or if it's gotta be with like milk based, it's usually hot cocoa. With like yeah. I think that's probably the best for me. Yeah.
And I just thought we were doing coffee, tea, or hot chocolate. Type of coffee you asked. Blake, I'm a plain person. Like, just give me drip coffee. I'm good.
Nice. Easy to please.
Yeah, I don't need a fancy latte. Yeah, which are good every once in a while, but yeah.
I'm not a coffee person. I messed around, tried different stuff, but just not for me. But interesting question. Thanks, CSLR. We've had two members come through as well. Jesse Tonhauser, thanks for being a Pad Rat member, as well as Maria Hart, thanks for being a Red Team member. Thanks to our two newest members right there for the channel, which is a great way to support the work that we do. And from J Flaherty 13 saying, what if a shuttle launch was thrown into the mix? Chris, you could take this one. Would you rather see then Artemis, Shuttle, Starship, or Falcon Heavy? Does it change your answer?
I'd still choose Artemis.
Gotcha. I assume that would be louder than a shuttle, right? So you have the 5-segment SRBs and the 4 engines instead of 3.
It'll be somewhat louder, but sound does not. But like, just because the shuttle it was 7 million at liftoff and SLS will be 8.5 doesn't mean it's like that much of a same percentage increase.
Gotcha.
Because the sound propagation doesn't work that way. So it'd be slightly, but it would probably actually just kind of feel the same. No, honestly, I've seen the shuttles. I shall remember them in my memory of how I viewed them launching.
Gotcha.
I should say to that, not a launch, but if you give me a shuttle landing.
A landing is a totally different thing.
Yeah, that's. I mean.
Watching that brick fall out of the air gracefully was just amazing every single time.
I would have loved to have seen one of those.
I actually have one of the shuttle abort landing sites near me, so
Oh, Madrid, Zaragoza.
And also Rhoda. It's
Oh,
another
and
one in
Rhoda, yeah.
Morone too. Those two are very close to me. So at any point we actually I think one of those two has the hack beginning over my town. So
Oh, nice,
because it's
nice.
a huge wide like the hack. The hating align cone, for those that don't know, it's another one of those NASA acronyms. The hack it was like miles wide, so it will have been,
Oh, look,
that
the
sort of
And
booster
the
see,
is.
approach.
I was just about to say, sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt,
Yeah.
Alex. Go ahead, Chris.
No, it's totally
the booster is
correct.
moving into position for the grab. Yes, it's
Yes.
happening. It's happening. It's happening,
Woohoo!
everyone.
Oh, that's great. Great sign there again. It looks like we're having a lift today. If things go according to plan, maybe in the coming hour or so, which would be very, very cool to see. Again, this is the first lift with the chopsticks of a booster onto the orbital pad. We've previously seen ships be carried up using the chopsticks, but never a booster before. So this is very, very cool to see. And now again, we did see Booster 7 roll out about an hour and a half ago. It reached the launch pad. And once it gets lifted up onto the pad again, which may be today, it will start to preparations for its test campaign. Now, Booster 7 has all 33 Raptor 2 engines installed on its base, which are, let me go through my head, 20 Raptor boost engines, which are not gimbaled, as well as 13 Raptor center engines, which are gimbaled. So all the engines are installed, ready for not only wet dress rehearsals, but also static fire test campaigns. Now, before people ask in chat, no, we do not know a schedule for the static fires, unfortunately. We'll find out alongside you guys, such as when we get overpressure notices or when Mary gets an overpressure notice. So be sure to follow us on Twitter at NASASpaceflight and at Boca Chica Gal in order to get those updates when they happen. But right now, it looks like Booster 7 is about to get lifted. And also, I just noticed above the QD arm, you see a plane contrail. I don't know.
Yes, you
I'm a
can.
plane nerd, but I just love seeing that. Anyway, neat little thing to notice. But yeah, slowly but surely, Booster 7's moving in between the two chopstick lift arms. Very
Yes, it
cool to
is.
see.
Yeah, so the cool element now here is going to be to see the arms sort of come over and take possession, so to speak, of the booster, and then how they have to disconnect it from the SPMT and the mount that it's on, right? That the SPMT is carrying. So timing wise for the lift, yeah, Ian, like you kind of said, maybe an hour-ish, like that might be right. It may be a little bit quicker, but it'll be interesting to see how they go here. But these two views are great because you can see, you can get a better sense of the clearances on the tight up and like where this is actually going and how the arms are moving. But then you can see actually how far down the arms still are from the pins. And you can actually see the pins on the right hand image. You can see the pins sticking out from the side where
Oh,
the arms
yeah.
will actually pick it up. So this is really good. You've got the wide sort of establishing shot there for overall orientation and pickup and seeing when they move up to the pins, and then you've got the close-ups to see how they're doing it and where it's aligned. And you can see they don't go all the way down the arms right now. So it'll be interesting to see where that alignment is for where the booster gets picked up from in terms of where the booster is along the length of the arm. I hope I explained that correctly.
Yeah, I think you did. And also,
Okay.
a thing to note here, the booster will probably need to rotate from the perspective of our left camera. I think it's already rotating right now. It's rotating clockwise. If you look at the top right grid fin on the left view, at least it was moving a few seconds ago. It's slowly rotating. Yeah, it's still slowly rotating right now. So they're getting it, the pins perfectly aligned with the chopsticks. Then hopefully we'll see the chopsticks lift. Again, we don't know an exact time scale, an exact timeline as to what will happen here. They'll likely need to clear the pad as well as unhook the booster from the SPMTs. So we may be a little while out still from a lift, but again, we're watching alongside all you guys. So very exciting to see here. And a question here from Brian asking, the static fire, will it be conducted on the orbital launch mount? Chris, so where are they doing the static fires of Booster 7, the orbital pad or the suborbital site?
Yeah, the orbital pad that you see there is where Booster will do its static fires.
Awesome.
And this makes sense, right? Because part of the static fire campaign is going to be to test out the launch system, right? The ground system. So you want to be using all of those same systems that you're going to actually use when you lift off. It's why it's why we talked a little bit earlier about how Starship does have some wet dress rehearsals ahead of it.
Yes, definitely. And there, along with the wet dress rehearsals, there will probably be a lot of aborted static fire tests, as well as when we get to the actual, when we're ready for launch, there will be, without a doubt, some aborted launches, unless some miracle happens. But yeah, again, this is a test campaign, so everything you see here is new. It hasn't really been done before. So a lot of new territory SpaceX is exploring now. And we got some great
Ah,
close-ups here of
yeah,
some.
coming in from Nick, it looks like. Nick or Mary. I think it's
Yep,
Nick.
I think it is Nick.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
you can see they're moving the
Yep,
booster
Nick.
very
Yep.
slowly.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
You see the pins there perfectly in between those handrails.
Yes, you can.
And also, while we're looking at the grid fins too, we had a question here from Mitch in chat asking, are these smaller grid fins? And yes, they are a bit smaller. I don't know if they're exactly smaller in terms of dimensions. They seem to be a little less tall, but also they are more dense in terms of their lattice structure. There's more, I guess, cross members inside the grid fins compared to those on Booster 4. So these are a newer type of grid fin. They probably did some sort of testing or computer modeling to figure out the best grid fin shape, and it came up with this for right now. So these are slightly improved grid fins. Overall, not a major design change, but a little bit of updates there. And as well as in the center left, you could see a sort of rust-colored vent. We had some discussion on that before. And Ricardo here is asking, is that rust? No, we believe it is just a type of maybe support mechanism or something for that vent, which you could see now on the top of the booster. We believe some sort of support mechanism, maybe a sort of covering. We don't know exactly what it is, but yeah, very neat to see that type of vent. I don't think we've seen that before. And from going through some super chats here from Kaltenstein, again with a €10 super chat, saying, speaking about watching launches, how awesome would it be to be on Cosmic Girl or Strato Launcher? At least Virgin Orbit uses a converted 747, so the option should be there. And that would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? To see
Oh,
a
to be in the
launch.
cockpits of those planes? Yeah.
Yeah, or even on just the passenger seats of the 747 for Cosmic Girl.
Yeah, indeed.
Very
That
cool.
would be cool.
And a question here from Onkla saying, why are portions of the booster smooth and why do some have ridges? Chris, do you want to take this? Why are some parts of the booster like ridged? Why are some smooth?
Yeah. Yes, and this is a great angle for this too right now because you can definitely see the two distinct areas. So the smoother parts are the barrel sections, right? The sort of steel wounded barrel sections that get welded together to make up the tanks. Where those tanks meet are sort of called intertank structures. If you like, especially what we're looking at up there is sort of the is the interstage region, right? That we would refer to in the Falcon 9. And basically, when you have tanks like this, depending on the rocket, the stress it's going to take during launch and landing, how it's designed, how they fit together on the two stages, you sometimes need to strengthen certain areas on the outside of the tanks. And the way you do that is you put stringers or the more rigid ridge structures that you see up at the top, and those just provide added rigidity and added strength to those areas that aren't the actual tanks, but where tanks or different parts of the ship meet. So that's why parts of it are smooth and parts of it have ridges.
Very cool. And again, it looks like Booster 7 is being centered. Oh, it's being
Yeah, look at
leaned.
that.
Oh,
Look
boy.
at the top of that. You
Yeah,
can see it's
look at
leaning
that.
It's
a bit.
swinging a
The
lot.
SPMTs. Wow, very
This is
neat.
gonna take a while to align, methinks.
Yeah, probably.
Interesting.
Because they've never done a booster lift
Oh,
before.
hold on. Look at that. Do you see that between the grid fins up top?
Yes,
is that
I was just gonna
a
point that
holding
out.
pin?
That's one of the Starship attach points, is it not?
Yeah, you remember. Oh, man. They have installed this way late. I remember we were talking about this. This is actually also on the video, on the design changes video. We actually thought they were not installing these things because for the past for Booster 4 and Booster 5, we saw this even early in construction, and these were not even on the booster when they roll it out like the past two times. and now it's there. That's part of the connection to the ship. So it's interesting to see it now. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
we have
So
to carefully look for those in the next few boosters, I guess.
yeah, it looks like they are pretty much ready for a ship stacking on top of this booster because yeah, you said they have the ship attachment points there.
Yeah, now
Very,
they do.
very impressive to see.
Well, and sorry as I yawn. Um, and having it there would make a lot of sense, right? Because eventually, because you've got to get a full stack on here, and we know that unless something doesn't go exactly to plan, they do not intend to go back to the production site with this
Yep.
booster. So yeah.
Yeah, this if all things go well, this may be Booster 7 being put on the pad for launch. Now again, the launch is not anytime soon, probably not even within a month. But again, this is a big milestone right here. If everything goes well, this booster will be flying on the orbital flight test.
Right.
So great to be seeing that there. And a question here from Entendre. Sorry, I might be mispronouncing that. But they're asking, do we know if there are any plans to build a tower and or launch mount at Vandenberg? Do
There
we know
are
of any
not.
plans? Gotcha.
There are not right now. No. Now again, this is one of those never say never moments with Starship, and what's sort of planned there. But if you look at Florida and you look at Texas and you look at the two launch sites that they have at 39A and Starbase, and you sort of look at the inclinations and the azimuths, the compass heading that the rockets can fly out of and then dogleg onto, with Starship's performance of 100 metric tons to any place in the solar system, these things can dogleg, right, very easily,
Yep.
going into polar corridor trajectories and sun sync trajectories, which are polar, but just a very specific part of polar. Um, but yeah, I don't know if they would even have a need, very sadly, for I know for our
Yep.
West Coast folks, very sadly, but they can reach those inclinations from Brownsville, well, from Starbase and from Kennedy. So I don't see why you would need one.
Yep. And yeah,
I
like
see
you
a
said, from
point. Oh,
go ahead,
go
Alex.
go. Oh well, okay. I was about to say that I can see a point. Once they are launching so many times that they're like, we need more launch pads, and they're like, well, we have to land out of Vandenberg, and maybe I don't know. Like it could be another one of those things where they just build another launch pad just because they can, and they have many launches to do. Also, um, this is sort of more of an operational thing. There are satellites on the Starlink 2 constellation that are flying retrograde. So the inclination will be basically not retrograde in the sense of, for example, sun synchronous orbit is retrograde, but it's 97 degrees. These are, I think it is 146 degrees. So
Ooh.
it's
Wow.
way retrograde, right? So it's almost going west. Will that be allowed from Boca Chica or even from Florida? I don't think so. So that could be a reason why you could potentially launch from Vandenberg. Now, will they do that? They can always move one of the oil rigs and do that,
Well,
with the
you
oil
could
rigs. So
you could do that, or you might actually be able to bend around the Florida Peninsula with Starship's performance.
Yeah, maybe with a few less
yeah,
satellites on board.
Yeah.
yeah, they actually don't have a lot of satellites. I can pull it up just real quick. If you give me less than a minute, I can look
Yeah.
it up.
Because I'm just thinking about the way
I
they
have
sort
it
of do
here.
it now for Sunsync out of Florida, and if you just kept gimbaling the engines, you could probably get the trajectory where you'd still go over Cuba, but you'd
Here
go
it
over
is.
Cuba anyway, going into Sunsync from Florida.
Yeah, so
So, yeah.
there are two shells that are 148 degrees, and the other one is 115.7 degrees of inclination. And they actually have only 144 satellites for the one that is 148 degrees,
Mm.
and then the other one is 324 satellites. So it's not a lot of satellites compared to the other shells, which the lowest one of the other shells has 3,360 satellites. And there are 9 shells in total.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of Starlink 2
Yeesh.
satellites to be launched.
Yeah.
So in comparison,
Yeah.
144 is not really that many launches.
So when Starship
many
gets
satellites.
launching, it'll be launching for sure.
Yeah.
No
Yes.
shortage of flights. And a
But
thing to note here, oh, go ahead, Chris.
No,
before you
no,
move
no.
on.
All good. All good. Go.
I was saying for anyone who's just joined in here, we saw a successful Booster 7 rollout to the pad. It has rolled into the chopsticks now, and it seems like they're sort of slowly maneuvering the booster to be perfectly lined up in order for the chopsticks to sort of rise up and grab the booster. So if you're looking like at the grid fins compared to the handrails on the chopsticks, you might see the booster wiggle a little bit. That is the SPMTs, or self-propelled modular transporters, being sort of aligned into place. They're trying to get perfect alignment so they can grab the booster with the chopsticks. And that's what we're seeing right here. We don't have an exact time. Excuse me. We don't have an exact timeline on when they're going to be lifting the booster, but we expect that it may be happening maybe in the coming hours, maybe later today sometime. But again, we don't have an exact timeline, but we appreciate everyone tuning in and watching. And of course, as we say, every live stream, these are interactive live streams. We like to have sort of conversations on here. So if anyone has a question regarding what we're looking at here, the chopsticks, Booster 7, Starship in general, maybe Starlink, hit us up in chat with @NASASpaceflight. And if we have time, we'll answer your question. But again, we have some super chats here building up, actually. And from Yusuf here, $5 super chat saying, hello all the way from Kuwait. Well, hello, Yusuf. Thanks for tuning in, and that is a good distance away. And thanks for support. And maybe Hefta von Beckham saying, do we have a PO box so they can send some regional coffees around the world to try? Chris, I don't believe we have a PO box. Is that right? We don't really have
we actually do, but I am not saying it live on air.
Oh, business PO box. That might be fun though. Chris G coffee taste test, or if we get some of the NSF team together, a coffee taste test. Oh,
That would be good. I'm just not going to say the address live over the air.
absolutely.
But if that's something you're serious about, hit me up.
Very
DMs
cool.
be open.
Nice. And thanks for the support there, Hefta. And Rusty Shackelford saying $5 super chat. Since only 2/3 of us don't drink coffee, here's to the NSF Cocktail Fund and the Alex Anti-Nervousness Fund.
I like the first part of that.
Yep. Awesome. Thanks for the support, Rusty. And David here as well with 249. Is that Czech? I think.
I believe it is, yes.
Yeah, the Czech, I apologize, I don't know the currency, the Czech currency. Thank you, though. And they're saying, great to do some tank watching again. And a question, how much pressure do we think they maintain the tanks during a lift? That's a good one. I don't think we know a number, but it's likely.
No, I've never asked for a number. I've just always heard it's partial pressure.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be at flight pressure, because having something that's, say, 5 bar or 8 bar, or whatever flight pressure is, probably isn't the safest, because if something goes wrong and you pop the tank, ugh. But it's likely to pressure maybe around like 2 or 3 bar, maybe even like 1.5 bar, just enough to give the tanks a bit more structural rigidity for when they're being moved, when they're being lifted, and when they're being worked on. But interesting question there. We appreciate that, David. And from Justin here, 1999, saying, it's a hot day there, and here's to Nick and Mary and the Water and Sunscreen Fund. Absolutely. Chris, you've been to Boca Chica. How important to stay cool and hydrated and sunscreen down there?
Oh my gosh, very, very much so. Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, definitely. But thank you, Justin, and Ron with the $5 super chat saying, and I agree with them here, that it still looks crazy to see all of this. How are the chopstick arms going to perfectly catch Super Heavy every time? Those little load-bearing nub thingies? How? Yeah, I think you've answered the question right there. Those little load-bearing nub thingies, the lifting points, that's how they're going to catch them. I'm with you, Ron. That's crazy. Go ahead, Chris.
Now, how do they actually do it? Yes. So basically, this is where the Raptor engine's deep throttle capability comes into play. Because the Raptor engine can basically get this thing to almost a hover. So its relative velocity to the arms ends up being very, very slow. And that allows the arms to do their movement. So the arms are sort of out wide. The booster comes down in the center of them. As it starts to hover, the arms gently close around it. and the booster finishes touching down onto the arms, and that's basically the plan for how to do it. So yes, so with that, let's go find some more questions here. Here's an interesting one from Sinbluxy asking, could they use the abandoned ULA Delta pads after the retirement of that rocket?
Ah,
This is kind of interesting because this is this pertains to both Vandenberg and the Cape. What will happen to Slick 6 at Vandenberg after the Delta IV retires? I know there were a couple of companies last time I asked that were sort of eyeing that pad, but what exactly will come of it, we don't really know just yet. As for the Cape and the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida, it's a good thought because that pad is large and it will be vacant once the Delta IV retires. But they are also building Complex 49 to the north side of the Kennedy Space Center, which would match where all the roads are to take starships to the various components of Starship to the launch site that they are planning there. So I do not think there would be a realistic need to have a Starship launch site at at Launch Complex, Slick 37 on the Cape, which is where the Delta is currently launched from. But again, never say never, because we definitely know that there are potential military applications to Starship, so it's possible they might want one on the Starbase side of the base. We'll have to wait and see.
absolutely. And as well, when we were discussing the pads for Delta IV Heavy, Slick 6 comes to mind as well, because we were talking about Vandenberg before. Now, of course, there will likely be a good amount of modifications necessary to Slick 6, but that pad should become open in about 2 years after 2024. There have been, interests by, say, Northrop Grumman for Omega or Blue Origin for New Glenn. We really don't know what's happening there. Omega has been scrapped, obviously. New Glenn is doing New Glenn things, I guess. It's being delayed. But again, there's really no Slick 6 could be possible for Starship. But again, like we discussed before, is there even a need? I think that's something SpaceX will have to address in the coming years regarding that. But good question, Sinbloxy. We appreciate that. And a super chat here from Brian, $20, saying, how does power and data get to the chopsticks from the tower? Other than the hoist cables, there don't seem to be any power and data cables visible. Well, this is actually something that we discussed during the stream last night. During the tower segment rollout stream, there is a sort of cable chain on the back of the tower that sort of folds around
Yeah.
as the chopsticks move up.
We can actually see it on the other side view. So in
Yeah.
this view right now, you can see
Sorry to
on the
interrupt,
right.
but the elevator is moving on the tower, so it looks like workers may be going.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh
if you
yeah, look at that. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think that's
it's
the
going up
elevator on
and
the
down.
bottom and the counterweight up on top.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, on this view right now, you can see on the right, that's a cable tray sort of thing, like a raceway up the tower, and that's sort of for all the conduits and all the wires. You can see there it's a mess of wires going up there, but at least they have like that tray thing. And on the other side, on the other corner, if we can have a view or something perhaps of it, there's the panel that we were talking about yesterday. I totally missed it. There we go. You can see it on the QD arm. If you go to the part where it attaches to the tower, you can see like some black panel thing. That's the section that we were talking about yesterday on the rollout stream of the tower. So yeah, that's the side where the chopsticks snake tray or something, like it has some name that I don't really remember now, but that's with all the power lines and data. Yeah.
Gotcha. Very cool. And I think on that note, Alex, you do have an out here.
Yep.
So thanks for joining us, Alex. We really appreciate you being here for the past few hours during the rollout and the beginning of lift
But
preparations. Go
I'm
ahead.
not here. Like I was about to say, I'm going out, but I'm gonna be watching the stream, and I'm gonna be obviously having it live, because I cannot miss if this is going going to lift or not. Like, is it gonna happen? So yeah,
Yep.
I'm gonna keep an eye out, and everyone should do the same. And I think I'm gonna be replaced by someone very, very cool, right?
Yes, someone who has their own fan club, we may say. Thomas Berghardt is joining
Yeah.
us. How's it going, Thomas? How's your day going?
Yeah, that was quite the introduction. I feel like I've got to live up to a certain level, a certain expectation now. Hey, everybody, how's it going?
It's going great. We had an exciting little stream here.
Yeah,
Uh,
looks like
Okay.
it. It's always good to have a booster with engines installed, especially out at the launch mount, because for a while it's been a whole lot of not engines. So engines
yeah,
are a good addition.
yep. But yeah, so we had an interesting stream. We have Thomas coming in here to give Adrian, or it's not Adrian, Alex.
Oh no.
a break. We have
Yeah.
too many A names here.
Ah, jeez.
Anyway, thanks for joining us, Alex. We really appreciate it. We hope you have a great rest of your day, and maybe see you later if there's any further streams. But again, all up in the air.
Let's see what happens. It was a
Yep.
great pleasure. See you guys.
Have a great one,
Yeah,
Alex.
Alex.
See ya.
But
Awesome.
yeah, happy to join in here. Ian, Alex, and Chris holding down the fort all morning so far. So appreciate y'all. And yeah, it's going to be a potentially longer day here because now it looks like they're going to use those chopsticks finally.
Yeah,
It really does.
Yeah. Very cool. And we have a super chat here from Eric Meyer, $5, saying they don't know if $5 can even buy a cocktail these days. But thanks for the amazing view, and thanks, Eric. We appreciate that. As well as Alec here with a $5 super chat saying, "Hey, Starship's the future of space travel, but do we think in the near-ish distant future? What do we think the near-ish distant future will look like for the following generation of rockets?" Interesting
So the
question.
generation after Starship,
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big question. What do you think, Thomas?
it might. All right, there's a couple ways that could go. If you go to, all right, let's think of it this way. If Starship is kind of defining the next generation, and you define that generation by like fully reusable and heavy lift launch vehicles, right? The next step that SpaceX wants to take is just make it even heavier lift. Like they want to scale up Starship even more, so it's more mass per launch. So maybe that's what comes next, is just simply making them even bigger.
I guess
I mean,
so.
like save for like some sort of exotic propulsion technologies, like unless you're suggesting, oh, nuclear thermal engines are going to be the future, or I don't know, some other like evolution of the propulsion technology, which maybe can become applicable in some way, shape, or form as well. But like as far as rockets goes, I would guess they're just going to get way bigger.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think so. Like at least for Starship, the future will definitely be to get a longer, and then Elon has also mentioned a larger diameter. But again, larger diameter is a very, very big design change, and yeah, that's a big change. But also, I believe we have an extra voice in here as well joining us. Adrian Bile, I believe we have. How's it going, Adrian?
It's going absolutely wonderful. Hello, everybody.
Awesome. And unfortunately, that'll have to mark the end of my appearance on the stream. I'll be handing over to Chris and Thomas and Adrian as well to take over the stream from here. But I appreciate everyone watching, everyone sticking around this morning. Maybe I'll be back later today if we have a Lyft live stream or if something else happens. But again, been an exciting stream. Glad to hand it over to you guys. Have a great rest of it.
Thanks a lot, Ian.
That
ya.
works. Thanks, Ian. Yeah, so
Thank you,
the
Ian.
marathon stream continues as we await Booster 7's lift. It rolled out. So let's recap because we've got some new people on our stream. We've got, and we have a couple hours worth of stuff to go over for those of you who are just joining us or have joined us more recently as the lift is now imminent. So I'm going to go around the horn real quick and introduce everyone. I am Chris Gebhardt. I am the assistant managing editor at NASASpaceflight, and I will be your host for the next hour as we go through this. Joining me now is Adrian Bile. Adrian, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing wonderful. I'm really excited to see a booster between the chopsticks right now. Like that's really exciting to see.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. And in the background, pushing the buttons and pulling all the levers is Michael Baylor. Could not be doing this stream without him. Thank you very much there, Michael. And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Thomas Berghardt, who is our news director at NASA Spaceflight. Thomas, how's it going today?
It's going well, and I'm glad to join our coverage to continue seeing the latest happenings in Starbase, which I think we can also say are going to start picking up here, thanks to some recent green light from the FAA. Of course, there's still work there, but that's a good sign of progress, and it sounds like SpaceX is ready to ramp up testing to meet up with that kind of finishing work with the regulation side of things, because they're getting close to an orbital test flight. So good to be turning the focus towards Boca Chica a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to getting into like static fire testing again, into really like the things we really want to see here. And I'm excited about infrastructure. I'm excited about cranes and about stacking. I love all of that. But really to see stuff fire again and Raptors coming to life again, I think that's the part every one of us here wants to see.
I think that's echoed by many people in chat right now as well. All right, so let's go take a look at this. So let's go through some questions here that we've got. Steven is asking, I wonder what mitigations they may have for scraping on the booster with the chopsticks. That's very interesting. Do we know if there's any mitigation plans that they've got just to make sure that, you know, like the side of a booster doesn't scrape against an arm as it's coming back in?
Well, I think so. This kind of comes back, and I know right when before I joined. Well, I joined before I started listening to the stream before they actually introduced me. Spoiler alert! So I did hear some of the discussion near the end there, and just talking about how can they consistently catch a booster in this sense. And I think I've actually Michael Baylor might have said this on Twitter or something. I know when talking to him about this, he's described it a way I really like. Is that it's not that the arms are catching the booster is just landing on the arms, if that makes sense. And so mostly just comes down to how accurate will the booster's guidance be on the way down? How precisely can the booster maneuver towards those arms? And we've seen on Falcon 9, for example, that landing is pretty precise. You can see on joint ship landings where the landing zone is kind of pretty clearly marked, and then on return to launch site landings where the markings on those landing zones aren't quite as well maintained. You can't really tell necessarily where on the pad it's landing on those videos, but you could, pretty consistently near the center of those pads, they're not missing, the landing zones, right? However, does that mean there's a higher degree of precision required for the chopsticks? I think that's the biggest question mark that we'll have to pay close attention to on those first catch attempts, if you will. How precisely does that booster steer? And that's going to play right into preventing the arms from contacting the boosters anywhere other than the cradle points. Does that make sense?
It to me.
I joked about that with some people a few days ago when we were like watching the Falcon 9 stream. I think we even did we joked about this on stream here, that we were like, oh, it's off center by a meter, and we're like kind of joking how accurate they are at this point. But let's be real, with this infrastructure, off by 1 meter at the landing could be kind of crucial. That could make the difference between landing in the chopsticks or landing on the chopsticks.
Yeah, and I think to piggyback onto that, I think the other thing is just we want to see the chopsticks maybe move faster than we've seen them so far. Because if the chopsticks can move a little bit faster than we've seen for like the lift operations that they did with the ship and other testing lifts that they've kind of done, if they can move a little bit faster, I think that gives them more room because the arms can make some more drastic lateral adjustments as the booster comes in. And if those two things are working in tandem, the booster steering and the sticks themselves, that gives them more room to make up for, if it's a meter off to the right, well, the chopsticks just pivot a meter to the right and you're still right on target, So that's another question mark that we haven't really seen how much range of motion the chopsticks have, because that'll play into it.
So, and here's another related question too. Question is asking, considering that Elon is most afraid of the first catch attempts destroying the launch area, wouldn't it make more sense to simply build a tower off to the side dedicated to catching?
Or build a second launch site, so if the first launch site has to be down for a while, you can continue launching test flights somewhere else. Kennedy Space Center.
Ah.
And
That's what my
just-
thinking is. I think the mitigation to the risk of Starbase because of the first catch attempt they do there is simply being able to conduct test flights from elsewhere in the meantime.
Yeah, and to just also go about why not build a second tower there. I mean, a second tower just for catching would be significant work.
Right.
That, and also you still have a 70-meter tall booster that would crash right next to the launch site if something goes wrong. So even if you build a second tower, that does not mean that nothing there will be damaged. And you cannot build it really far away, because then it would defeat the whole purpose of rapidly catching and reusing infrastructure. So basically, you're kind of locked into endangering your pad infrastructure.
Gotcha. And another question here from Gina asking, the scaffolding handrails that we can see on the arms, are those a permanent part of the chopstick structure?
I don't think we know for sure, but my guess is no.
It doesn't look permanent to me. Like, if I look at that, I feel like if it would be permanent, it would look more integrated. This more looks like somebody put like a bit infrastructure on there that people can walk there right now. But it doesn't look to me like that is fully built into the design of the chopsticks.
Yeah, I agree.
Gotcha. And another question here from the view that we've got right now. This is in relation to the pins that are used to pick up and catch the booster. The question being asked by Benjamin, do the grid fins at least have enough structural rigidity to act as a backup in that regard?
Oh, I doubt it. My guess is reinforcing the grid fins that much would be a lot of added mass that SpaceX has probably decided not to do.
It would be very counter of the design of SpaceX so far, right? Because they always design things to be, to do what they need to do, because that's like what you want to do, because you don't want to include unnecessary weight on a part that should not carry that weight.
Alrighty there. All right, let's hit a couple of super chats too, and I'm pulling other questions. Keep tagging us at NASASpaceflight in chat. I'm pulling some of your questions, and we're going to try to go through as many of them as we possibly can. But just wanted to say a quick thank to Richard Diaz for the support, as well as Cole Marsh. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. James Jury's saying Starship is cool, but not gonna lie, I'm more excited for Terran R and Neutron, New Glenn 2, I guess. Interesting. All good rockets that are coming online as well here. So thank you so much, James.
That's an interesting opinion.
Yeah. Daniel Floyd asking, is there some kind of sliding, rolling, movable structure on the top of the chopsticks? So basically, where the chopsticks catch the booster, can they move it forward or back? Is there something that allows them to move it along the arms wherever they touch down?
Yes, I think.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Yeah, the answer is yeah. All right, make sure I'm not crazy. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's a thing.
Yeah, and it's for the exact reason that you mentioned, Daniel, because they can't be super precise with exactly where the booster touches down. They've got to have some way to move that back and forth to properly align it with the launch mount when they go to set it right back down. All right, continuing on here with some super chat questions. Blaine Matlock is asking, what is the estimated thrust to weight ratio of the booster after it has deployed ship when it is coming back for its landing? That is a fascinating question.
And with fascinating, I mean,
Well, we have Mr. Spreadsheet. No.
No,
That's
I'm
good.
really thinking about that right now.
Yeah, because so I think this is the thing. How many Raptor engines will be firing when it comes back to do its landing burn?
3, right?
3, I believe, right?
Well, I think that number keeps changing, but yes, I think the latest
Yes.
number is 3.
Yes, yeah,
So
true, Thomas. It keeps changing. And each Raptor can produce how much thrust? Max. So let's just start with max.
I'm breaking out some math here. We're gonna figure this out.
Yeah.
230 tons, right? So we have like 690 tons of thrust.
690 tons of thrust, and it's just under 200 tons empty, so it would have some fuel left in it.
Let's say like 100 tons ish for
Yeah.
good measure.
Yeah, so
About-
that's a thrust to weight ratio of 2-ish?
Yeah, like between 2 and 3 to 1, I would say.
Yeah.
Like based on very rough and very very speculative math.
Of course, so the to the spirit of the question, you have to remember though the main point is how deeply can the Raptor throttle, and then because again we mentioned earlier the booster kind of needs to hover or come very
Right.
close to it to land. So ideally, your thrust weight ratio should have a range that goes just below 1, and then up to 2 or 3. For
Exactly.
purposes of removing gravity losses. Yeah.
That's
Or
a
you
great
build it
question.
like my Kerbal Moonlander, where I just basically hold a certain acceleration by just firing continuously until I touch down for like 10 minutes to be extra safe, because that's how you build efficient rockets.
I see no problem.
That's how you build efficient rockets. I like that. I like that. Yeah, so yes, indeed. So let's keep the question coming. Flawed perspective with 10 Canadians saying for the Nick and Mary Water and Sunscreen Fund. What about an ICPS to mate Orion? Oh gosh, to mate Orion to Starship when SLS gets too expensive. Winky face.
Why though?
Oh, it
But why though?
But why?
I have this image in my head now of an ICPS and Orion on top of a super heavy or something like. It's a very comical picture in my mind.
At this point, when you at least do an EUS, like the diameter difference is going to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, Chris K, just want to say thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. So if you are watching this stream and got a notification that you have been gifted a membership, there were 20 of them that he gifted. Thank you so much, Chris. If you were one of the people who received one of those gifted memberships, let us know in chat. It's always nice to see that as well. But thank you very much, Chris, for that additional support to us. Very much appreciated.
Also, additional shout out to Chris K, who recently also joined our range of SPL camera operators. So
Yes,
thanks
indeed.
for helping out there as well.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. So, Noah with a good question here. Is the plan still for the booster to land in the ocean, or will they try to catch it now?
I don't think they've said, but I would be shocked if the first Starship orbital launch attempt includes a catch attempt.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense just to it would make sense to basically let the booster pretend it's being caught, like just
Right,
offshore,
exactly.
and make sure it can actually do everything beforehand. But this is SpaceX, we'll see.
My perspective is funny. For me, if I look at the current screen, it looks like there's a giant's chair on the right chopstick. I cannot unsee that. I
Oh
just
my
want to
goodness,
mention
there
that.
is.
Yeah, it
I
looks like
totally,
there's a
I see
giant chair.
exactly what you see.
I cannot unsee it. Sorry, I was staring at it for like a solid 2 minutes.
Is it on the chopstick or is it on the QD arm? I think that's part of the
I think
QD
it's on
arm.
the QD, but the perspective is so funny because it looks like there's a giant chair on it.
Where the lift supervisor sits, obviously.
Yeah, that launch director.
The best seat in the house.
Alrighty, and I think with that we have a new voice joining comms. Mr. Chris Bergen, NASA Spaceflight Actual. Do we have you loud and clear?
Somebody mentioned chopsticks. I thought, well, I'm not missing this. This is what we've been waiting for, isn't it? This is the next milestone. There's been several things that are repeated, such as booster rollouts. This is an advanced booster. It's got all 33 Raptor 2 engines. That's a milestone. But a lift onto the OLS, or the OLM, I should say, with the chopsticks will be the first time that's happened. Only the ship's been lifted by the chopsticks so far. The booster, first time.
Indeed.
Yeah,
So some exciting stuff, and I am actually going to say with Chris here, I'm going to go take a quick break because this could go on for some hours, so I might be back a bit later. But with that, thank you all for being with us here as we continue to wait for Booster 7 to be lifted. And Thomas, I'm going to pass hosting off to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chris, and to the morning crew for handing off to us. We'll take it from here. And so for everyone, thank you all so much for tuning in, and we hope that we'll get some epic lifting action here this afternoon. But we'll keep the questions coming as always, so we're going to dive right back into it. Thomas Tate with a question. Do you think that SpaceX will make an artificial gravity station to help with science expeditions or longer experiments? Would that be part of the Starship program?
I would say that is more like in my mind, and this is heavy speculation warning. That is more like in the corner of what, for example, Blue Origin right now is going for with the in-orbit infrastructure. SpaceX seems more committed to Mars infrastructure. So I would say that might be something that utilizes the infrastructure SpaceX is providing, but I'm not sure if it will be necessarily developed by SpaceX.
Yeah. Here is a good question from Joe Augustine regarding some upcoming Starship testing. Definitely want y'all's thoughts on this. With a Starship test, we saw that they could damage the concrete underneath the pad using only 3 Raptor engines, with 10 times the engines and no flame diverter and no significant water deluge. How does a full Starship, meaning the Super Heavy booster, of course, not destroy the launch complex on ignition? Thoughts on that, Chris and Adrian?
I'll start first of all by saying that reminds me of a shuttle mission where the flame trench. Yeah, the flame trench.
Check it off. It's off the list. We've hit the bingo spot.
We're already, but I tell you what, it's so relevant because the refractory bricks they used were from the Apollo era and had performed very well during the opening missions of the shuttle program. But then they had the one incident where I'm trying to Google it now. Chris is still online. He'll know which one it is. The flame bricks, I think it was STS-118. I'm going to double check that. Might have been 23, actually, 123. The bricks went flying. And it wasn't too much of a concern because the way the shuttle pad is set up is there's a mobile launch platform in the way of the flame trench. So the bricks are going to bash against the mobile launch platform rather than the shuttle itself, which would have been seriously bad. But that made them repair the flame trench big time. So there's a history of engine thrust causing concrete and bricks to go flying. But I think with the case of 33 Raptor 2s, they must have simulated it. They won't be thinking, well, we've had a problem before, but let's just try it anyway. Because that's just not the way any company would work. So I'm convinced they've got a solution for it. And I do remember from the time we saw those the concrete being damaged during the Starship testing, they relayed it, didn't they? So I wonder if they found a process where they found a surface that is more endurable to what will be a huge amount of thrust during 33 engines firing. I think they'll get some data as well from the subset engine firings of the static fires that's going to come up. So I trust in SpaceX, but it's a very valid question.
Right, yeah, sure.
John Krause, the famous John Krause, STS-124. I was one off. It was a short discovery.
Thank you, John. Adrian, have any thoughts to add about the concrete discussion here?
First off, I'm amazed how fast Chris managed to bring up the shuttle. I'm just I think that was a record even for our streams. And I let's just say I'm more on the I hope side than Chris just voiced. Because I could see them being like, okay, we think it might work, let's try. Because we saw in the environmental assessment that they're still unsure about, for example, including a water deluge system. and they're still like, it seems to me like that part of the hardware is not completely fleshed out yet. The whole how to mitigate about 70-ish kilonewtons of thrust, meganewtons of thrust. So I'm not sure. I'm really curious how they will maybe repair and change things after the first firing of the full range of the engines.
And I've just put a link into chat for STS-124 because you can see a infrared image showing the bricks actually flying. It looks terrible, but they're flying away from the stack. The important thing with the shuttle launch was with a side-mounted orbiter, you don't want anything hitting that side or the external tank, and they were flying away. But it was a serious event.
Always great to have one of the shuttle encyclopedias on stream because the knowledge is always relevant. So appreciated as always. Here we go. Kaltenstein, I might be pronouncing that correctly, says, we all know that Adrian just finally wants to make spreadsheets about the booster operations. Adrian, looking forward to that.
Yes, I have a spreadsheet that is called Booster Static Fires, and it's very empty, and I'm not happy with that. So yes, I hope we get a lot of static fires, because otherwise that would be very... I would like data.
Now here's another super chat's coming here. Stefan says, who would have thought that's when we had Pez as kids and now we're adults, it would become rocket science. Appreciate the support there, Stefan. Appreciate it.
Actually, Thomas, I'm going to quickly butt in. Sorry, I apologise. I thought I was going to catch you before you started speaking again, but that's very much what Elon is like. Remember, Elon is not a CEO. He's not like other rocket companies where they've got some manager in a suit. He's very much a chief designer as well. And I'm sure a lot of the things we've seen as childhood in sci-fi movies, he's got in his mind and he's trying to employ them into real life. We're seeing a lot of things where he's about the same age as me, you see. So he's seen things from that era and employed them into real life. I always found that fascinating, so I thought it was worth mentioning with the Pez.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. I do thank everyone who's been sending in the super chat support and the membership support. That's all really, really appreciated. For those who may be looking for another way to support the NSF team, we do have these new metal prints that are pretty new to the store right now, and it would be a shame not to mention them, especially because there's tons of Starship content in that section as well. High quality metal prints of some photos from your favorite NSF photographers, and if you would like to go check that out at the NASASpaceflight.com/shop, you got the full stack, full send metal print. I haven't seen the titles for these. That's a fantastic name. That's one of the metal prints that you can get and put up on your wall. High quality Starship goodness. So
you know what? I've bought one and it's fantastic. I'm going to take a quick picture on my phone. I've not hung it on the wall yet, but I'll literally show you. Trust me, I would not say it was great if it wasn't. It really is. It's fantastic. So give me 2 seconds.
Well, we'll have some authentic and organic merch support from our own Chris Bergen here. But that, of course, in addition to all of the other merch you can check out on the NASASpaceflight.com shop, including Starship and other spaceflight programs. Go check it out. And we appreciate everyone who supports us that way so much. Back into some questions here, and we've got one from Left Guard Vids, who says, would there be any benefit in having two launch towers that structurally share a corner, with boosters launching and landing on opposite corners that are furthest apart? So basically have one tower, but can support two launch pads that are right next to each other. We've seen, I'll preface this and I'll get Adrian and Chris's thoughts here. We've seen what the plans would be for two different launch mounts at Starbase, and they include two separate towers and two separate launch mounts that are more separated than they would be if like one tower supported both, basically. And I think that kind of plays into the space you need for the tank farm, how spaced apart you want the two launch mounts to be so that a launch on one mount doesn't affect the other or anything like that. So those things considered, I'm not sure we'd ever see something like that. Adrian, any thoughts?
I think it would drastically increase the complexity of the tower, because suddenly you have like a lot of more range it would need to cover, and we already see how they are, like, there is a certain area where they can operate, but with like the QD being able to rotate out of the movement, and with the chopsticks being able to completely move the tower, you would increase the problems you have with like lining up everything and not colliding with anything drastically. So I'm not sure if that would work.
Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with you there. And then here, can we show this picture? There, I was gonna say, there's the picture from Chris B.
Yeah.
Of,
by the way,
metal print.
I'm notoriously bad at taking pictures. But I've got my hand in scale for there because it gives you an idea of the scale. It is metal. It's solid. It's got special magnet mounting rings at the back. It's really great, and I'm really impressed with it because it's important to me because it's NSF. I started this site 2005. So to have a good product in it is just fantastic in the store. I trust me. If you buy one, you don't like it, you can shout at me because I honestly love it, and I'm going to get them all.
Well, thank you, Chris, for the merch plug there. Again, NASASpaceflight.com/shop to get the metal prints and all the other NSF merch available to support what we do here. We appreciate it. Really quick, Big Man, which is a quick super chat that says, thanks for the great coverage as always. Appreciate that support as well. Again, I'm going through clearing out these super chats, also looking for questions, so tag us at NASASpaceflight. I'm going to be bringing those in as well. Chad says, yay for awesome rocket days, a super heavy lift, tower section 2 stack, and Terran 1 lift. Yeah, I did believe we got a glimpse of the new Terran 1. Is it Terran 1? I still don't know how to pronounce that rocket's name. But getting lifted onto the launch mount in Cape Canaveral, so Relativity getting close to their first orbital launch, and that actually ties in pretty closely with Starship because Terran R is kind of the only other fully reusable rocket in active development right now. Starship and Terran R are kind of the first of that generation that we were talking about, so something worth mentioning there. Here is a question for oh, all right. Well, so this question is gonna actually annoy Chris B, but we'll ask it anyway.
Okay.
Space Shuttle Discovery says, also, I'm still the best orbiter. Sorry, Chris B, at the end of this question. But the question, or I guess the point for discussion is, super hot take, but I don't think Starship will do well in the commercial market. I think most of its flights will be Starlink version 2 and HLS. Thoughts?
Right. First of all, there's lots of considerations to put in for what it's actually designed to do, and that is a super heavy, rapidly reusable launch vehicle. There's several things there. It's a huge capability of it. It's got a massive payload area. It's also rapidly reusable. That's its envision. Obviously, it won't start that way. It'll find its feet to start with. But when you've got that amount of uplift and that amount of turnaround and the benefits that will bring on costs, you will find new customers. Remember, a lot of the companies that are starting up now, the Astras and companies like that, they've got their set market. Starship brings in its heavy market. We've talked about the possibilities of huge telescopes being launched and things like that. Commercially, I mean, those contracts will be worth a lot of money, and that will be of major benefit to a system that doesn't cost a lot of money, as envisioned. But I'm going to bring up something Thomas is going to argue with me about, and that is something which I honestly believe would be its bread and butter, along with creating that city on Mars.
I know where he's
point
going.
to point. I love point to point.
Oh no.
We were talking about
know
this
there's
yesterday.
so many challenges. I know there's so many challenges, but trust me, I think the loss of Concorde, the high price but luxury and faster trip from London to New York, was something where it was down to maintenance costs and the fact that the plane was so hard to uptake. But when you have a system which is point to point, which is anywhere in the world in 60 minutes, I honestly think if they can find the ways of finding the permits and find the ways of making it doable, I honestly love that idea. I think that would majorly answer the question of commercial viability for me. But I know Thomas has got his doubts about it. I know a lot of people got the doubts about it, but Glenn Shotwell, she likes it, and that's good enough for me.
I do have, despite my doubts, I fully agree that it would be a very big advance in spaceflight if you could use space transportation to get around the Earth. And I have my doubts about its feasibility, but nothing, I'm not going to go out there and claim it'll never happen. It's definitely interesting to talk about, and that's a very good point regarding what Starship's market could be. Go ahead, Adrian.
So, I think one of the core markets of Starship might be transporter kind of launches, but for big satellites. Imagine, I've just picked a random payload for Falcon 9 with Turksat 5B. Turksat 5B was 4.5 tons and went to a geostationary transfer orbit, for example. Yet now imagine having transporter launches for these kind of payloads. Because right now, most of what you see on Falcon 9 transporter launches are small satellites, are CubeSats, everything that is small. But with Starship, you suddenly get to the point where you could have really big satellites, even in a rideshare situation. And then you're really getting into a point where they right now pay 80, 90, 100 million for a launch. What they are doing with their flying on a single dedicated rocket usually. And you can fly them on a fully reusable vehicle if it works. That could undercut them by a lot. And there you have a potential market. Of course, that wouldn't fill 500 launches a year, but that would fill a significant and very decent market with these mid-sized telecommunication satellites, for example.
That would definitely be interesting. I've also seen a point of discussion about how people currently design spacecraft, satellites, and things to be optimized to be small and to be light. And there's been discussions about would rockets like Starship basically change what you prioritize when designing a satellite, because you have all that volume to fill and it doesn't really need to be light because Starship can just lift it for a very low price point. So that's something interesting to consider when you don't know what kinds of payloads are possible when you no longer have to optimize for those kinds of things, if that makes sense. So another point to add to that discussion, but Shuttle Discovery, thank you for the support there. Let's see. Tarek with a question here. Chopstick catching theory. Would the booster and ship automatically control the movements when returning? I think it'll be two separate control systems. One that basically puts the booster towards a control point that's above the pad where the chopsticks can reach, and then the sticks adjust to the booster as it comes in to make any final adjustments for the catch. I don't think it would make sense for the booster to command the sticks wirelessly, if that makes sense. I guess I don't know for sure, but I would imagine it's two different sets of control logic.
I would also imagine that the abort criteria for the first few landing attempts are very high. And basically, as soon as you detect something that could endanger your whole infrastructure, just send it swim. Because that would be desirable compared to the booster landing on your tank farm. So I think for the first few launches, there might be very conservative because these are not drone ships. There's not on the drone ships, even if you in the worst case would have destroyed a drone ship completely, the worst thing that happens is you cannot attempt for a few months how to land. With this, you're basically killing off your ability to launch. So I think the abort criteria for landing will be quite high at the beginning.
Sure. Here's a interesting question for the NSF team. Taylor asks, how will commentary streams work if Starship comes fully online and starts doing multiple launches every day? What are we going to do?
We will not sleep.
We're going to cover each one. I'll tell you what, for the initial ones, we're going to have to. I mean, there's no way we're going to sort of pick and choose which of the initial launches we're going to do. But when they get up to that kind of cadence, I think Starship might have launched about 100 times by the time to get to 3 a day or something like that. So
probably more than that.
Yeah, it'd be more like a Starbase Live kind of thing, won't it? We're just continually watching the pads.
Yeah, we'll just set up a 24/7 camera at the launch pads, and you can see all the launches and landings happen. And we'll just sit back and watch with you.
Yeah, we'll just turn on the microphone when it gets T-minus 10 minutes. We'll just turn on the microphone and just commentate on it. I mean, that's what we could do, technically. I look forward to that day.
I look forward to having that problem to solve.
Exactly. It's a very nice problem to have.
It's no longer Raptor side chat, it's Raptor flight chat.
Yeah.
Space Shuttle Discovery back in the Superjet queue just to say, please, Chris, what does Atlantis give you that I can't?
You never forget your first love. And Atlantis STS 112 was the first one I followed properly all the way through. Remember, I'm of the age where the internet was coming online and you had to go to internet cafes to get, your 56k downloads of pictures and stuff. So NASA TV was on Real Player, if anyone old enough remembers that. and it was terrible quality, like 144 if that. And STS-112 was the first one I properly watched all the way through, and that was my first love. But also Atlantis is the one that's been to the Mir space station the most, and launched and basically rescued Hubble from being sent into the ocean because of STS-125. So there's plenty of reasons, but everyone's got their own preference. I think Columbia is the most valid one because of the flagship title, but you never forget your first love. No.
Jared with a new PadRat membership, so thank you, Jared, for your support. We appreciate that. And James, who says we need more shuttle and SLS merch in the NSF shop. A shuttle plush, maybe. Also a puzzle. There's some new NSF merch ideas. We'll write those down and bring that to the next merch meeting. Literally, we have merch meetings. It's a thing. Appreciate the support there,
We could
James.
have an NSF jigsaw where find hydrogen leak.
No.
Sorry.
Oof. Anyway, I'm going to dive into some more questions. Thank you to all the Super Chat support there. I really appreciate it. Well, we all really appreciate it. Not just me. We all appreciate it. Let's see here. Tetra asking, how are they going to supply the amount of methane and oxygen required for multiple launches in a day?
I actually agree that might be a problem without a pipeline. And I think with the fact that the environmental assessment right now calls for only a very limited amount of launches in Boca, I think that might be one of the very limiting factors for daily launches. The question is, could they have a pipeline at the Cape, which just pipes in methane and liquid oxygen from a place that is more accessible? I don't know, but I see that as a actually quite limiting factor, and a quite hard challenge they need to solve.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And also, we saw the propellant plant they were looking to do. That's kind of like gone by the wayside slightly, hasn't it? So we've seen nothing but lines and tankers trucks which have been arriving with the methane and the liquid oxygen and the LH2 even. So it's something where it's not really viable to continue an endless convoy of trucks. They're going to have to find some solution to that long term. Remember, Starbase is pretty much going along the lines of being the area where they're going to do development tests and launches, rather than the massive launch cadence we were talking about earlier, where 3 a day. That's more the Florida side, and Florida is pretty much set up for that. So that's not going to be much of a problem for them in Florida, but something they've got to consider in Starbase.
Yeah, I completely agree there, and great question there from Tetra. Appreciate it. Another question. Schubert asked, can we please explain why the grid fins are black now? I believe that's just a change of material. I guess, are they compared to like the old Falcon 9 grid fins? Has the Super Heavy grid fins been a different color before? I think they were always like this.
Yeah, I think there were a time when they like looked very silverish, but I think there's paint on them even. I think they were painted, if I recall correctly. But they are stainless steel, right? They are made out of stainless steel as well. They are not made out of titanium like the Falcon 9 grid fins. Because
All right, gotcha. I think that's the distinction we're trying to make here, because we've seen Falcon 9 evolve their grid fins from aluminum to titanium, and now with Starship, everything has to be stainless steel, so that includes the grid fins.
Those are cheaper.
Yes.
Yeah, titanium is a bit expensive.
Very.
A bit.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, even when they mentioned like the few times that they've lost a Falcon 9 booster, they were like, maybe we can get the grid fins back, because those are actually very expensive, and obviously a piece of metal isn't going to really be that affected by getting into the water. So even if they could just pick those parts out from the otherwise destroyed booster, that's a win. Anyway, I'm seeing a couple questions in here about a development over in McGregor, Texas. I believe we have a replay to show here. This is from the McGregor Live, another 24/7 feed that you can keep tabs on SpaceX engine testing out in McGregor, Texas. I think we have a replay of a potential rapid unscheduled disassembly over on the tripod stand. Let's take a look at this. You see a Raptor engine. That is definitely a Raptor, that stand now used for Raptor engine testing. Had a good start, but that didn't look like a good ending there.
Oops. Well, that's a test center for you. That's why they test.
Yeah.
And the great thing about McGregor is these test stands can take that. And we've seen in the previous runs they've had they're back and firing engines on it within days. So it's even less than that sometimes. It's why they test. It's the whole saying why they test, and it's always good. It's always good. It's always best to have your data sets from RUDs at your test site rather than halfway in a sense. So it's all good data for them, and it's very important to put that into context because you do get the what I call SpaceX shorters, even though they're not on stocks. But I call them SpaceX shorters because they always go for the negative side of things to try and dismiss things worse than they are. And it is an accurate, not a fanboy thing. It's an accurate portrayal to say that is why they test to get the data.
Yeah, I cannot say it as great as Das said it in our video about McGregor, but overall they are testing a lot, and they are usually even after these things happen. I think last time they had like a RUD on a test stand, they couldn't use that stand for almost 2 days. So they are quickly in recovering from these, and since we also don't always know what the design criteria for a test fire was. Maybe they were pushing something. Maybe they were going for something that might have this as a result. So we don't have any insight if this was only a qualification firing or something else. So yeah, it's always hard to put in perspective, and they usually are quick to recover.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, that's a quick replay that's from our 24/7 cameras that are looking at the McGregor test facility. Look, we'll just have to wait and see how quickly that test stand comes back online, because like Chris mentioned, it's usually not long. Let's see, another question here. Tom is the best. What a username. Appreciate it. Says, if Starship is going to be rapidly reusable, then how is SpaceX going to make sure that each of the rockets are safe before launching, since they only have a small window to check? So I think that's referring to how quickly will they be able to review the data from every landing before you launch the next one, if that makes sense. Have any thoughts on that?
My thoughts initially are there's two things we've heard from Elon, which gives you clues. First of all, he said he wants to launch many. I don't know if he used hundreds or thousands, or if he's just exaggerating, but obviously a lot of vehicles before he even thinks to put a crew on it. So that's something where if you're looking at someone who's talking about getting people to Mars in a certain time frame, that may again be too ambitious for all of us to potentially acknowledge, but it's something where it points to a large ramp up in cadence pretty soon. I think the initial flights, even though the first one's going to launch with Starlinks, which is a sign of confidence because you think it might launch with a ball of cheese rather than Starlinks, is an indication of the confidence they've already got in the engines, which we just talked about, and the system as it is. So the ramp up might come pretty soon. I think they want KSC online before they do start ramping up. And I think the turnaround from a point of landing a booster and checking it and making sure it's ready to go again is something not a timescale consideration until maybe 2 years' time, because I think they'll be launching no more than one a day at maximum for the next 2 years. And that's pushing it. I think multiple times a day is a while away. So the check it turnaround, I think, is not really a problem as a consideration for turning around. I think they can check it, have enough time before its next launch for the next several years, personally.
Yeah, totally. It's going to take a long time to ramp up from, the original cadence will be, they'll launch the first one, and it might take a month or so, or a month or 2 or 3 before they launch the second ever Starship orbital flight, it will take time for that ramp up to happen.
Yeah.
Another question, or a super chat that's come in here, and this is an interesting discussion point. Appalachia Run says, size doesn't matter because if Starship's operating cost is low enough, they can fly it half empty with small payloads and still make money, similar to semi-trucks. It's a good point that you don't have to actually fill the payload capacity of the rocket. If the total launch cost divided by the amount of payload you have on board is still a low enough price point that it's better than other rockets, the rocket doesn't actually need to be full for people to use your rocket to get to space and for SpaceX to be profitable in running that operation, if that makes sense.
It does, and again, it goes back to the economics of it. I think their Starlink launches, it's an in-house thing where their cost of launching them on a Falcon compared to the Starship is not really a consideration. They can launch as many as they want in that size of capability. But if you get a customer with a telescope that costs $200 million, and their launch contract is far in excess, probably in the range of like a Vulcan maybe or something like that. SpaceX could come along and say, we can launch it even though it's less than what Starship, even can carry. I mean, it's something where we'll be leaving capacity spare, but for cheaper, they're going to go to Starship. Again, they've got to prove its point, but Vulcan's not proven its point yet as well. So they're in that realm now where they can compete with these new vehicles coming online at a cheaper price point and not have to launch at full capability. So it's what you just said there. It's the cost per ton to orbit that they're going to compete against there, against new rockets themselves. So it's not like they're going against Atlas V with its history of success. It's very intriguing what Starship can bring to the table as far as competing with the other rockets now.
Can I bring a funny side note from Gregor in?
Mm-hmm.
It after the test we just witnessed, where something obviously went right, it took them about 18 minutes to fire another test stand. So they're fired the Raptor vertical test stand now. So it did. At least for now, it seems like it didn't derail them that hard.
And again, it's the point you make. It potentially, we don't know. We don't get a press release per Raptor firing at McGregor. We never have, never will. They could have been testing that one to failure. It could have been something where we get a tweet from Elon in a few days' time saying, "Oh yeah, we pushed our Raptor to 320 odd bar or whatever, something like that." Where it was obviously they're pushing it as far as to its extremes and running it in the process. That's what the test site's there for. So we don't know if it was one of those tests or not. It could have been.
I want to draw some attention to the view on the right side of the screen right now. It looks like there is a lift kind of working around the base of the booster right now.
Ooh.
I don't know if we have any indication as to what this might indicate or anything, but there are personnel working around the base of the booster right now.
Well, the next thing they're going to do is release it from the mount. It's on, if I'm correct, that it's just rolled there. If they release the clamps below, the nuts and bolts they've got, which help to transport to the launch site, then that's the next process ahead of a lift.
Well, then we can certainly hope that that's what they are working on. We do know that they'll need to obviously attach the booster to the chopsticks.
Yeah, this is in the correction, yeah.
But getting close, we hope.
I'm just getting excited because this will be great. This will be a milestone in itself. We've got the things for static fires to look forward to, and I'm eager to see those because it's been a long time since we've had a static fire test campaign, never mind with a booster that's got all 33 engines on it. I know it will be 33 engine firings, at least to start with, but it's just a chopstick lift. I go back to the days where I mentioned I thought it was a joke when Elon tweeted about lifting these things with chopsticks, and then suddenly here we are. And it doesn't seem like that long ago now, where he first tweeted that suggestion, and now we're seeing a booster about to be lifted by the chopsticks onto the orbital launch mount. I'm very fascinated by that.
Absolutely. And of course, we've seen the chopsticks used to lift a ship before, but will be good to see the booster getting lifted. Also, in this view, we can see that the road has been closed. The road to the launch site has been closed, which is an interesting development. Could be an indication of lift operations coming up soon.
Yeah, it's at least not a bad sign, right? That they still it indicates, hey, something might happen because we don't want people here.
Yeah. That's a good point. If the road had been open, we're probably looking at tomorrow at least. But with it still being closed, they're still doing things there, and that's fascinating. And also in that view there, we can see Tip 24 in high bay on the left-hand side of the screen. That's going to be rolling out soon as well at some point. So we're going to have a full stack again at some point soon. It's all going to start happening pretty fast now. After what has been a relative lull, there's always been something happening there, but a relative lull compared to the major events. We are going to start seeing these two ships being mated on a full stack. And again, another milestone. We're having a full stack with all engines involved. So that's another thing.
Exactly.
I love how... sorry, just for one side note, I love how at some point I thought how big a Super Heavy is. And now I see the tower again next to it that is out of frame. And you cannot see even the top. And then you're like, okay, maybe Super Heavy is not that big compared to this tower.
And also,
It
they
is-
did some final work on the tower, didn't they? We actually saw the lightning protection tower, the tiny one compared to the size of the tower. There's scaffolding up at the top of the tower now, so they've got that finished off, all being well, at some point.
But
I'm
what's
sure
the
they'll still do
tower
some work on it.
for, Chris?
Yeah. What are they using it for?
Lightning protection system. Yeah.
We
No four
got a
towers,
question-
just the one tower.
Just the one, though. Just the one. Dylan asking, will they ship starships from Boca Chica to, it says KSA, I'm going to assume they mean KSC, Kennedy Space Center. I think, well, we know they're building a factory at Kennedy Space Center to build starships there, but could shipping a ship to Florida be a potential way to begin some initial testing of how to handle a Starship vehicle at the new launch mount in KSC?
I would say yes. If the factory, so a factory takes longer time to get ready to produce vehicles with a decent cadence. So I think there is a chance that they might consider that because of the fact that it will take time for a full factory to be built, and then it will take time to recruit workers that will work there and then build the vehicles that are needed to test the infrastructure. So that's like a lot of steps that have to be completed before you really get to the point where you have testing hardware for the pad. And they are building that pad right now in a pretty very SpaceX usual cadence. So they might get to a point where they want to put something on that faster than we might think.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Roberts Road is a long way off from actually producing ships and boosters. And the Kennedy Space Center 39A Starship tower is being constructed as we speak. So they are ahead of the game there. And I think the considerations I've seen on Twitter is that they can't ship them horizontal. But I tried asking Elon on Twitter, but he's hit or miss if he'll reply to a question which is related to something he might not want to talk about just yet. But I think there's every possibility that Starbase and its production cadence, compared to what its launch rate will be able to supply at least some ships to start with, even if it's just for fit checks, because as far as launching for 39A, I think that's a far off yet. But they may want to test the system like they've been doing with fit checks with Starbase, with the boosters they've had out there previously. Not least Booster 4 that's still stuck out there, wondering what to do. So I think that's a viable thing. We want to see something where we can see where they would actually transport them to get them into to a barge, into the ocean, and shipped over the same way the external tanks for the shuttle program were shipped from Michoud to the turn basin at Kennedy Space Center where the VAB is, and then just roll them up the crawlerway. That's the potential path. Obviously, we've got to wait and see, but I certainly would not rule it out. Let's put it that way.
Can I add something about people suggesting to fly vehicles over to Florida?
Oh, point-to-point fly them over.
The problem is
dear.
the problem with a booster. Like the thing that would most likely be put on a pad is a booster for fit checks, because that's the thing that you want to put on there because it would stand there. And from Boca to the Cape, we are talking about 800 kilometers downrange and a flight over Florida. There are several things and several agencies that would not like that. And you cannot just re-enter above Florida and just land on the Cape. So you would have to go even further downrange and then boost back to the Cape to do that. And I doubt that is in the capabilities and performance margins of the vehicles.
Well, you
Yeah, as
certainly
much as I
can't
love
do it
point
with
to
that
point.
attitude, Adrian. Come on now.
As
I'm
much as
sorry
I
if
love
I
point
bring
to point-
logic in here.
As much as I love point-to-point, that's not going to happen.
There we go.
That'll do.
Got a
That's
chat message here that says, how many ships could a Starship ship if a Starship could ship ships? Thank you, Chris Gebhardt, for that chat message. Always appreciated. Let's see. Here is a good question. Mist asking, when Falcon 9 retires, would SpaceX leave Vandenberg for good? Never heard of a starbase at Vandy.
I'm fearing to answer this question because I fear Jack might listen.
Yeah, best coast. I think Elon has had his personal his company and personal arguments with California, so I think Texas and Florida are more of his preference right now. what would be the need for a Vandenberg Starbase? Let's put it that way. Also, he's got
Well-
the oil rigs as well, so he has options. I don't see Vandenberg being a need if they end up departing from there. I'm trying to think of a reason why they'd want a Starbase in Vandenberg. Can you think of one?
I mean, how else are you going to reach those kind of orbit? Unless you're just going to rely on polar corridor.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll want to be able to, you'll still want to be able to access those kinds of orbits. And it might be worth having a dedicated site like Vandenberg for that? I'm not sure.
It might be my shuttle history involved here, but I remember when the plan was to relocate Shuttle Discovery to Vandenberg and launch those polar orbits. Now, obviously, that was cancelled because Challenger was lost and the US Air Force pulled out of the contract to do the polar launches with Shuttle and went to Titan. But we've seen the amount of launches we've had from there. It's not been a lot. Not for those orbits in question, compared to where they could have launched it from other areas. Obviously, I think they can do polar from KSC now. Isn't that right? I remember a recent one being their first polar launch from KSC, or the Cape, I should say.
I mean, yeah,
So-
they've done it from the
Yeah.
Cape. I don't think there'd be any huge like roadblocks to doing it from KSC specifically, even though I think they've tried to do it from Pad 40 right now, but still.
I'm not seeing a major need. I can see KSC being needed. That was always something which was always in the plans. I can see Starbase being the development area. I can see how that works. I can see how the oil rigs could come online. Phobos and Deimos. They could be giving them options on orbits depending on where they're
That's true.
located. So where's Vandenberg in the wish list? Maybe in the future, if they've got the cadence where they've got so many vehicles and they're all coming back and getting reused that they're running out of actual capacity to launch them with, then maybe that makes sense. But yeah, I'm struggling with that one. I think there's a possibility that it's more likely they would end up just leaving Vandenberg and concentrating on what their bread and butter is, which is Texas, Florida, and the oil rigs, and maybe other options they've got in those locations.
Sorry, Jack.
I think they could just add a train station to that train line that runs right past Vandenberg, and that'll be a point-to-point station for Central California. There you go.
Yay, point to point.
But that is a very good question there, Miss. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And that would be interesting to learn more about. I think using the sea launch platforms, though, is a very good point that you can access pretty much any orbit depending on where you put those platforms. So that's a very that could be a potential solution there that does not require Vandenberg.
Could say it's a very good point to point.
Oh, no.
Who said
Folks,
Germans
if you
got no
are-
sense of humor?
Folks, if you are just joining us, we're watching live coverage. We had a Booster 7 rolled out to the launch pad with all of those 33 Raptor engines installed. And right now, the teams are working on some preparations for lift operations. The road has just been closed. We saw some personnel working near the base of the vehicle. They'll need to obviously disconnect the booster from the mount that it transports on. And we'll hopefully see the chopsticks attached to the booster here soon, which would be probably the final step before an actual lift operation. So that's what we're keeping an eye on right now. This would be the first time that the sticks are used to lift a booster, and the start of a static fire campaign for Booster 7 that could end up with an orbital test at some point. But of course, depending on how the static fire testing goes.
I also want to mention something else that we're concentrating on Booster 7 and Ship 24. They are the pairing now. We now know that they are the pairing to be involved in this, what will hopefully be not just a static fire test campaign, but also the orbital launch attempt. That's incredible to even think that we're getting that close now to this. But down at the production site, we've seen Booster 8, its lock sections in the Mega Bay right now. And Ship 25 sections are being prepared. We saw yesterday's daily video, which I'll link in a second, with the PES dispenser for its Starlinks being installed in for this cargo bay. So that's something where they're going to be in a situation by the time, if they get through the campaign with the test campaign, if they get to the point where they're ready to launch Booster 7 and Ship 24, Booster 8 and Ship 25 will be not far down the line to either repeat the test if they lose Booster 7 and Ship 24, which is a very big possibility, but also they've got other vehicles all the way through to Booster 10. I can't remember where we're out to ships, but they have got a large amount of ready to try again vehicles down the road. I think that bodes very well for SpaceX's test campaign which Elon said was going to be this year, to head into operational launches, which technically they will be in with Starlink launches. If they get a launch success and deploy the Starlinks into the right orbit, that vehicle becomes operational, which is incredible to think. It could even happen. It could even happen with Booster 8 or Booster 7, Booster 8. That's how soon it could happen. And to be in that position, compared to any other vehicle out there, the new vehicles, including SLS, is a huge thing. I can't stress it enough. The capability of this vehicle is game-changing. And to have that point now, we've had people for a few months now saying, oh, it's not been doing this, not been doing that. They've been getting lots of things ready in the meantime, such as the tank farm, such as the launch tower, the mechanism system. They've done some recent modifications to the chopsticks alone. They've been getting things ready to get them in position that if they do start being able to launch these things with the FAA now approved, that they'll be able to hit the ground running. I would prepare people in the best possible way and in the happiest possible way as well, as saying we could start seeing a real ramp up very soon and very fast, where we can start seeing some launches. Strap in and look forward to it.
Couldn't have said it better. Completely agree. Keeping some questions coming here. Walker asks if there is a NASA Spaceflight Discord. Believe it or not, there is. And if you join the YouTube membership program at Capcom or higher, I believe, is the level required to gain Discord access. Yes, thank you, Adrian. That is the level that you can access the Discord with not only just other YouTube members, but also the entire NSF team. There's discussion channels for all things spaceflight. There's a KSP channel and gaming channels and just kind of hangouts and all sorts of things like that. So yes, there is a NASA Spaceflight Discord accessed by being a Capcom level or higher member on the YouTube channel, and that's just a great way to support what we do and keep the lights on, as they say. So thank you for asking there, Walker, and if that sounds like your cup of tea, we'll hope to see you there in the Discord here. But thank you to anyone who supports us that way too. We appreciate it. Let's see what other questions we've got in chat here. All right, I'm going to address this question just because I keep seeing it in chat and we should at least talk about it, I suppose. Can Starship First Stage Super Heavy Booster lift the Orion to a translunar injection, aka can it replace SLS? From a Delta V standpoint, I don't think a Super Heavy Booster, at least not in a reusable configuration, matches the Delta V of the SLS core stage and boosters. And the upper stage on SLS, the ICPS. Definitely not. You would need some sort of upper stage on top of Super Heavy, and even then you might be short. There's a lot of Delta V that comes from the two giant SLS SRBs. The more bigger picture question that I guess we can talk about is, what's the path towards Starship having a crew launch to lunar orbit capability? Which is different from the HLS program. Remember, HLS, you launch it uncrewed, and the lander version of Starship, which is just a Starship that is configured to suit its needs on the moon, you deliver that to lunar orbit with no people on board. And then the crew gets there with Orion boards and goes to the surface, etc. But when can Starship have a path towards people get on Starship on Earth, launch to orbit, refuel, and then go to the moon without docking with a different crew vehicle?
Does different crew vehicle include other starships?
Well, I guess the biggest question is, when will Starship have the capability to launch people from the surface of Earth to orbit? Because once you do that, you can kind of do the rest as well.
Can I say never?
I'm intrigued. Go for it.
Because as far as I know, it will always need refueling for to launch to moon, right? Maybe that's the. So what I think is the way how Starship missions to the moon, solely on Starship, will work is that you have a fully tanked moon Starship, like with HLS, and basically just have an ascent Starship that brings people to that fully tanked one, and then with that deliver them to the moon. Because at least in my imagination, fueling up a starship takes time and is risky, especially the first one. And so you don't want to have your crew sitting in low Earth orbit for a long period of time just to wait to get to the moon. So maybe that might be an ability to, go around that and never have a crew sitting in a starship while it's getting refueled. I think the same approach could also be true for Mars launches, for example.
So, I guess so. Your suggestion is that because it has to sit in orbit and wait for refueling to go to deep space destinations anyway, why not launch the crew separately on something that isn't a starship?
Oh, launch it on a starship that just docks with it in Leo once it is fully refueled. Basically,
Okay.
get one into orbit that is ready to go deep, and then just have one go up that just brings the crew on there, and then launch. Launch from Leo.
So how long do you think it takes before you can launch people on Starship, period?
Oh yeah, that's the next one, right? I really have a hard time to put a number to that because I feel like every number I would put to that right now is just complete guesswork. I think it will be a long period of time. Even a lot of more flights than it took Falcon 9. I think it will be like basically a liftoff from Earth with people. I don't see that for a few more years.
Let's get some context here. How many times will Atlas V have flown before the crewed flight test? Something like, I'm looking at Wikipedia right now, full disclosure. They're coming up on the 100th Atlas V flight. Is that right? Hold on. Wait a second.
That would be a great way to write a cool anniversary.
No, that is about right. Atlas V has 93 total launches so far. So plus or minus 100, let's go with. And then Falcon 9 was probably beyond that by the time Demo 2 happened. Because Falcon 9's at what, 160 now, depending on how you count. So, hypothetically, Starship does 100 flights and is proven and isn't failing regularly at the end of 100 flights. That would seem to be a somewhat reasonable justification for crew rating it, as far as the booster goes. And that would obviously have to include a test flight or two of the crewed version of Starship with no people on board, just like we've done with Crew Dragon and Starliner. But that kind of gives you an idea, and like Elon has said, hundreds of flights, if not more, before you ever put people on the thing. But at the launch cadence they're targeting, that could be a couple years or so. Chris, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, first of all, if you can imagine how well Falcon's done with crew launches, it's returned US capability, American rockets from American crew from American soil. It lost two vehicles, the Amos 6 one, or Amos 8 was it, on the pad, and also the CRS mission, the cargo mission during ascent. They had lost two boosters on the way up. They expected to lose several on the way down, mainly for the drone ship landings. They've well overachieved on the recoveries. They've achieved, especially lately. So that's something where they've proven to beat their figures. But I think there is some margin for Starship during its initial 100 flights, let's say, for the loss margin, which I think they'd allow something like 98, 97, lose 3 boosts, especially at the start. They're going to expect to lose some vehicles at the start because they are a new vehicle and they're testing it. To get to crew rated, I think they'd want a good string of 25 in a row successes before they start thinking about maybe putting. Well, first of all, they're going to change the design. That's another thing with the ship itself, with Starship. The actual ship itself will be changed quite dramatically to allow for a cabin to what's been envisioned with the big windows. So they'll be doing test launches with that uncrewed to start with, I would imagine. So that's something where they want to get that out of the way. And then maybe move to crewed launches. And I think the Polaris program, Dear Moon, they want to have a record behind before they even attempt to launch those commercial missions with private astronauts. So it's a big ask, and I'm sure they've planned it out extensively to have a margin where they're comfortable. And I go back, I'm pausing as I'm talking because I go back to how seriously Elon takes it. We saw what state he was in during the Bob and Doug mission.
Yeah.
He didn't want anything to go wrong. He wasn't blasé about it, not like he's on Twitter or anything like that. He was cold-faced serious. And I found that expected but also encouraging, because people portray Elon as kind of like, the happy billionaire. He is deadly serious about his vehicles. He really is. He will not take a chance with this. So I have every confidence in SpaceX and Elon as at the top of SpaceX, taking the crew rating of Starship extremely seriously.
Right. And so how do you think, and so tying this back into the question that started this whole discussion, with regards to Starship offering crew launch capability to the moon's orbit, evolving SLS's current role and replacing that with a reusable launch solution such as Starship, I mean, is there any real difference between crew rating it for a low Earth orbit crew launch and conducting a translunar injection afterwards?
I would say yes, because I remember the Orion planning documents where they said they could initially launch it to the ISS, and that was less of a challenge. Low Earth orbit, ISS, they can get the crew back if there's a problem. With a translunar injection, even with the initial Artemis launches, I believe they're going to loiter in low Earth orbit for 36 hours. I think that was the latest plan. They wanted to check the system out before they're conducting the TLI, because if there's any kind of like considerations where they think they're not too confident about something, say a Starliner situation where some of the thrusters aren't working, they could get to the ISS, no problem at all. But to risk going to the moon is a big step up. They'd bring that Orion back if they had a similar problem. So I think it is a big consideration to take into account, where it's not the same as crew rating for low Earth orbit.
That's a very good point. And thank you, Dr. Phil, for that question. Definitely a worthwhile discussion that we'll definitely continue having as the Artemis program kind of gets further underway and Starship gets further along in its development, if you will.
Thomas, I have some breaking news.
Go for it, Adrian. It's all you.
So our photographer Nick just got told that he needs to clear the pad area now, and apparently SpaceX is clearing the area around the chopsticks and the booster as we speak, at least for non-SpaceX personnel.
And that ties in. I had some people asking in chat if we had any sort of timeline for the lift. The reason we're still live right now is because they are clearly actively preparing for a lift. It would be kind of silly for us to end coverage and then spool right back up if they're about to lift. So, which, has happened before. We've like, oh, okay, I guess they're done for the day. And then 5 minutes later, SpaceX is like, just kidding. But, so that's why we're still live, because it looks like they are actively preparing. And we keep getting signs, such as Nick being told, peace out, that they're getting close to lift operations. So we're keeping an eye on the chopsticks. We're keeping an eye on some work by SpaceX personnel near the base of the booster. Looks like they're getting ready to lift this up onto the launch mount at some point in the near future meaning today. So we're going to stay live while we wait for that. But of course, we'll keep you all updated. And if at any point we get indications that that's not the case, we would report as such. But right now, it looks like preparations are continuing. And we've got some more questions to talk about. So we're going to keep doing that as well. Really quick phone repair with a new membership saying, to say thank you for being a PadRat member. We really appreciate that and appreciate the support. Outdoorsman Show has a question. Are there any updates on landing legs for Starship? We know there are no catch towers on the moon and Mars. What's the latest? I mean, is the latest literally just the latest HLS renders?
I think it is.
So.
We've not seen anything else updated from that. It's a good point, because your initial answer to that question is they're not doing legs. They've got chopsticks now. But you've not got a big launch mechanism system. Mechazilla. God, put your teeth back in, Chris. Mechazilla system on the moon. So I'm sure Elon's thinking one day we might have. But yeah, so they're going to need that system for HLS, and I think that's an indication of where they are right now in this program. They want to get Starship to orbit. That is their focal point now. That is their main goal, to prove out this ship can get to orbit. Then they'll worry about the things later on, because HLS is a while away, let's face it. But it's something where we've only got renders to go on, and I'm sure, knowing how SpaceX have refined just the design of the vehicles and everything else, it will change over time anyway. So it's a wait and see situation, but I'm sure they've already thought ahead, and they've been talking to NASA about their plans, and they'll have an idea of where they want to go with this.
Yeah, I want to look forward to seeing some HLS hardware, like even if it's just a test article or something,
Yeah.
and that might get tied in directly with progress at Kennedy Space Center.
Do you
So,
remember the HLS nose cone at the production site? They painted it white with the
Yes.
NASA sign and the US flag on it.
I don't know. I still don't know how serious that really was,
Oh, it's a shame.
but
I was
yes.
hoping above hope that they were actually working on the interior and would get some photographs from Elon on Twitter showing the exterior of a HLS nose cone, but no. We think it was just there for fancy pants reasons where they wanted to show a NASA sign and a US flag on the side of a Starship nose cone.
Yeah, I gotcha. Here's a question from Thomas Banks, who wants to know why not strap 2 Falcon Heavy side boosters to the Super Heavy booster for better performance. That sounds like something that would work in Kerbal, but not necessarily real life.
Do we
Earth
really
rocket.
need more thrust on this rocket? Like, at some point, you just have to accept that this has enough. We don't need more thrust. But to be fair, I would like to see that in Kerbal. So if you're on the NSF Discord, please do that. Thank you.
Yeah. Definitely a Kerbal thing that we should definitely see, and at that point, why stop at 2? But from a real engineering standpoint, I will offer the following insights. First of all, Falcon Heavy side boosters are Kerologs, so you need to add kerosene and liquid oxygen ground support equipment. You would need to adjust the launch mount, unless you're just going to hang the boosters off the side and they won't be connected to the launch mount, but then how do you fuel them? It's also simply not as easy as it might seem to simply strap rockets together, and Elon has talked about this in developing Falcon Heavy. It's not, you don't just take 3 Falcons and strap them together. You have to redesign the center core so it can take all the extra loads and all of these things. So, not a very straightforward thing, and probably not needed. So.
Also, I now have this image in my head of a Korolev cross going with Falcon Heavy
Falcon
side
Heavy
boosters.
So
going
4
away
Falcon Heavy
from Super
boosters
Heavy.
around a Super Heavy Korolev cross.
Yes.
All right,
I wanna
someone
see
who's
that.
got Kerbal open, you know what to do.
Yep.
Here's a question from Starship. The Starships have become sentient and are now giving us questions on YouTube. Who they ask, is it possible for Dragon to go to the moon with humans and fly back, for example, theoretically on a Falcon Heavy?
Yep.
Oh, I envy the SpaceX fans who were not around for Grey Dragon.
I was going to bring it up. Grey Dragon.
Yeah, that was a real thing. That was an
It was.
actual thing. It was, and it turns out it was the precursor to Dear Moon. Oh God, this Yusaku Maizawa, I forgot his name for a second, who was funding the Dear Moon private moon mission on Starship. Originally, it was going to be him and one other passenger on a Dragon, a Crew Dragon that was heavily modified, and they called it Grey Dragon. Launched on a Falcon Heavy rocket to the moon and back. However, the reason they didn't do that was because A, Starship was going to be becoming a thing, and Starship is much more tailored to that, and Starship can bring more than just 2 people to the moon. Also, you would have to do a couple things. You'd have to modify Crew Dragon pretty extensively for it to have the propellant it would need for all the correction maneuvers, to have some better radiation shielding for the lunar environment, things like that. Those things considered, it would be a lot of work on Crew Dragon, and then you'd have to crew rate Falcon Heavy as well, which is not super straightforward. Even though they crew rated Falcon 9, extending that the Falcon Heavy is possible but not super easy. And since they know they have to eventually crew rate Starship and Super Heavy anyway, I think it just made a lot more sense to go that way. But to answer your question, that was a plan that SpaceX shelved in favor of Starship to the moon, basically. All right, here is a question here from Harrison. Will the booster have to land right on the mounting pads? I have a lot of confidence in them, but that's a very small target to hit. So not on the launch mount, if that's what the question is. It has to land on the sticks, which are movable. The 2 big black arms that are currently cradling the booster near the top, those are what we call the chopsticks, and that's what the boosters land on. There are 2 mounting points on the side of the booster that the chopsticks will sit, or the booster will sit on the chopsticks with. I hope that clarifies that.
I will also add that I had that question resonated with me because when we first saw the way it would be caught, There is certainly less margin for error than the initial idea, which we thought they were going to grab it by the grip threads, which obviously is less structurally sound of a thing to do. So that makes sense why they didn't do that. But it's, I think if we do see, I mean, I go back to the test flight. Anything's a bonus. It launches, it gets through ascent, it gets through max Q, it stages, it starts returning. These are all milestones. Everything's a bonus. And then if it catches it first time, wow. I mean, that'd be something else. I go back to the Falcon Heavy maiden launch. It's something I go back on the webcast and watch it if I feel a bit down, which is often. It cheers me up no end. It's just something spectacular where so many things which could have gone wrong went right. And the only thing that didn't go right was center boost not landing on the drone ship. But to get anything like that with the first flight of Starship would be huge. Absolutely huge. Everything's a milestone in that launch.
I'm happy as soon as they reach Miko.
Fair, exactly, yeah.
Like, if they get to the whole super heavy flight phase and detach the ship and at least, like, ignite the engines of the second stage, that's already... That's quite... I would say that's quite big. At least from my understanding.
I should also clarify, obviously, I think the official plan still is for the booster to land off into the ocean and be expended. We know ship's going to be expended near Hawaii, but we do believe now the plan is for Booster 7, the first one, to be caught or a catch attempt. That might change again. So, again, when I say if they get through all these milestones and they catch it, wow, they might not go for the catch first time round, but we do believe that's what they're going to probably try to do first time round. We'll see what happens on the day, but again, like Adrian said, to get to Miko would be a massive achievement. Let's get this in context. It's the first flight of the world's most powerful rocket.
Right.
Expect fireworks. So anything else is a bonus.
I mean, yeah, the recovery milestones, just like they were on Falcon 9, are going to be secondary at the beginning. Eventually, it becomes a requirement. Like today, when a Falcon 9 booster fails to land, that is significant. It still doesn't affect the primary mission, but I would argue that not these days, a Falcon 9's, it should be a reasonable expectation that the boosters landed successfully, and when they don't, that's the exception, and is worth noting. For Starship orbital test flight, that's not the case. If neither the booster or ship land successfully, that's fine. Getting to space, getting to orbital velocity, that's the big milestone for that flight. And then beyond that, obviously, you continue to improve. So
the amount of cars below the pad has reduced by 11 in the last 25 minutes.
Adrian living by his Twitter handle, car counting.
I just love fun. Like, why not count cars right now? I mean, so
this is some good Texas tank watching going on right now.
Yeah,
old-fashioned tank watching. Got a couple super chats that have come through here really quick. Jonathan says, "Hello from the Netherlands. A space-related pickup line. Are you a rocket in Countdown? Because I'd like to hold you. But we never want to hold again." I'm mixing rocket companies
Rocket
up.
Lab.
But thank you.
Rocket Lab gets a mention.
Thank you, Jonathan, for the support there. Also, Zeska with a super chat. No message, just some financial support there, so we greatly appreciate that. So let's get a status update right now. So we have been watching and seeing a couple steps here recently about some progress towards a lift. We have seen them clear everyone who is not SpaceX personnel out of the area. Our own photographer Nick was told to get the heck out, so he did. They told him nicely, not suggesting anything, but just told that SpaceX personnel are the only ones left near the pad at this point. And we saw on some other camera views that they have closed the road to the launch site. There we go. Thank you, Michael. And we see some personnel working near the base of the vehicle. What we know they'll have to do, they'll have to connect the booster to the chopstick arms. Then they can disconnect from the mount that it gets transported on. And you can see in this view, there's that lift near the bottom of the booster. That's where some personnel are working now. And then once it is disconnected from the mount, the sticks can lift the booster onto the launch mount. So we're a couple steps away here, but we keep seeing some progress towards that lift operations. We're going to keep an eye on that and try to get a gauge as to what the timeline kind of can be right now. Right now, we do have a couple more questions that we can talk about, so let's just keep those going for now. Let's see here. Here we go. If you had a very heavy Starship, or I guess a very heavy payload on Starship, could you use 3 Super Heavy boosters to lift it, like Falcon Heavy uses 3 Falcon 9s?
I tell you what, I've seen.
I think we're back into the Kerbal discussion again.
Yeah, we are.
There's
But
a render.
I saw an amazing render, which was done by an artist. I can't remember his name. It showed 3 cores and a huge kind of like almost Star Trek looking starship on the top. And it looked beautiful. I must admit. I know it's not going to happen. I know it was a render and I know it was made up. But wow, it looked impressive. But it also gives you some context that 3 of those boosters can look that impressive. It just shows how big one booster is. And honestly, if we get this capability with 33 Raptor 2s, remember the more powered Raptor 2s, launching, again, I go back to the capability standpoint. It's something that's going to change the game. We're into the era now, especially with SLS coming online. We're into the era where if you're a child of shuttle, which I am, you never saw Saturn V. My age group and people younger than me are now going to start seeing these huge rockets, and it excites me no end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I just say that with 3 Super Heavy boosters, you would be at 227 meganewtons, which is only 100 meganewton short of what Sea Dragon planned to have.
Oh, jeez.
So if you strap on 2 more, you're at the thrust of Sea Dragon. Over even.
That's kind of crazy that it would take 3 Super Heavies to reach the Sea Dragon thrust. That shows you how ridiculous
Actually-
Sea Dragon was.
Actually, it takes more. Like I rounded
Or
a
it's
bit.
slightly
to
more,
make-
right? Yeah.
It's 4.8. You need 4.8 Super Heavies to reach the thrust of Sea Dragon.
Oh man, I just want to say that like that's just ridiculous. I don't know how else to say that would be ridiculous.
It
Let's
went
answer
for
the question.
350
Yeah.
meganewton.
However, so even in this hypothetical situation, if there are 3 boosters, is the thrust still 3?
Yes, I think we are pretty aligned on the fact that the thrust is basically always 3. And I think there's no rocket that has not a thrust of 3.
Fair enough. Let's see what else we got here. Here's a question for the shuttle expert on comms here. Was the shuttle's payload bay bigger than today's rockets? So I guess it's comparing the payload volume to fairings that exist right now.
The way I would exemplify shuttle is it was basically a massive pickup truck. The crew cabin, the mid deck and the flight deck were relatively small. When you look at a shuttle orbiter, it looks very like a large space plane, but mostly it was cargo bay, and nothing has come close to it since. We talk about the resupply missions to the ISS. They've needed a fleet of several different types of vehicles from different agencies, in fact, as well, to just come close to the upmass capability shuttle brought to the ISS during resupply phase, which made sense because it was during the assembly phase, so they needed more upmass capability compared to just resupplying a crew. But they lost all the downmass capability that only Dragon brings back. So Dragon is bringing back critical supplies, critical experiments for fast turnaround recovery to use to. Nothing comes close to shuttle on that. So the shuttle cargo bay equivalency was unparalleled, but it was hugely expensive, it was dangerous, and it didn't have the launch cadence that you have today with the rockets. So you're looking at one-off large capability versus multiple fast turnaround capability. So it's very hard to compare apples to oranges on that one. But yes, the answer to that one is shuttle had a huge payload capability.
And from a pure size perspective, I think it was also possible that the payload bay on shuttle was slightly narrower than some of the fairings, but it was way longer.
Yes, that's why Hubble could be launched with it. If you're looking at space telescopes, as an example, look at Hubble Space Telescope. Yes, wrapping the arrays, they were folded in during launch, but that's the kind of length you had with the shuttle.
Mm-hmm. And of course, if you're designing modules for the ISS and fully intending on using the shuttle to build the station, you would design the payloads to have the right size dimensions to fit in that payload bay.
Yeah.
That's a really good question there from Reich. Thank you so much for the support there, Reich76.
In that shot, is that South Padre Island in the background? I'm just curious.
Oh, yeah. Just the skyscrapers in the background. That is, in fact, South Padre Island.
That's cool. I like that.
Eject with a question: hasn't Elon talked about expanding the diameter of the Starship? I may be mistaken. Nope, he definitely has, but I think it's worth putting it into context of as a future evolution. You know, not like this Starship is going to be made obsolete 5 years from now by a new Starship. But yes, something revolving around a new rocket that's also fully reusable and things like that, but with a bigger diameter, was something that Elon has talked about in the past, and I think is probably the next evolution for SpaceX launch services once Starship is flying, is scaling it up in that dimension.
We lost 3 more cars.
Oh, thank you, Adrian. Appreciate that.
I'd also point out about the evolution as well that Elon's focal point here is to make life multiplanetary, and that is via a city on Mars. The amount of materials he needs to send to Mars to create his vision of a city on Mars is ridiculously huge. It's something where even with a crazy launch cadence, he might need a larger version down the road. So the evolvability of Starship will be very much catered, I believe, not for future customers, but for his own goal of creating a city on Mars and making life multiplanetary. And that's when he does that. That really is his. He can sit back and relax if he ever knows how to do that. It's such an amazing concept and a goal that drives him forward that it's very much Starship centric. So I do believe that's the evolution we'll probably see, where maybe he will need that for certain elements to create that city.
Got a super chat here from Dave who says, just sending out some congratulations to the local kids from the University of New Mexico for a successful launch over at the Spaceport America Cup. Dave, thank you for the support, and we'll extend our congratulations as well to the teams out in New Mexico. I know Spaceport America is going on, and definitely want to extend our congratulations to all the university teams out there, including the University of New Mexico.
Thomas?
Yes?
Some certain person you know started with attaching 4 Falcon Heavies on the NSF Discord.
No.
To a Starship Super Heavy.
Do I have
and
to
I'm pretty sure you know who
Do I have
it
to
is.
open the NSF Discord really quick? Oh, great.
That's a
there
bold
he is.
strategy. I'll see how it pays off.
Our good friend Moldy Space Industries that frequents chat is open in Kerbal, and somehow I'm not surprised. It doesn't. Spoiler alert: it's not going well.
Yeah,
as far as the
I
whole
see-
attaching boosters to Starship goes. I'll just leave it at that.
I see a stationary Starship Super Heavy that still is on the pad, but free flying Falcon Heavy boosters. I'm not sure what happened there.
Someone's forgot to check their staging, as usual. I'll keep some questions coming here. Eduardo asking, what is the material used in the grid fins and why stainless steel? Because they are cheap, primarily. Also strong enough, obviously. They reach the strength required for the grid fins, but a lot of the vehicle is designed to be easily manufactured, and cutting a chunk of stainless steel is cheaper than working with titanium, for example, that they use on Falcon 9. So they are steel, and probably because they're cheap. Ryan asking, will we see Starlink version 2 satellites launch with Ship 24 and Booster 7? As long as that remains the pair for the first orbital flight, I believe the answer is yes, right?
Yep, that's correct. We've seen the PEZ dispenser installed. Mary got the first views of it, in fact, back about a month or so ago, where maybe more than that, in fact, where they installed the carriage system, which will be the dispenser to host the Starlinks, and that was Ship 24. So that has that capability. The final decision on installing actual Starlinks into Ship 24 is yet to be made. Let's face it, we've not seen the Starlinks installed yet, but that's the plan. And Ship 25. Ship 25 also got the same installer. Nick got some great video of that yesterday. I'm going to find a video for the link to put into chat in one memento, and you will see what I'm talking about here. There we go. There is the link into chat.
I mean, we could see, I suppose, some satellites loaded in as a test of how they'll load them into the PEZ dispenser thing and things like that, but we wouldn't expect the satellites to be loaded for launch before, the ship completes its static fire testing and things like that,
exactly,
right? Yeah.
That's correct, yeah.
But yes, to answer the question, yes.
And Thomas, they may launch it with test payloads. They may, use the Starlink pest dispenser and put in some basically not satellites at all, just some like demonstrators, simulators, just to see how it works. Because let's face it, the chances of them having a successful ride to orbit and being to an orbit where they can deploy the Starlinks without causing problems for themselves is a tough one to call. So maybe they'll go for demonstrators like they have in previous first flights with the roadster and the ball of cheese. So I'm yet to really be convinced if they are going to launch actual Starlink V2s on Ship 24, but the capability is there.
Yeah, definitely. Also, maybe this is an off-topic discussion, but is it a mass simulator or is it a payload simulator? Because the mass simulators do have mass. It's not really simulating mass.
Thank you, Thomas. I really think that's an important point because we are not there as a species to simulate mass yet. So, yes, it's a payload simulator. It's not a mass simulator, and I think it's the wrong terminology to call it like that.
I mean, I'm just copying the terminology that the aerospace industry has created for the past, 6 decades or something.
And they were wrong.
And they were wrong. All right, fair enough. And with the question, what do you think SpaceX plan is to quickly restack ships? For example, the tanker ships for orbital refueling. Do you think they will try to catch the ship or have a nearby pad? I believe the plan for ships that are landing somewhere that has catch towers is to use catch towers. Obviously, that doesn't work on the moon or Mars yet, at least. But for ships returning to Earth, I believe the plan is to catch. This pause is me letting the other two correct me if I'm wrong.
That's my last update as well. That's the plan.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm going back to how Elon sometimes provides information, which is by liking and certain tweets by people who are doing. There's some amazing artists out there who do CGI videos on Twitter, and Elon will like some of them, and that's sometimes an endorsement, not a full endorsement, but an endorsement of what he envisions himself. And we've seen how the chopsticks can move not just up and down, but also side to side. It can translate, and that allows them to pick up a landed ship and then restack in one action without having to move it manually on the floor. So I think that is the plan for how they're going to use the Mechazilla system and the chopsticks on the towers to do this stacking process for a return vehicle in the same way as we're seeing this vehicle stacking. We're going to see with Ship 24 at least in the upcoming weeks or days, even maybe a few days. Yeah, probably days.
Right, gotcha. Really quick, I'm getting word that we've got a correspondent out there in the field in New Mexico, actually, to cut to. I believe we've got our own John Fadez, John Galloway, whichever name you all refer to him as. Our good buddy Das, I believe, is calling in here. Michael, do we have our correspondent out in New Mexico? There he is. How's it going, Das?
Standing by on NSF remote 00.
Das, we see you.
All right. I got the go on my phone from Mr. Michael Baylor, so we are cutting to a different camera. This is not Boca Chica Beach behind me. It is not closed right now. John Galloway for NASASpaceflight here. We're actually out at Spaceport America doing a totally different event to Starbase. And of course, SpaceX found out we were doing this event and we were helping them with their live stream out here, so they decided to do some stuff with Booster 7 at Starbase. But it is the Spaceport America Cup 2022. I hope everything's fine. I'm going to check my phone real quick. Yeah, okay, it looks like everything's still fine. We're just going to keep talking then, because I could be talking to nothing. I don't know. But it's the Spaceport America Cup 2022. We are here sponsoring the event. NASA Spaceflight is sponsoring the event, working with ESRA, the Experimental Sounding Rocket Association, and we are providing them with a bunch of live stream support. They had a bunch of awesome live stream technology already, and they are streaming it to their own YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube and look for Ezra or one of the mods. Put their link in the chat if you could. But I'm out here helping them with all this stuff. They've got these awesome drone shots. These high-powered sport rockets are being launched out behind me. We've had like 16, 18, I don't know. These sport rockets, they're going up to 10,000 feet and 30,000 feet. They've got solid motors. They've got commercial off-the-shelf stuff. They've got experimental motors. They've got hybrids, like nitrous-injected solid motors. I think we've got some hybrids coming up here in a minute. But we are out here. We've got a tracking camera up on top, a crude tracking camera, not a robotic one. These things go too fast. It's like thrust-to-weight ratio of 20 or something like that. It's not 20. It's really high though. It's not like crawling off the pad like a Falcon 9. But these things, when they go up into the sky, and we've been out here for a few days helping them out. So originally we were going to sort of introduce you to what's happening over here at the end of the Starbase stream, and then say, all right, and now Ezra's keep going and they're launching support rockets. But since SpaceX is continuing to stack Booster 7, we figured that I would pop in here really quickly and just let you know, while you wait for the Booster 7 stacking ops with the chopsticks down there at Starbase, you can also check out the official live stream from Ezra. And coming up next, like I said, I believe we've got these hybrid launches coming up next. I'm right here next to Mission Control. I'm talking to teams. We've got like the runabout cam, we've got tracking cams, we've got drone shots, all sorts of cool tech. But anyways, super exciting at Starbase. Stay right where you are. If you want to bump something up in another window, open up the Ezra official stream on YouTube somewhere else and maybe see some sport rockets launch as well. But Michael, I'm going to send it back to the rest of the NSF team. That's why you haven't heard my voice on that broadcast today, so y'all can continue watching the chopsticks slowly stack things. Oh, EJ is here too. No, I'm not going to kick it back to you. My buddy EJ's out here as well. EJ's actually crewing the tracking camera when the rockets go. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing great.
I was just going to kick it back to them, and you should have been like, no, dude, wait.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
It's not like there's a script or anything out here. We're just playing it fast and loose.
Wing it. It works.
So anyways, now we'll let you go back to Starbase, continue watching what's going on over there. Ezra is going to keep streaming. They've got that YouTube channel. They're going to stream tomorrow as well. They're going to stream Saturday. They've got a lot of rockets out here. I think it was like 100 and something teams that made it out, students from all over the world. But we'll let you get back to your tank watching down there, and we will see you nerds later.
Go Boost.
Thank you, Das and EJ. Appreciate it. Again, go check out the Ezra YouTube channel for some NASA Spaceflight sponsored coverage of the Spaceport America Cup. But in the meantime, back here in Starbase for a quick update. Booster 7 is out at the orbital launch pad, getting ready for lift operations onto the orbital launch mount. There's a lot of things named orbital launch around here. The chopsticks are expected to be used for the first time to lift a booster. Teams are currently working near the base of the booster, and we're also waiting for the chopsticks to actually attach to the booster. You can see they're close, but the booster isn't yet resting on the actual chopsticks. So we're waiting for those two things to happen so that lift operations can get underway, and we'll continue to provide updates as we see the teams work on those. But otherwise, if you have any questions about what we're seeing or about the Starship program, please tag us with @NASASpaceflight. We're going to be answering as many of those questions as we can. Really quick to go around the horn with the voices you're hearing right now. My name is Thomas Burkhardt. I am the news director here at NASA Spaceflight, and a voice that you'll hear a little too often here on these live streams. We've also got an SF actual, Chris Bergen, the managing editor of NASA Spaceflight. Chris, thank you for hopping on so far today and offering some commentary.
Oh, my pleasure. Can I quickly point out the contrast between the small rockets that Daz is involved with and this massive one here?
Yeah, that's true.
That was brilliantly timed. Wonderful.
Although, like he said, the small rockets do have SpaceX speed as far as thrust-to-weight ratio goes. He's got a point there. But mostly because the weight's really small. And then Adrian Bile, also on commentary, one of the NSF writers and Starship spreadsheet experts. Adrian, how you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I'm really, at this point, I'm full in A/B mode. I'm basically just A/Bing the footage we have, looking for anything that changes, looking for any movement of the chopsticks. So this feels like, honestly, this feels like classic tank watching, what we had all the time, where you just look for these tiny little details that change and give you indications about what happens next. So I'm really in my zone right now. I love this.
Appreciate it. Also, a big thank you to Michael Baylor, who is still pushing the buttons and pulling the levers, has been all day for our live Starbase coverage. So, Michael, thank you for everything that you do as well. Back into some questions here. James Atkinson with a question: what is the vapor by the booster, or is that a perspective thing? I see exactly what you're talking about, and off the top of my head, I don't actually know what it is. I know it's not actually on the booster. What's that stack that's got some vapors coming off the top of it? Do we know?
It's a stack for vapor.
Thank you, Adrian. Very, very helpful.
See, that's why I'm here, for my knowledge. No, I'm not 100% sure which exact function this vapor has. But yeah, it's basically going, I think, for all the time, and it's very active all the time. So nothing big as an indicator as anything.
I gotcha. Let's see here. Oh, we do have a couple questions in chat talking about the timeline here, where SpaceX planning to get the booster testing underway with fueling and static fire testing. What are our thoughts about SpaceX choosing to do that before all these test tanks that recently came out seemingly haven't been tested yet? Are we thinking that those testings are for future evolutions and not actually directly related to Booster 7, maybe?
I mean, it's definitely not unlikely that it would be very interesting if they decided to test something that is relevant on this one, because yeah, then we would kind of test something that you will test already. And also we have to remember, for this design they already tested stuff like cryo test and everything. So I doubt that they're testing something that is for actual, but more for future versions of the vehicle. So yeah, I'm really curious when they will start testing it. We saw the how is it called? The Can Crusher. The Can Crusher getting ready for testing more and more. So yeah, looks like we have some more testing going on. So it's really like right now it seems like the stars are lining up for a lot of testing in Starbase, which is cool. I like testing.
All right. I've got another question here from chat, and this is a good one here. Looking forward to y'all's thoughts on this. With the latest updates with the FAA green light, although some mitigations that need to be worked, and now we've seen them SpaceX kind of spooling back into some testing, starting with Booster 7. When do you think Starship will do the orbital flight? I'm gonna offer Adrian, you're the newest one around here. You get to go first.
I think my latest prediction, based on the environmental assessment and everything, is, and I want to disclaim, like, I feel like as soon as I say this, I will get booed. But with my expectation right now is that there will be problems that come up. There will be things that they are not expecting right now. They are still a static fire campaign away from flying this. So I'm gonna say December 2022.
Ooh.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna say 2 weeks.
No way.
All right. You know what? SpaceX it's mainly Elon. Elon drives the schedule to what could be technically unrealistic, but he drives it on purpose. He drives it to point, and he makes others push themselves, and maybe they won't achieve those dates, but they'll achieve them faster if you hadn't pushed in the first place. I always say that, and I think it's true. I would be overjoyed if they do it this year. I'm going to set a date of August the 26th, because I just pulled that out of my hat.
All right, well, I'm gonna leave that. I think those were two good answers from Adrian.
No.
and Chris.
No. You go on record with the date.
Oh yes, Thomas. Let's hear your guess.
I have such a bad track record with these, though. I'm never anywhere close. I'm going to say in like winter 2022/2023. This coming winter. Okay, is that specific enough?
20th
Not really.
Winter starts on the 20th of December, just as a reminder. So you're basically predicting.
All right, fine. I'm going to say February 2023.
There we go.
There we go.
So I'm not the pessimistic one here. That was all I want to know.
The price is right, isn't it?
All right, really quick, folks. We've been talking in our back channel about what to do about this coverage because as much as we would like to see lift, at some point we have to understand that it might be a while. And what we have decided to do here, we're going to keep an eye on things. Obviously, you can keep an eye on Starbase Live. Mods, please throw the Starbase Live link into chat a bunch so that if you want to keep an eye on the SpaceX operations, you can do so there. We're going to wrap up the commentated coverage, and we will come back for lift operations when they happen. Whether that's later today, whether that's tomorrow, whenever. Hopefully it will be today. But right now, we're not going to sit here and commentate when we don't know when that's going to happen. So that is what we're going to do. Also, please follow Chris Bergen, aka at NASASpaceflight on Twitter,
Hello.
to be notified when we start that coverage for lift operations. So we're going to wrap up commentated coverage here. Thank you all so much for joining us for the rollout, and I hope you come back for lift operations in a little bit. But that's going to wrap up this stream from the entire NASA Spaceflight stream. Thank you all so much, and we will see you all later. And we're going to go ahead and throw our coverage actually to the Spaceport America Cup that we just saw. So we're going to throw it over to Ezra and NASA Spaceflight's coverage there. Also, feel free to check out Starbase Live, and thank you all so much for watching.